revolution will not be televised, and be no rerun, brothers and sisters. The revolution will be live.
The revolution will be live, my friends. Happy morning to everyone out there, all the beautiful fellow projections. Welcome. My name is Omar, coming at you guys from the west coast of Turtle Island, designated British Columbia under the illegal doctrine of discovery. I hope you guys are doing a wonderful. This is a finale, guys. I've got the goosebumps. And this is an absolute finale of our Magic Box series that we began 3 years ago. And I think the first one that we did was called Level Up. And the Level Up was 2 years ago, and we featured something like 50 or 60 guests. And then, of course, last year we did the same thing. And this year is the finale. And if you guys don't know what is going on here and you're new to the channel, or you're new to any one of our channels, because we're streaming this to Watchers Talk, Forgotten Origins, Kathy Mason's Mason Works, and then as well our buddy from another mother, Rob Yock's Full Spectrum Universe. And this is going to be an epic one, guys. Got 70 speakers over the course of next 3 days, and this is all in the celebration or in preparation, I suppose, for the lighting of the Magic Box. And the Magic Box turns out to be Uluru in Australia, the sacred site of the planet. And we activated that last year, and we presented a lot of evidence of it. Flashes of light, the skies turning colors, lights coming down from the sky and into the ground and through the houses. It's just been a phenomenal trip so far. And man, what a trip it has been. It's almost like an acid trip, right? Because it's been a wonderful. And I want to give a big thanks to, first of all, to Kathy for co-hosting this with me, and as well to Stephen and Evan Strong for inspiring and leading the way on this very important occasion to bring highlights to this subject, to this topic. And as you guys know, we've been talking about timelines for the last couple of years. And in fact, this entire year has been all based on timelines. And, I've covered timelines, Kathy's covered timelines, Rob has covered timelines. And of course, Stephen and Evan, they're always covering timelines, those guys. And this is in a retro to the Hopi prophecy, the Anasazi prophecy, and as well the original peoples of Australia prophecy, where they've prophesied that there will be two roads. And we will be given a choice, ladies and gentlemen. And the choice is now, which side do we want to be on? And when we ask which side do you want to be on, we're talking in lines of, the parallel timelines and the timeline that we are trying to manifest, the timeline A, that's all love, health to people, health to the earth, and, empathy for each other, and especially for animals that, we are custodians of on this planet. The trees, the birds, everything. And then there's that timeline B where, shit's going to go to hell. And there's going to be, wars and famine and disease. And the planet's going to be dying. And transhumanism agenda. Everyone's turns into a robot. Right? So those are the two timelines that we're working with here. And possibly even more, as we know that there's an infinite amount of timelines. But, these two are our focus at this particular moment. And, as they say in the Law of One, my fellow projections, it's 51% to 49%, right? So if we're 51% heart space, then, we will transist into the new Earth. But if we're vibrating at 49%, then I'm afraid that you're going to have to, try harder or, you're going to be left behind, and you will have to incarnate and come back again to this timeline and retry, because it's not the end of all things. Is one thing I've come to understand. As you guys know, my focus and my thinking is that when we incarnate into this planet, we choose the time and place and to whom that we want to be born to. So if it doesn't work out this time around, guess what? You can just incarnate and come back right here. You can be born in 1975 again if you wanted to and come back and do it all over again. You can be born in 1950 again and then do it all over again, because timelines, in my opinion, are static. And they're static when we look at it from a much bigger, higher dimension from which we come from, and that time is a lower vibration. So when we look at it, we can see the past, the present, the future, and all of them together, and we can choose to which one we want to go to. And this time around, we're choosing timeline A. So that's it for me, guys, and a couple of heads up over here. As you guys know, I've returned to work, and I was supposed to start my house last week, but unfortunately, it doesn't start until this morning. So I'm not going to be around until 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and my sister from another mother, Kathy Mason from Mason Works Marketing, is going to be your host. And she will guide you guys through over the next couple of days, 3 days, and I'll be joining you guys at 1 o'clock p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and then I get to play. So, Kathy, thank you very much for co-hosting this, and thank you for understanding my circumstances. As you know, if I don't show up to work, it's going to cost me about $1,000 a day in penalties. And that's just something I can't afford. So right. I just have to go to work and do my thing. But, again, I truly appreciate you,
sure.
Stepping in and helping me out with this. And guys, behave out there. And all of our the mods that we have in all of our channels, please give Kathy a hand in, sharing links and making sure that pornsters that come in to post their porn links, that we eject them ASAP, right? Because that creates bad vibration within our community and within our stream. So, Kathy, I'll toss it over to you, and let's hear what you have to say.
Well, I'm very excited about this because I am all about empowerment, and all of the interviews I've done, almost 2 interviews every week for 3 years on Conscious Business Zone. And the whole idea of it is, what resources do we have to realize our powerful self, our loving self, and create the world that we want? Because we really do get to walk around our own hologram. But media and the way society is, we've been conforming to these other, socially accepted holograms. But I would say the seed dreaming team or the seed dreamers all are pulling the stops out and going, I'm creating the world I want to create. And that's what all of these wonderful people that we put together for this 3-day event are all going to inspire and uplift you and give you great ideas of what to put in your hologram.
I love it. I love the language. In fact, we are holograms, and we are dealing with a matrix here, and artificial intelligence pretty much is what this is, and we're interacting with it, and we can create whatever we want in this matrix, and the power of our thought is really the programmer in this universe. I guess we can think it. If we can think it, we can make it, and if we can make it, we can manifest it. And that's really how this works. But unfortunately, my opinion is that for the last several thousand years, humanity has been under the control of the masculine energy, and the masculine energy that we've been under control has been very evil. Nothing divine about it. As we see in our history, recorded history, anyways, for the past several thousand years, we can see a trend of war, rape, disease, famine, conquering, step on another person to get ahead, cut somebody's grass to get ahead. That's just, what we've been dealing with. And my opinion is that it's time now for us to, for the masculine to hand over the power of this planet to the divine feminine. As you guys know, moms rule the house. And grandmother loves and looks after everyone. Mom is the home builder. She's the one that loves. She's the one that cooks food at home, looks after the children, looks after the house. And I feel that that's the type of energy that we need in this world. And it's time to pass the torch on to the grandmothers, to the mothers, to the sisters, to the aunties, and allow them to have their divinity come through and guide us through this matrix with love and empathy and acceptance. And that's something that we've been missing. So in my timeline, in my mind, that's something that I'm holding space for in my heart, that this is how we are going to be transiting. It is already happening, but the women that we have in power around the world are acting like men. They're dressing like men. They're talking like men. It's almost like they're on this testosterone pill, which is it's not supposed to be that way, right?
And they have to shave every morning. No.
Yeah, exactly. We don't want that. We want our grandmothers, to be in parliament.
Who gave up shaving. Well, I think what you're saying too is I'd love to plant a seed again, if we're seed dreaming, about the fact that we're in the dark ages and we're going back to the Renaissance. And the Renaissance was where everyone shared their genius and society supported people to be artists and musicians and bring out the divine part of being a human. And I think that's what we're going to, but we have to get through the other first before we get to this new era, and it has to be supported. I mean, we have it again, we're planting seed dreaming ideas of what it's like to be a loving human, a telepathic human. The society that we have is not sustainable in any way in that new world. So it's got to go, and we have to not hold on to it. We have to dream in this new world, and I think that's what we're sharing. That's what I'm so excited about. I know my head's gonna be full by the end of 3 days. I'm gonna be and my heart's gonna be busting wide open with all these people, because what they're offering is just an insight into who you can really be, how you can really be, and how this new world could be. And there's all these different like puzzle pieces. They're like fractals of this new thing. And so we're going to be so inspired. I mean, this hopefully will be something that'll start a wave of love that will never stop.
Absolutely, bro. You remember when we did Humanity Unplugged back in March? That was 122 some odd speakers that we did. And that was an amazing conference with a lot of resources. And I was thinking about this conference that we're doing just right now. And I was thinking back to March, and I thought, wow, this conference right here, Seed Dreaming, it seems to be like Humanity Unplugged on steroids, because, like really we, 122 speakers over 11 days, and here we're doing 70 speakers over 3 days. And, I like the concept of this and the way it's going to go forward. I'm so excited and looking forward to this, because it's going to be like a really rapid fire, guys. And it's just going to be a speaker after speaker after speaker after speaker, and no breaks in between. It's just go, 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 go. And we're trying to create that energy vortex to which we can, blacken out the Shumann resonance. That's my, goal for this particular conference. And I'm keeping a very close eye on the Shumann resonance. And, I learned over the course of this year that when we look at the Shumann resonance, and we're actually reading the Shumann resonance incorrectly, when we see the yellows and the whites, going like this throughout the Shumann resonance, all, what's that showing us is that CERN is being turned on, and that CERN is active, and all those things that we're seeing, it's due to CERN. But when the Shumann resonance blacks out and there's nothing in just black space on the chart, that is when the Shumann resonance is actually working, and it's telling us on the, what's that word I'm looking for? The state of the earth, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. So our goal is to take the Shumann resonance black and overpower the CERN, and just simply just overpower them by creating this energy vortex through all of us, through all of our energies, and through all of our thoughts. Because when we come together like this as a community over a number of different platforms, we're creating like a electromagnetic field around us, and that's known as the aura. Right? We all have an aura, this energetic, bubble that's about the size of our arms that extends out to our arms. And when we come together, we make that bubble big, right? All over the world, we come together, and our energy is so intensely strong that we can literally do anything that we want. So guys, before we go any further, Kathy, I'm going to toss up the schedule really quickly. Perfect. And, guys, it's not going to be on for very long. So if you guys just want to pause and check it out, or visit my website, aprojectionofyou.com. At the bottom is the schedule updated. There's been a couple of changes to it. Let's send some energy out to our friend Gloria Canning in the UK. She had, a family member pass. And she was supposed to be presenting here today in about an hour or so's time. But, as you can imagine, that, she's not in a mental state to do so. So let's send energy to her. And as well to our friend Rodney McGilvery. You guys may know him. He's been on the channel many times. And his father is going through some cancer and needs to go in for treatment. So you can imagine that Rodney is pretty stressed out over that as well. And unfortunately, he had to cancel. So let's send out energy to them as well, and send out energy to all of the people in the world that are suffering and that need our help right now. And, let's see if we can heal them with our thoughts and with our energy. So guys, here is the schedule really quickly. And I know it's difficult to read, but as you can tell, there are a lot of speakers, something like 12, 15, 20 speakers a day we're doing. And as well, my fellow projections, we've gotten some videos from you guys. And those videos we will be playing over the course of the next few days, right? And we're, hoping that no one cancels. But if someone does cancel, then, we'll toss our videos on that you guys have sent us, because that's what this is all about. I asked you guys to send me videos, and you did. I got 2 videos, woohoo! And I'm very happy for that. And I appreciate it, because you guys didn't have to send me not a single video. And so those who did send me the video, I totally appreciate you, and thank you very much. And as for our other co-hosts, guys, Rob Yox, as you guys know, he is working. His work did him a dirty, and he literally has to work, before we do the opening of our stream here. And he will be done at like around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. So he'll be in for the last couple hours each evening, right? So got to pay the bills, and you got to do what you got to do. And same as me, right? I got to go take off, and I got to go board and sling some drywall. So, I can pay my bills and pay my rent, and, don't have to live out in this so-called global warming, minus 40 outside.
Well, it's 35 degrees here right now and sunny. So we lucked out in Colorado. So everyone, just so you know, the contributions for all of this is really international. This is at least even the co-creators of this that come from Canada, 2 places in the US, and Australia, and even New Zealand was in there for a little while. And so we've got an opportunity to really see and fire up the grid all over the world with this.
Absolutely. Yeah, I am so looking forward to this, Kathy. This is going to be, intensely amazing. And it's just unfortunate that, I'm missing out on the mornings. I'm quite disappointed about that. But, the universe is guiding me in a particular direction. And, I'm just going to acquiesce to the universe and follow the course and see what happens. Just follow the process, guys. That's all really what we can do. And speaking of temperature, Kathy, it is minus 25, and it feels like minus 36 here right now with a 65% humidity.
Oh, that's the part that kills you.
Yeah, it's bone chilling. So I'm just looking outside, and I'm just regretting waking up this morning.
No, don't knock on wood when you say stuff like that. Your words are spells. They're powerful.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I don't mean regret as in regret waking up. It's just I regret the fact that I have to go into this.
Well, I'm so excited to be here, and I want to let everyone know I see this as alchemy. So I'm hoping that this energy is going to build and build and build, and that you're going to be able to really feel this, and that you'll come back to these recordings, because everyone's going to be speaking for half an hour, and then another one, and then another one. So you may want to watch these over and over again. At any time, you don't need those motivational tapes that are on YouTube. You can come back to this conference, this 3-day conference, and spend 20 minutes on here and be just lit up. So that's my hope for this. And I just want to thank everyone who's given so much of their time and energy to this to make it happen.
Yeah, correctamundo there, Patricia. I got Patricia on the horn here, and she's going to be coming in just a few minutes. And guys, after this is all said and done with, we are going to take all of these sessions and that we're doing with everyone, and we're going to be posting these onto our channels, and we're going to be cross-posting on everywhere, and then we're just going to leave the master copy on every single channel. And as Kathy was saying, you don't need to go and who's that guy, that Steve guy or something, that dude with the big teeth, he's been around, he's an inspirational speaker. I forgot his name. Anyways, yeah, you don't need him. All you need is Watchers Talk and Mason Works Marketing, and Forgotten Origins and Full Spectrum Universe is what's needed. And you guys can get inspired by this, because I know I'm going to be, and you can bet your ass that once this is over, I'm going to be going back and watching the mornings, because I'm missing out, right? I feel like I'm missing out, and it kind of sucks, but I'm going to be going back and watching this. Ronnie, big teeth. Yeah, you know who I'm talking about, right? Like that Mark guy. He's been an inspirational speaker for like forever now. He's a really big guy, but I just know him from his teeth, and that's
I'm
it.
not sure who it is.
Yeah, I forget now. Everybody knows who he is. He's been around since, like, man, I grew up with this guy, watching him on TV. And
Gosh, that's funny.
And again, just a quick message to all our mods, in case you came in late and missed out on what I was saying earlier. Just a quick heads up that I'm not going to be around for the mornings until 1 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, and Kathy Mason will be leading the charge on this, and hopefully our sister from another mother, Leanne Kurtz, shows up and gives Kathy a little backup. But if not, Kathy's got it on this one, because guys, she's a professional, and she's been doing this for many, many years, just like myself. And I have absolute full confidence in her abilities to carry this forward. And guys, especially the mods, if you can help Kathy out by just finding the links and sharing the links, and if any porn posters comes in, to eject them as quickly as you can, because that really creates bad vibration, bad energy in our stream and in what we are doing here. So that's really it for me, and we're just waiting on Patricia Avon to come on, and she'll be with us very shortly, and then we will begin our fun times. And we have a few pre-recorded videos as well. I have a pre-recorded video coming up from Frank Jacob, and as well we have a pre-recorded video from whom, Kathy, that you're playing in just a little bit here?
Grandmother Susan Christensen.
There we go. You guys remember Grandmother Susan from Humanity Unplugged? That was I love that grandmother panel that we had. That was oh man, my arms were standing up, and I had a feather here. In fact, I still do, and it really it affected me in a positive way, right? So with that being said, Kathy, we got just a couple of minutes, 4 minutes before we bring Patricia on. So if you have anything else to say before we bring her on, shoot away.
I'd like to do a little incantation, or whatever you want to call it, a little prayer that brings in the energy. And yes, we had a grandmother panel in Humanity. Yep. I'm watching the chat. Okay, so what I wanted to do is, and this is really quick, but I just wanted to set the energy, because the reason why I'm so excited about this is I really can feel the difference of how we are becoming empowered and awakened, and the transition we're in, where we don't have to hide anymore that we're awakened. We're finding each other. That's what we're doing right here, and we're uplifting each other. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to just read a quick thing from the Gateway of Light activation box. It's just actually the box, and it says inside, I call forth from within the light of source. Thank you for standing at the forefront of my heart and mind. Thank you for activating the ancient wisdom of my soul. I welcome in the support of heaven, earth, the stars, light beings, and beyond. And so it is. So that's the way. I just got chills. I hope you all did too. That's from an amazing, amazing channel, Kyle Gray, and this from this deck. And what we want to do, and what we're being gifted with all these amazing people, is this time to make a difference and really show up as these our superhuman self, not our little human self, but our higher purpose self. And that's what I'm so excited to meet a lot of these people and hear, because I think we're going to all, since we're all one, we're going to be activated, that part of us. So anyway, hi, Patricia. It looks like you're here. Morning. Welcome.
Hi, guys. That was a really nice prayer. That was really nice, Kathy. I like that. And just to add to that, I thank you, and I have gratitude for this day today, and gratitude for the coming days. I have gratitude and thankfulness for this conference and all of the speakers that will be speaking in this conference, and thankful to everyone who's come out and watched us on all of the 4 channels to which we are streaming. So I'm very grateful for that. And with that being said, let's start.
Well, wait, do you want me to go get a sound? Here we go.
Oh, this should be good. Oh, I love it.
Okay.
I love it. Let's bring on Patricia. That's the salute that we've been waiting for, fellow projections. So, but let's do it. Let's get into it. So here comes
Welcome,
Patricia.
Hi, Kathy.
Hi. Welcome.
Wonderful.
Hi, Patricia.
Hi, Omar.
Thank you very much for being here. I totally appreciate it. And, I love you very much. I have a great deal of respect for you and the work that you do. We've been working together for the last several years, and, we've become good friends, and just sharing and raising awareness. And, every time I call you, say, Tricia, would you be interested? You're always saying yes. And, I totally appreciate that. And, so I thank you for coming here. And as you know, I'm not going to be around for the mornings. And as you know, unfortunately, the bills have to be paid, but it is what it is. And we're just going to follow the process of the whole thing. So guys, this is Patricia Avon, currently in the good old USA, but resides full-time in Egypt. As far as I'm concerned, she's an Egyptologist. She leads tours to, some pretty cool places in Egypt, as you can imagine. And, she also works with a good friend of ours, Ildie Budai, that you guys may know from Talking Egypt series that we've been doing. Put a bit of a hold on there because, Ildie has become a mom. And as you guys know, that's a full-time job, right? So a little bit of a break on there, but she'll be coming up shortly as well. So thank you, Patricia. I love you. And Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to you. And thank you very much for doing this.
Same to you, and happy solstice. What a big day.
Yes, that is today, isn't it?
Yes. I do have a bit of a presentation to share if you see it there.
I do, so I'm going to toss that up.
Okay, cool. Really good to see you, Omar. And Kathy, I don't see on the screen anymore, but that was beautiful. And I have this presentation. I'm going to try and speed through it because 30 minutes isn't a long time. But I have so much to share. This is such an important day and such an important conference. It's so exciting to be celebrating these moments and this time. And, you know, I included this phrase. We've all heard it. We are the ones we've been waiting for as part of the Hopi prophecy. And I don't know about anyone else, but I feel this so much, especially in the past decade. It's been building and building. We feel that change is upon us. Just give me a moment. And so I went ahead and I wanted to include a little bit more. Sorry if I'm speed reading, but I just think this is such powerful information. We've all heard it before, but I think it needs to be repeated. And sometimes often, this again from the Hopi prophecy, you have been telling people that this is the 11th hour. Now you must go back and tell people that this is the hour. And there are things to be considered. Where are you living? What are you doing? What are your relationships? Are you in the right relationship? Where is your garden? It is time to speak your truth, create your community, be good to each other, and do not look outside of yourself for the leaders. And then he clasped his hands together, smiled, and said, this could be a good time. And I feel that too. So much has to do with our feelings and attitude in this very moment. It is so significant and important. Another thing that was said was, I want to hide something from the humans until they're ready for it. It is the realization that they create their own reality. Again, so important to be aware and cognizant that at every moment we are creating what's mirrored in front of us. And you know, again, our attitude makes such a big difference. You know, I've experimented with this so many times in my life. And when I'm full of hope and love and appreciation, wonderful things occur. And there's so much out in the world today to bring us down and to make us worried and somewhat afraid. But if we remember how powerful we are, you know, that we have so many latent abilities within us, just lying there, waiting to be empowered. And I believe this is a time that is all available to us. So let me continue with the prophecy. There is a river flowing now very fast. It is so great and swift that there are those who will be afraid. They will try to hold on to the shore. They will feel they are being torn apart and will suffer greatly. We've been going through a lot of isolation lately, separation from each other. No, the river has its destination. The elders say we must let go of the shore, push off into the middle of the river, keep our eyes open and our heads above the water. And as I say, see who is there with you and celebrate. At this time in history, we are to take nothing personally, least of all ourselves for the moment that we do. Our spiritual growth and journey comes to a halt. The time of the lone wolf is over. All right. Gather yourself, banish the world's struggle from your attitude and your vocabulary. All that we do now must be done in a sacred manner and in celebration. We are, I really believe this, the ones we've been waiting for. I think we all lined up to be born now. And so I want to bring a little bit of Egypt into this because, you know, in reading so much about the Hopi and indigenous cultures all over the world, it seems that they all bring to light this knowing that we move through cycles, that time is not linear, but circular. And we move through cycles of rising and falling conscious awareness. And this was something the Egyptians believed. You know, we eternally migrate through cycles and cycles within cycles of consciousness, death, birth, and rebirth. It is a cosmic dance of Shiva as well as the alchemical journey of Kepler. This is the Kepler beetle on the right side. And you can see the serpent that's showing all the cycles that we're moving through. And Kepler is that Egyptian scarab that pushes the sun, soul, or self across the Milky Way of, you know, what we would call this hologram. You know, how real is it? Is it a journey of consciousness? Whoops. And so they also say that in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, more correctly translated as the Book of Coming Forth by Day, the scarab beetle symbolizes the heart, transformation, and new beginnings. It represents the seed of consciousness migrating through stages and ages of conscious awareness, again, in our perception of time and space. This eternally cycling pattern of transformation occurs every day cycle, each annual year, and also in what Plato labeled the Great Year. And we're coming to that moment right now. Every end is a new beginning. This is a beautiful illustration of showing that we move through what they would call day and night cycles. The scarab beetle descends into a night cycle as the seed of consciousness on the right, and ascends as the crocodile who digests matter into spirit as the sun rises into a day cycle on the left. In this solstice moment, that's what's happening. We're ending the night cycle. We're falling. Well, we're falling into the night cycle. We're ending a cycle where the days get shorter and shorter. And we're going to enter a cycle where the days become longer and longer. So it's that precipice of a whole new cycle of the sun. Again, a journey of conscious perception and transformation. There's so much that we can manifest in these moments, these moments of new beginnings. It's a journey into and out of balance, which is illustrated by this raising of the Jed pillar. It's from the temple of Seti I at Abydos. And it's a beautiful illustration of how our spine, the axis of the earth, moves from this 23.5 degree tilt up into, it's an annual celebration of it being risen to its erect, its state of complete balance, its centered state of being. And it's been described by Maura Timms as the ending of one world age and the beginning of another. The Hopi believe also that the cataclysmic events that occur to end world ages are caused by humanity's disconnection and irreverence toward the forces and cycles of nature. The Egyptians totally embraced that knowing. And the ancients that created these megalithic structures and left us this incredible legacy of metaphor, symbolism, and mythology, they were so connected to the forces of nature. In fact, their gods and goddesses, or what we would perceive as gods and goddesses, were actually called Neteru, forces of nature. And they were so connected to the cycles of nature and in being in sync with the cycles of nature. And so I mentioned that this is all connected to the Great Year. So a quick description by Manly P. Hall. To the Egyptians, the sun was the symbol of immortality. For while it died each night, it rose again with each ensuing dawn. Not only has the sun this diurnal activity, but it also has its annual pilgrimage, during which time it passes successfully through the 12 houses of the heavens, remaining in each for 30 days. Added to these, it has a third path of travel, which is called the precession of the equinoxes, in which it retrogrades around the zodiac through 12 signs at the rate of 1 degree every 72 years. We are at the precipice of a brand new beginning, what I would call the winter solstice of our great year. This is a beautiful illustration, and it's from an article by Rory Duff, fantastic expert on world grid lines and energy lines. And he says, going further into the cosmos still, we can include the great galactic cycles with even bigger regular effects on human consciousness. It is with this that we can now begin to see how roughly every 12,000 years we find human consciousness changing from individual consciousness to group consciousness and back again. Just as Rudolf Steiner had so brilliantly managed to find out, for those of you familiar with him. It's a beautiful way of illustrating how we move from, a right-brained understanding or perception of reality to a left-brained, which is like moving from a unity consciousness to a separation consciousness. But we're on the precipice of moving back into that unity consciousness and that connectedness to nature and all that is. And so I'll say again, happy solstice. And solstice itself means the silent sun. And it's a time for withdrawal, a time to find moments to meditate, to think about, all the things that no longer serve us. And, to think about, to allow, nature to embrace and heal us. It's a time for deep healing of the spiritual, mental, and physical bodies. It is a silent night and a very sacred night. It's that last moment before we begin a new breath, a new cycle. And it's a time to cut the cord. Powerful images from Egypt, ancient Egyptian papyri and mythology that speaks to this ending of an old sun and beginning of a new sun, a new cycle of the sun. And he's cutting the head off this pattern that no longer serves us. In ancient Egypt, I was a student of Abdel Hakim Awian, who was an indigenous Egyptian elder who spoke about these cycles of consciousness. And he would relate to these moments of silence as a cycle of Un. It's where we get our word noon. And there was a whole cycle within the great year where we had these moments of complete silence, of complete connectedness to all that is. And you can relate it to like a Kundalini experience. It signified a game-changing moment when inner polarity is transmuted and the Kundalini rises to explode through the third eye as a perfect illustration of unity consciousness. Kundalini rises to allow for an expansion of conscious awareness, and with the increased communication between the brain's hemispheres, the knot of the Simatawi, an ancient Egyptian symbol, is tightened, and our breath is held for a moment for the experience of complete timelessness, stillness, and a sense of oneness with all that is. It is an entry into that 0 point expression for a brief and magical moment of complete gnosis that is enjoyed briefly before the serpent and vulture recoil to explode again through the top of the head as the united spark of life that initiates the next cycle and renewed breath of life. We're at that precipice on a year cycle, but think about being on that precipice on a great year and maybe even more, much larger cycles within the patterns and perceived time of the earth itself. I mean, it's a game-changing moment, and we're here, I believe, to participate in it. And when that moment ends and the cycle begins, it's a moment to celebrate. Let heaven and nature sing. We're celebrating the awakening of a new cycle, a new year, a new great year. How amazing is that? And so I mentioned this great year, and it's the precession of the equinoxes, and we don't have time to explain it in full, but if you look at these diagrams, you get an idea of how we have moved through these 12 gates, these 12 30-day cycles on a year, or much larger cycles in a great year, but we're moving around the circumpolar stars, the never-setting stars, and you see Draco in the middle, and we've moved, in 12,000 years, we've moved from around Vega, the star Vega, as our pole star, to where we are now at Polaris. I believe our depth of polarity, our isolation, separation consciousness from each other. And the only way is up. The only way is going back and remembering, awakening to a new day and a new year. And we are, I totally believe, at the precipice of a winter solstice of a great year. And, what a powerful moment that is. And look at these wonderful symbols, if you can see them. It's from a temple, the temple of Sobek and Horus at Kamambo along the Nile in Egypt. And they show these four, they've been called the four gospels. They're the four fixed signs of the zodiac that mark powerful moments of change. And what you're seeing here is the lions of Leo, Horus, or the eagle, hawk of Scorpio. That's the higher aspect of Scorpio. And you see Taurus when we fall into a perception that we are our bodies. And then what's missing there, unfortunately, it's been damaged or destroyed, is a netter called Hopi, and he is Aquarius. And this is really important because we are right now moving into this age of Aquarius, as we've all heard about. Here you see these same symbols that are used in modern times. They sit as statues or as symbolism within churches and cathedrals all over the world. And they're also known as the four horsemen of the apocalypse. They're incredibly important And they speak, as I said, to these game-changing moments, and we are at the precipice of one of them. And on the left here, you see an image of this Hopi, and he's pouring the two waters for the great flood of the Nile in Egypt, an annual event that happens, right? And it was not in February. It was an annual event that happened to literally bring the water, the life back to Egypt. It awakened all the temples. It dumped this beautiful black earth on the banks of the Nile, which meant that they would have a rich and abundant harvest. Again, it was the life breath until they built the high dam, which we don't have time to talk about. But it's marked by a netter that represents Aquarius on the zodiacs of ancient Egypt. And so I believe we are at that moment, this great flood, and you can see he's surrounded by an Ouroboros. And it's actually telling us this is a cyclical event, not just on an annual basis, but on a much greater scale. And again, I believe we're talking about our great year right now, and maybe much bigger cycles as well. On the right, we see another similar image. Some of us have seen this many times, and it's a priest or god wearing what they say is a large headdress. That headdress is actually shaped like the head of a serpent, right? And it's the Ouroboros surrounding him again. He sits on the belly of a great rattlesnake, but it's so similar. And he's holding a bag, which I believe is about seeding a new cycle. Just a few thoughts on that. Here again is Hopi as Aquarius, and he's dumping the two waters to awaken the people, awaken the land, awaken the temples. After a moment of what they would call a desert cycle, a cycle of dryness and isolation. He is the master of the mysteries of water. The word Aquarius means water bearer, with the word aqua representing water and the word rias representing the word for river, being the root word for river. And based off this most simplistic interpretation alone, we can view this dawning of the age of Aquarius as an age of bringing rivers of water, life. In another mythology or even a ritual that was reenacted at times, this is the resurrection of Osiris. Osiris represented the land, and Horus tells Osiris to turn over and rise, turn over and rise, turn over and begin another cycle of the sun, another cycle where everything changes. Again, I believe this is this moment in time. Does that refer to a pole reversal? Quite possibly. But it also can refer to a reversal of perception. So, here I have, however, he must also experience a reversal of charge and direction in order to begin his metamorphosis. It's time to change the way we think and perceive, the way our attitudes, the way we approach everything in life. And maybe through mass consciousness, we can manifest this change in any given breath. Osiris must turn over on his stomach before he can rise from the dead, his symbolic state during the night cycle. And in the above images, Osiris turns over on his belly and the wings of Isis as his consort, as the Earth's magnetic field are lowered, while Osiris is presented with this gift of renewed life before he can enter the next cycle and renewed perception of reality. When a flip has occurred in the past, it has been associated with a temporary weakening of the field, which would remove the capabilities of the Earth's protective shield, exposing us to increased levels of radiation. And I bring this up because our magnetic field has been weakening exponentially. They say almost 20% in the last 130, 150 years. 20% is quite a large reduction in our protection. And so, we need to think about we're seeing increased levels of radiation, and think about how radiation affects the body. Geomagnetic activity and its effect on our body, minds, and spirit. These are things that we can learn to work with, to live with, to become healthier and to become more adaptable. Large-scale studies on heart attacks, magnetic fields and their effect on the pineal gland, animals and their sensitivity to geomagnetic activity. Dogs can sense Earth's geomagnetic field, obviously, magnetic sensitivity in the retina, effects of geomagnetic fields and their effects on writers. All of these things listed, epileptic seizures, multiple sclerosis, these things are occurring. These are things we can actively work to, again, adapt ourselves and our DNA to be able to withstand some of these earth changes. And in all of this, maybe there is going to be a possible upgrade in our DNA. Here's a wonderful image that many people call this the yoga image in the Temple of Dendera dedicated to Hathor. And it's a beautiful image of, the heavens, right? On top of what is Geb, the earth. It could be Atum. I've been told it's Amun, but he is he's turning head over heels, right? This is a moment before the next sunrise. In the chamber next to this chamber, it's a story of the resurrection of Osiris. This story of resurrection and renewal is actively portrayed within so many cycles. This is Horus, and he's rising as the ascended Osiris, and he's earned his wings, and we see again this portrayed in so many different forms of dogma all over the earth. This is at Machu Picchu. It's actually a picture of me and my friends. And we're standing next to this statue of an Inca ruler titled Pachacuti. Might be pronouncing that wrong. And he's known as the reverser of the world, which he gave himself on his ascension. It means the reverser of the world, or earth shaker. And the same word was used by the Incas to refer to the epic changing event or turning over of time and space, which they believe occurred regularly throughout history. Pachacuti, or he who remakes the world, is also credited with founding the site of Machu Picchu. And the word Pachacuti literally means earth upside down, but it is understood to really describe a time of great physical and mental transformation, a time when the perception of reality is overturned. Again, by Rory, this is from an article by Rory Deff. Incredible information, again, replicated in mythology and legends and memories worldwide. And this is a time of great celebration and a time to be aware of what's occurring around us. These events were said to occur at the time of Maste, a time when a special ray of light was said to come from the sun, and a time when the gods and our ancestors would come to this world, as this was when the gateways were open. This was also said to be a time there were great gatherings and a great reintegration of many people. Again, beautiful. Describes what we're doing in the next 3 days with this wonderful conference. From the Hopi prophecy, Turtle Island could turn over 2 or 3 times, and the oceans could join hands and meet the sky. So they're referring to a time when heaven and earth come together as one for those moments of silence, that solstice moment of our great year. At Edfu in Egypt, at the Temple of Horus, it's described as a great serpent emerging from the sun. This could mean so many different things that we don't have time to talk about, unfortunately, right now. From the Destiny of the World, a study of the end of the universe in the light of ancient Egyptian texts, it was said at the end of the world was seen by the ancient Egyptians as a reversal repetition of the creation. Even the phoenix, the supervisor of what exists, which is a solar bird always announcing the new creation, was playing an apocalyptic role by announcing the end of the world. The choice of the phoenix, symbol of resurrection, suggests that another creation would fold. And that was why the ancient Egyptians do not seem to look at the world's annihilation in a negative way. Their magicians were using this topic as threats. Ippawur cries in his despair that the world should end. They knew it is indispensable for the world to be renewed, and that this cannot happen without a total destruction of the old forms. Thus, they looked at the end of the world the same way they looked at death, a transition, a gate to life. So much depends on who we are and how we interact with the world in these moments. From the Hopi, the journey of the seed. In the Hopi prophecy, they say the storms and floods will become greater To me, it's not a negative thing to know that there will be great changes. It's not negative, it's evolution. When you look at it as evolution, it's time. Nothing stays the same. You should learn how to plant something. That's the first connection. You should treat all things as spirit and realize that we are one family. It's never something like the end. It's like life. There is no end to life. Can't be any other way.
Patricia,
Lord Red Crow Westerman.
heads up, I just want to let you know you have 3 minutes.
I see that.
I was trying to get you.
I appreciate that. I should just kind of go through quickly to the last few slides. I'm speaking to a connection of bringing into balance of the two hemispheres of the brain. From the Hopi, when the iron bird flies, the red-robed people of the east who have lost their land will appear, and the two brothers from across the great ocean will be reunited. So many things speak to this uniting of the polarities within us. This moment of Un is presented all over the world, and again relates to that moment I spoke about. You know, are these hawks, eagles, you know, these images that we see, do they relate to sickness? Are we on this journey? This one, this beautiful totem has a scarab at the bottom, you know, starting his process of moving up through the cycles. And again, this Egyptian phoenix representing, you know, I go in like a hawk, I come forth like the Bennu, the morning star of Ra. And is it just a moment of the digestion of the physical, the process of emerging out of the ashes of our previous self, when we begin to see that we're all connected to each other? You know, we think we're separate. We've identified with our bodies, but you know, if we really open our minds to truth and connect to nature, we'll realize that we are all one being connected. And here, after a great purification, the cornstalk of a new abundance will grow when the Great Spirit returns. The Great Turning is a name for the essential adventure of our time, the shift from industrial growth society to a life-sustaining civilization. This is a moment for celebration. One more slide. You know, and we've all heard about when the blue star Kachina dances, the fifth world will emerge. This will be the day of purification. The Hopi name for the star Sirius is blue star Kachina, and it will be renewed, the marking the start of the new cycle of life. Again, a great moment of celebration. I wish I could talk more. I just have to say I'm grateful for being a part of this conference. I wish you know, there's so many people that are going to offer so many different things, and I'm so glad to be able to participate. And thank you, Kathy.
Shit.
I'm sorry. I was saying thank you to Patricia and welcome, Rosalind. How are you? Oh, I'm so glad to have you here. So, Rosalind, just so you know, at 25 minutes, I'll kind of be a voice like God, reminding you have 5 minutes. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I agree with Patricia. I'm in love with you all, and I'm grateful to be here today. And yes, the frequencies are very, very powerful and very graceful and truly blessing us all. Hang on. This is the ride of our lives. This is the journey of our life as one humanity. Yeah, as Patricia was saying, and thank you, Patricia, too, for such a wonderful presentation and sharing. Yeah, there is a lot. There is a lot that can be said. So let's see what I can do in a half an hour. That is a challenge. So I just want to say, because we are all going through so much, I myself, I think I just overcame what I thought was a food poisoning because our systems are changing completely, biologically, energetically, and on so many levels. I think I normally just eat a lot of vegetables and cook at home. A lot of you may identify with this, and I think I bought some out prepared food, and I'm lucky I'm here today. Let's just say I'm grateful that I'm here today. So I managed to hang in there. But if you're feeling a bit out on a limb, this is I tend to write down a lot of my transmissions and messages coming through, because it is so much that is coming through for all of us, whether it's inside of our hearts, whether it's vibrationally, whether it's just coming through our mere presence. That's what we're here for. So if you're feeling a bit out on a limb or unsure of your soul path, if you're feeling that something's just something, can't quite put your finger on it, but you know something's happening, it's okay. We're adjusting your current flow to lift up the planetary vibration just a bit higher than before. Once again, we've been through this quite a few times, and believe me, this is not the last one. But little by little, it may feel a bit strange, and you might also be feeling like you just want to have a break from all the chaos and the things or even people and drama playing out that could be draining your galactic batteries. It's okay to step into a peaceful refuge of your sacred space, to clear, rest, recharge, rehydrate, and check in on you. You can do that. It's the most responsible and loving and respectful thing you can do to raise your frequency and boost your immune system. Allow yourself to release any emotional stress that may have built up, that you might have been ignoring as you were trying to figure out, what more can I be doing to assist others and be of service to humanity? Well, humanity needs you, and as many of us as possible, to be as much in alignment with the planetary energies and to be aware of how these changes happening are affecting our systems as well, as Patricia was saying too. That's why you need to know that it is just as important to let yourself have these moments to just breathe and listen in for what guidance is waiting to whisper into your heart, because that is where we get the messages of the Divine Creator's plans that assist us in getting on the right path. So this precious information, it comes in good and clear to put all those useless worries away so that we can get on with our day. It's not much to ask of yourself to turn around and grab a hold of your inner child's hand to make sure you don't leave yourself behind. We love you, we need you, and we're proud of how far we've all come together. I know it's easy to get caught up in the agencies, we'll call them, with their inverted matrix and pandemics, but we as a humanity have other ideas, don't we? We're not going to respond like robots or cower in fear. We are awake, aware, and we are here. That's why we have a responsibility to maintain ourselves, our frequency, vibration, and our connection to Divine Creator Source field of infinite intelligence, and to guide ourselves, our thoughts, our intentions, to not only meet, but to create a higher timeline that shines with the light, guidance, and wisdom of Christ consciousness to bring heaven on earth. This is our story. We are the restoration of the glory. We are eternal. Peace and love be with and within all of us. I just wanted to share that message, being a messenger that I am. Yeah. So, beautiful, wonderful family. I am feeling so much love. My heart is racing. And equally as much compassion and gratitude for all the reasons we are here now. It's funny, Omar asked me to attend this wonderful, wonderful conference just recently. So it was, and then suddenly the message comes through. So, and there right away, it's almost like divine automatic writing. And so, so here comes the next dose. Yeah, truly, I'm really filled with a lot of love, and like I said, my heart's beating like crazy, which is a good thing. The frequencies are very high, and we're sending them out. That's why it's important to keep your grounding. Be in nature, be close to Gaia, even if it's in thought, keeping Gaia, thoughts of the trees, the beauty of the earth, and that we are here, and that we are supporting Gaia. We are supporting the soul of our planet, the soul of our being, and our eternal beingness. So it's good to, any moment you feel anxiety or not sure why you're having this much of an intense effect from all of these amazing gifts that are pouring in from the heavens, ground yourself. So yeah, so I'm very grateful and so much gratitude for all the reasons we are here now, which makes me even more grateful for our being here like this today. And not only that, but sharing this journey all the way. I can sense a definite change in the air. It seems to permeate everything, even into the invisible, more subtle planes that of our ineffable body of consciousness as a humanity. As we break through what inner pangs seem to block us from moving ahead, we attempt with care and gentleness as much as we can, as the years and even lifetime reviews come flashing through the cerebral cortex hidden behind and between the folds of gray matter, where they've sat like rows of books that have gathered dust from lack of notice or attendance, stored away out of sight, until one day the ground seems to shake beneath your very feet, and the volumes fall down from the shelves and begin to speak. This is a momentous and tremendous change we're going through as a humanity, spiritually, energetically, as souls. Even as you sit in your chair, the reels begin to play on the screen right before your eyes as you weep, as you sit in a grateful, timeless, sorrowful heap, and make peace with old memories, alone in a room, inside the visual memory complex, Akashic Records Hall. Imagine yourself. It starts sometimes when we least expect it, and we may find ourselves in a pool of bittersweet tears, while the dam breaks, releasing a flood from the deepest part of our being. And that's okay, for this is a sure sign of your being present to receive the gift awaiting your arrival to the next city on the map of all the states you will pass through on your way to higher grounds. As we enter the dawning of a new wave on the ocean of cosmic consciousness, the very waters from those sacred tears will serve their memory in reverence by going on to quench what dry and barren lands gratefully will receive of those purified waters. Those tears are tears of purification. Let them flow and watch them go, and then let it go. There are barren lands who will be grateful to receive that purified water. So here is where we can come undone and be our most vulnerable and utterly human self. We take to clearing away from the deepest chambers in our heart, all from which we must depart. Let it flow, let it flow, let it flow, and let it go. I've written a new poetry transmission and mantra. I pray it will make great change come into your and our life as we reunite with the soul of our being as one. So very grateful, grateful, grateful we are. Clear away and change your day. Clear, clear, clear away. Take a deep breath and blow it away. Clear, clear, clear away. Dust yourself off and get on your way. Lift yourself up. Today is your day. Clear, clear, clear away. Look straight ahead and you won't go astray. From the moment you wake until dawn the next day, smile at your reflection. You're the makings of perfection. Wash your face with a splash. All that does not serve you now are nothing more, just embers cooling into ash. Empty your thoughts, get ready, and say, good things continue coming my way. This is surely the best thought to start any day. Sing this happy little tune. Repeat it in your head. Things will start to change and manifest just as you said. Now let us sing it, say it, put it on replay and play it. Repeat, repeat, keep it sweet. And before you know it, the birds, the bees, the sunrise, the trees, by the light of the moon, on the evening night's breeze, for all of them know the song in your heart, and all of them eager to please. Before you're even parted your lips to let the melody out, these joyful tones will come. They're singing to you with so much ease and grace. You'll be surprised. You cannot hide that smile that lights your face. Now the secret is the purified and the purity of your intentions and feeling grateful for the gifts you are present to receive. The gift is in the present. We are the present. The gift is there inside. And of course, you have to sing it with your heart. So of course, being emotional, I'm even going to try and sing it now. And if you catch it, sing along. It's very simple. It'll change your day, every day. Good things continue coming my way. Good things are coming my way. Night after night, day after day. Good things are coming my way. Good things continue coming my way. Good things are coming my way. Night after night, day after day. Good things are coming my way. It's so simple to remember. So now just close your eyes and take a deep breath and release. Relax in the calm of this very moment. remember, we are all creators, all birthed from the same womb space, from within the heart of the quintessential cosmic consciousness of the unfathomable one Father, Mother, God being that gifts the original thought seeded into all things with equal capacity of love, the grand order of divinity, the cosmic laws of nature, Sophia wisdom, the Holy Trinity, and the anointing of Christed consciousness is upon us with every rising of the sun. And so it is. Thy will be done. It's time we rewrite the script and the content meant. To be created and experienced in joy from this moment on. And so it is. Our thoughts are our meditations. Thus, all and everyone are included in my daily prayers, in gratitude and thankfulness, and indeed, for that I am. For all that I have, for the guidance and grace which we continue receiving in all ways. So keep on going. You're doing great. Tell yourself that. I do that too. When you look in the mirror and say, I love you. And you're doing great. Keep going. You'll be surprised what that'll do for you as well. This is an ascension path. We are having a human experience, not a competition. It is not a race. Each and every one will have their transformation at their own pace. Peace be with us. So it is. I'm not sure if I have more time.
You have 10 more minutes.
What can we do in 10 minutes, Kathy?
This is beautiful. Thank you so much. It's so beautiful.
This was so unexpected, and thank you. And I'm so grateful that these messages came through, especially for today. So, of course, I would not shy away. Yeah. What can I say? Is anyone having similar, you can write in the comments if you're having similar experiences, feelings. Just know that it's okay. And keep going. Good things are coming our way because we're the ones who are going to make that so. Isn't that right? Wow. So, as a receiver and a transmitter of cosmic wisdom teachings, I'm also known as Cosmosphere, aside from being Rosalind Beth Horowitz and Cosmic Utopian Rose. I have inaugurated the philosophies of Cosmosphere. And really, it's the wisdom teachings of the cosmic laws of nature. And through exploration of the universe, multiverses, and cosmoverse, and the intraversed planes of Creator's consciousness, within which we are all existing within and all around us, I believe we've finally reached the point as a humanity where we can allow ourselves being all that is in being as the full and infinite expression of our divine creatorship, a being of the essence, having the ability to achieve, move into, and flow freely as eternal beings with equitable access to living in a divine state of simplicity, harmony, and love, living and being in a state of divine communion with one's self, experiencing a reawakening by immeasurable breaths, bathing in the majesty of silence, being purified compassionately by the eternal fire of creation, then being reborn out of the effervescent waters, the maternal womb of creation, with no end and no beginning. The cosmic laws of nature, like a web, just keeps on spinning. Always there to catch our fall and start a new beginning. When there's no thing left to fear, your frequency gets higher. That's it. You're set. You're right on course. No one can steal your fire or what you make from true desire. It truly was always meant to be fun. Creation is endless. Be sure of one thing, it will never be done. Being a contributing force with the insight to know when you have reached that place that you yourself created, eternal passages and depths of even the yet unseen, freely given by and in accordance with the cosmic laws of nature. They're always in our favor. Becoming aware of our connection with the existential and graceful, unconditional governance being, the point and origin of all that exists, the first degree of the immutable divine order being, the law of one and the verses of the cosmic laws of nature, not being as in singular, but being as in existent, the grand order of divinity, the collective celestial heart, being the cause of a wake and awake, that wakes us as it ripples out endlessly, eternally, in symphonic waves of harmonization and love, continuous streams flowing through the source energy field of creation, the conscious intonations of the eternal voice and existent apparency of the unfathomable, one father, mother, the languages, the divine languages. Words are not words. As Kathy was saying, they're spells. We're respelling, we're learning to respell, and actually we're learning how to read all over again, to read ourselves, to read into what we're saying, to have an inner sense. We haven't lost our innocence. We are innocent. We've got lost from our inner sense. It's all the same. So this is all drawing us closer to the bosom of the beloved creatorship of the divine union, the Trinity. We are the children, are the salvation of the Garden of Eden. We are each particulates of the eternal state of becoming, the ineffable eternal state of dominion, within an infinitely expansive morphogenic field of progenitive realizations. Those are our manifestations. Through the endless exploration, progressive teachings, yes, the ups and downs, everything we've learned makes us prime to be the most incredible creators existence has ever known. I think I'm going to stop it right there and say how much I'm grateful and how much I'm loving you all and how much I'm so happy to be here today. Bless us all.
Wow, Rosalind. Tears. Thank you so much. That was so beautiful.
Thank you.
Perfect frequency.
Yeah, we're doing it.
Yes, we are.
Take a deep breath, everybody. And remember, good things continue coming our way. Good things are coming our way. Night after night, day after day. Good things are coming our way. Good things continue coming our way. Good things are coming our way. Night after night, day after day. Good things are coming our way. Remember that and start your day no matter what. Start your day that way. No matter what has happened, no matter what. Let those be your first thoughts. The first song you hear, and it will automatically, I guarantee you, it will automatically start playing back to you, even sometimes in the middle of the day. Even when you think things aren't going so right, suddenly that will chime in and remind you again. Be patient. Be loving and be kind to yourself and to others. Good things are coming our way. And as long as we say so, then that is what will be. I love you. Thank you so much. I think you're muted, Kathy.
Thank you. And I think the ascension flu is hitting lots of us. That's what I choose to call it that. It passes and it's a blessing, but it's not pretty.
We have to go through all the stages, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I know the rest of the day I'm going to be singing that. Thank you so much. That brings out the little kid in me. I love it. I love it. Thank you.
It definitely works, believe me, I can tell you. And you'll see things start to change. That's why I said be patient, but believe me, they will. And good things will come your way.
Oh,
They'll just start pouring in.
They already are. They already are. And bless you. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful solstice. And hopefully you can stay and listen to some other people and be uplifted as well. Thank you, Rosalind. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bless you, everyone.
So now I get the great pleasure of introducing Mountain Devil Lizzy. Lizzy, here we go.
Hi, hello, sweetheart.
Hi, well, I'm so excited. So I'll get off because I know you only have 30 minutes. So
Sadly.
yes, but I'll give you a heads up at 5 minutes, okay?
Thank you, sweetheart.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I am Lizzy from Spirit Talk with Lizzy. You can find me if you search Spirit Talk with Lizzy. I too am a being of love, and I come to you with my heart in my hands, little as they are. Rosalind, that was beautiful. We are the path. Love is the path, and we are the path. And as long as we have consciousness and awareness of such thing, then we put it into realization. We are creators, and if we create with awareness, then we create what we choose to create. We create the world we want to live in for ourselves, our children, and our grandchildren. Creation is and always will be beautiful and forevermore. Just like you and me, we are spiritual, eternal on a journey. And this journey is all about knowledge and love and the sharing of such things. I always like to say we create out of awareness, and sometimes we create out of not being aware at all. And when we create out of not being aware at all, things get a bit chaotic. And therefore, because the non-awareness of our creational beingness reigns, things become very much chaotic. Becoming aware, then you can be out of heart-mind coherence and create as you would like to experience, as you would like Mother Earth, Gaia, to experience, all the animals, all the elements to experience. Because you, me, we are not separate as you may perceive. Again, perception is one of the things we have. We perceive things, we perceive separateness, but we truly are not separate. We arrive here, and now I use the water as an analogy, yes. You are a drop of water, I am a drop of water. And like children, we arrive to this planet, yes, falling here and there, ready for our path, yes, and sometimes far from the sea, the ocean, which is oneness, experiencing all. And sometimes far from the ocean, sometimes far from the rivers, from the pond. And so we make our way of experiencing self. Because as that petite, beautiful little water that is you, me, yes, we experience, we come to learn and experience. And we retain memory even when we are in the ocean of oneness. We retain memory, we retain all of what we are. We never are, we never lose that sense of whom we are. When we are in the ocean, we gladly, like children, share our experiences, and it is truly beautiful indeed. Sometimes in the ocean, one of us is just at the cusp of wanting to come back. And we are surfing the ocean. We become the surf and we reach out. Imagine when you see the splendor of the ocean, of the wave reaching out into the sky. And there's lots of little droplets reaching out into the sun. That's you, me, we on the birth way of a new existence. Past, present, future, all accumulate into the now, the quantum physics point of creation. Because, beloved ones, now is all you have, and now is always here. You always have now to create. So whatever you may feel you may have gone wrong, it is not wrong. It's just part of your experience. It does not define you. It does not define what you're going to experience next. Not necessarily. Not unless if you will it so, if you allow it so. Now is your quantum physics moment of experimental creation, creation with awareness. Now is always here. You are beautiful, beautiful souls. Truly. Oneness has created you with the utmost love. Creator, oneness, whatever you may want to call it, God, whatever. I do not hold on to names myself. I hold on to the feeling within me that tells me the truth. So we are here, part of that love. And we feel that love within our heart. Our heart is like an antenna to our higher dimensional being, which is always in connection with our experience here. Just like when you go into your car, you get the key, you turn the car on, and the car becomes alive. It takes you places, but you are the one who drives the car. Yes? So you are the I am of that experience. You are not the name. You are not your experience of the job you do. You are all possibilities. because you never stop being. You are always being here or in the next life or the life before, because time merges. Yes, past, present, future merge into one quantum physic moment of creation where everything is. That's why sometimes we experience and feel past lives. Sometimes we experience and feel other lives to come. Are they still to come? Have they have been? Or is it all happening at once? Because time is funny like that. When you have out-of-body experience, sometimes you experience time differences, time changes. And at the same time, you are here and now in that quantum physics point of creation. Why I don't necessarily like to label things. So here we are at a difficult moment. So we can say, for example, a difficult time in our lives, because this is what we perceive. But there have been and will be many difficult moments. But what we have to realize is that choices, they are there always. You choose what you feel. You choose what you perceive. You choose what you experience. And sometimes, indeed, very true, you may not choose what you are experiencing right now. But you can choose how to perceive it and how to deal with it. The power always lies within you, because you are far more powerful than you truly realize. Together, we are the ocean. The ocean is powerful indeed. But when you experience life as the droplet, sometimes you feel vulnerable and you feel alone, but you're never alone. In our bodies, we are 70-something% of water. We are crystalline beings. We are spirit, soul, eternal, on a journey. We are all possibilities. Open our hearts to all these amazing possibilities. You are the drop in the water. You are the drop. You are the puddle. We are gathering into that puddle. Together, we make our way to the pond, to the river. Together, we navigate the white river. And it's wild and it's beautiful and scary at times. Feel it all. Feel it all to the max. Don't allow any of those feelings to become you. Feelings are there to be experienced. It's all part of the wonderful experience of you. Most beautiful beings. Together, we have this, what I love to call the tapestry of life. And together on this tapestry of life, you, me, we, the animal life, the elements, the plant life, all of it, including our most beautiful Mother Earth, who is also alive. We do a cosmic dance, and it's truly amazing, truly beautiful. And again, we are experiencing that. So sometimes I laugh because sometimes people talk about aliens, and sometimes people talk about being scared of aliens. Are we not aliens ourselves if we are on this beautiful spaceship traversing through space? And if we land on another planet, are we not aliens ourselves? So names, I try not to hang on to too much. The feeling of being oneness, I like to. Feelings are different things. So try and connect with feeling as much as you possibly can. But also know that we have experienced and are still experiencing what is ours and what is not ours. That is called conditioning. And conditioning is something that is given to us and something that we also take upon ourselves. That is to do with our survival and society and the world we live in. And it is done with good intent and bad intent and a variety of things. And we also do it to ourselves. So it's not necessarily nefarious, but it is conditioning. And sometimes we manage to peel like an onion, layer by layer away of that conditioning. And when you do so, you experience your true self. You see yourself truly humbled and truly awed, because at that time you are in the lap of oneness. You know there is no separation. You know that all we are is beautiful children experiencing a journey together. And that we truly can be the difference we are looking for by having the awareness of this. So if you want to see the difference, if you want to see the change, be that change by opening your heart, by knowing that doing the same thing over and over again, there is a saying, yes, and expect different results, it's not going to happen. So war to make peace, you are creating war to make peace, is not going to happen. You have to be peace. Yes? Hate to be love, to create love, is not going to happen. Be the love. When you walk, shine love outward. When you walk, smile that love. Be that love. Love is the path, and you are that path. Every day, beautiful ones. Every single day in your life, you are the path. The path and you are not separate. You are the path. Sometimes you decide, I'm going to go through that path over there, climb the mountain, the scenic way. And then sometimes you might regret and say, oh, wow, this path is really, really hard. Why did I go through that path? Sometimes you take a break and say, okay, it may be hard, but at the same time, it's part of the experience. So instead of feeling victimized, feel the love for the path because you are the path. Feel the love for the experience because you are the experience. Don't feel the need to hang on to and to dominate it. Surrender to the experience and see that when you surrender to the experience doesn't grab back at you. It is just an experience. And your thyroidic field grows and grows and grows. And whatever was negative does not live in that field no more. And you walk again. And you walk that path. And you are the path. And you shine outward. And just because you are walking someone that may be in a negative place, and you walk past it, and your beautiful thyroidic field touches that person. And that person will feel suddenly, inside of it, something is changing. Inside of its own collapsing thyroidic field, they feel suddenly they can breathe. They feel passionate suddenly. They feel, maybe I can change something. That is because your thyroidic field touches their thyroidic field. And you filled it with inspiration. You filled it with love. You filled it with sunshine. You filled it with all possibilities. The memory of you. The remembrance of you enlightens the path for another. You can't change another, but you can be that light. You can be that inspiration. You can be the most powerful, beautiful being that is you. Just by being. Be you every day. Yes. Be you every day and say, I am. I am. I am love. I am the sunshine. I am the rain. I am the beautiful bird that is singing, and the one that squawks too, and may not sound beautiful, but it is part of that rhythm. Without the squawking one, the singing birds may not have sounded so good, but truly in that symphony, the squawk is just as beautiful as the beautiful little bird that was just making your heart sing. Truly the highs without the lows is not the same. We experience difference, so we can understand the difference. Because we are here on a path of remembrance. Remembrance of the wholeness of whom you are. And you are not just a little part. You are a unique shard of the divine, beautiful every day. Every single day. You are so beautiful. I wish you could see yourself the way I see you. I see you all in beautiful colors of resonances. The body is a body. It's beautiful. Honor it. But you are so, so amazing. You are so, so beautiful. Your spirit, soul, is so amazing. So let me see how much time have we got. Have we got time?
You have 10 more minutes.
Okay. May I just bring you in to breathe in and out with me? Breathe in and out. Breathe in all what is yours and good. And breathe out all what is not yours and you picked up and does not serve you. And breathe in all what is yours and good, and breathe out all what you picked up is not yours and does not serve you. Now breathe in again all what is yours and good, and breathe out beautiful, beautiful golden white light. Share it with everyone. Imagine above your head this beautiful sun, golden, gentle white light. And as you breathe in and out, visualize your heart. Send it love. Feel the love in your heart. Bring that love into that beautiful golden white light above your head, above your crown. Imagine it opening up like a beautiful golden white lotus. And that beautiful golden white light is pouring itself in through that beautiful lotus. And it's filling your head, your eyes, your nose, your mouth, your ears, your neck, shoulders, arms, lower part of your arms, and your hands, your torso, all your inner parts, your hips, your legs, knees, lower part of your legs, and your feet. Feel every single part of your body rejoicing, being filled with this healing, loving, golden, gentle white light. Feel it healing. Feel it rejoicing within your body. Every single cell of your body pulsating with amazing loving energy, amazing healing energy. Feel every part of your body. As you do that, visualize the bottom of your feet. Allow it to connect to Mother Earth. And allow some of that energy to go deep, deep, deep into Mother Earth and share it with Mother Earth and all the beings within. Breathe in and out. Now visualize that same light coming out to the palms of your hands, filling the whole world, healing the seas, the oceans, the rivers, the little ponds, the water within you, the plant life, the animal life, you, me, we, all your beloved ones, your town, your house, your garden, your country, all the countries. Feel the love within. Feel the love within your body. And shine it out. Shine it out. Shine it out into the world. Gently come back into your body. Breathe in and out. Wriggle your fingers. Wriggle your toes. Wriggle your nose and smile. Come back into your body. Shake a little bit of the extra energy off. Smile to the world. Send any extra energy out to the palms of your hands. Send it out to your beloved ones, out to anyone you feel needs the extra energy. And smile. Know that you are a unique shard of the divine, beautiful in every single way. We create with awareness a beautiful world, a beautiful now. Become aware of that whom you are. Become aware of your thoughts, feelings, and emotions, so that every day you create with awareness that beautiful world you want to live in. Remember, now is all we have, and now is always here. Now is your quantum physic point of creation. Never too late to start. Never too late to start. Be the one you are looking for. You are the one you are looking for. Because you can only change out there by realizing within that you are the change, that you are the love walking the path and the path. You are most beautiful indeed. Embrace that, whom you are. Say it to yourself and say it to others too. Thank you for listening. And you can find me on a very tiny little YouTube called Spirit Talk with Lizzy. I haven't done very much on it, but there are some videos on there. I will start creating more stuff, and we'll do some live stuff on there hopefully very soon. Mostly what you see is pictures that I take and I put them all together and you hear my voice. But please join me there, because watch the space, more stuff will be coming up on there. And I hope you truly enjoyed. I mean, so far, the two beautiful, wonderful ladies that came before me, their sharing was amazing. And our beautiful Catty is amazing, and I love Catty. Thank you. And I hope you enjoyed listening to me. I wish I had more time, but time is here, always. And as I say, now is all we have, and now is always here.
Well, thank you so much. That was the perfect, everything's like fitting in like puzzle pieces into this beautiful mosaic. That was so beautiful and so calming and relaxing. Thank you. Very heart opening. Thank you, Liz.
Thank you.
And again, everyone, Lizzy's channel, her YouTube channel is Spirit with Lizzy.
Spirit Talk with
Spirit
Lizzy.
Talk. Oops, sorry.
Yes.
I tried.
Yeah. It's Spirit Talk with Lizzy. And I call it that because many years ago, because I do radio as well, I do channeling and I do automatic writing whilst I'm asleep. So I was writing quite a lot. And I never even heard about any of this talking on radio or anything. And Spirit was pushing. And I don't even know how I ended up calling a number, and I was live on radio suddenly, reading my channeling of love and beauty and all that what we are. So that's how it
so
started.
Beautiful. Well, when we surrender, Spirit knows more than we do.
Yeah, we are spirit, and sometimes people are waiting to have a spiritual moment. But realize that you are spirit soul having a moment right here, right now in this beautiful body.
Yes. Thank you. So I hope you'll stay and listen.
I stay. I'll be here if you need to call up on me. I'll be around.
Okay. Well, thank you. Bless you. So the next person is not here. So we are going to share a pre-record from my dear friend, Grandmother Susan Christensen. And I'm going to put it up. Let's make sure it works. Add to stream. There she is. Let's stop her for a second. So I just want everyone to know Susan is an author, a writer, a filmmaker. Her film on Indigenous grandmothers it's free on YouTube, but it was picked up by PBS and used nationwide as a fundraiser for public broadcasting stations. So she is very, very dear and very working very hard to live the truth of her teachings that she has learned through the Indigenous. She's in a group that meets once a week of grandmothers. This recording is only 18 minutes long. So after that, I will be showing some other little clips that will give you some insight to what Evan and Stephen Strong are going to be doing later during this event. So with that, I'll be quiet, and hopefully let me know, Leanne and others, if you can hear well. Okay.
Well, hello, everyone. I'm really honored to be here, and I really want to thank you for the invitation. My name is Susan Starr Christensen. My Tlingit name, which was given to me by my elder, Jim Walton, who was Tlingit Kagwantan Wolf from Sitka, and his Tlingit name is Klaak. He gave me the Tlingit name Sha'ak-Sik, which means eagle daughter. And one of the things that I was taught is to always start with a prayer. So if you can let me, I'd like to start with a prayer that was given to me that calls in the 4 directions. So take a deep breath. To the winds of the south, great serpent, wrap your coils of light around us. Teach us to shed the past the way you shed your skin, to walk softly upon the earth. Teach us the beauty of your ways. To the winds of the west, mother, sister, jaguar, protect our medicine space. Teach us the way of peace, to live impeccably. Show us the way beyond death. To the winds of the north, hummingbird, grandmothers and grandfathers, ancient ones, come and warm your hands by our fires. Whisper to us in the wind. We honor you who have come before us and you who will come after us, our children's children. To the winds of the east, great eagle, great condor, come to us from the place of the rising sun. Keep us under your wing. Show us the mountains we only dare to dream of. Teach us to fly wing to wing with the Great Spirit. Mother Earth, we've gathered together for the healing of all your children. The stone people, the plant people, the 4-legged, the 2-legged, the creepy crawlers, the finned, the furred, and the winged ones. All our relations. Father, Sun, Grandmother Moon, to the star nations. Great Spirit, you who are known by 1,000 names and you who are the unnameable one. Thank you for bringing us together and allowing us to sing and dance the song of life. To the heart, where it all comes together. Help us to feel the presence of the Creator within, to hear and to see the spark of life within all your creation. Gunachish. I usually start every presentation I ever make, letting people know I'm not nervous and I'm not crying. When I was younger, I wore a brace and it was the wrong treatment for what was wrong with me, and it damaged my vocal cords. So people always tell me, oh, you sound like you're nervous or you're crying. Well, this is the best I can get. So my apologies for that. But I also wanted to start today with sharing with you a dream. And I know that many people who are listening are also guided in their life by dreams and by prayer. But I wanted to share with you a dream that I had as an older person before I started on the journey that I'm currently on. And in that dream, I was living in my home in Juneau, Alaska. And if you know Alaska, you know that Juneau is on one side of the Gastineau Channel. And on the other side of the channel is Douglas Island. And in my dream, I was on the Juneau side of Gastineau Channel, and I was standing on top of an old 45 record player. And if you remember those, or many of you aren't old enough to remember them, but they were like these little square boxes, and you could put a little record right on a spindle on the center of the square box. And I was standing on top of this record that was going around, and on it were all these people that were living in Juneau that I knew, some that I didn't know. And I was jumping up and down as the record was turning around. And I was saying to everyone, we're on top of a record player. Why are we on top of a record player? Let's get off the record. And the more I would say it, the faster the record would spin. And it kept spinning faster and faster. And I was jumping up and down, and it kept spinning faster and faster. And finally, I was thrown off the record player. And I was thrown off the record. And I found myself laying on a beach on Douglas Island on the other side of Gastineau Channel. And behind me was a mountain. And I remember sitting up on the beach and looking back, and I could see really clearly now that everyone was just spinning around on top of the record player. And I remember thinking, well, do I go back and try to get them off and tell them to get off of the record player? And then a thought came to me in the dream to turn around. So I turned around in the dream, and I noticed that there was a path leading up the mountain. And I thought, I'm supposed to follow this path up the mountain. So I started walking up the mountain on this path, and I realized that people had left markers on this path along the way. And that's when I woke up. And what that dream was to me was a start of getting out of a life that I had been living, where I'd been working for the government, and I had been working on trying to be a quote unquote success in this world. And it made me realize that my ancestors had always left me a path. They had always pointed out a path that was different from the path that I was living, which was going around and being in the same place. So from that time, I made the decision to leave many of those things in my life behind. And I started working on the Women's Voices Project, and a book and a film, which I did, called The Wisdom of the Grandmothers, and another film that I'm working on called Indigenous Prophecy Today. And I've got involved in a worldwide grandmother circle, and I participated in my Baha'i faith community circles in a different way. And I started writing another book, which is coming out soon, called Flying with Wings. And I did all of these things feeling that they were connections to my purpose in life. And I still feel a little bit that way. But I learned something along the way that was incredibly important that I'd like to share, that leads me to what I'm grateful for. I learned that my purpose is to grow as a spiritual being and to grow in connection with my understanding of the Creator. So the things that I do might be a reflection in this world of that purpose, but they're not that purpose. They're things that help me and have helped me to learn to grow in that understanding of my connection to spirit. So that leads me to what I'm grateful for. I am so grateful for many, many, many things. But most of all, I'm grateful that the ancestors and the seers of the past left us a roadmap, left markers along the way of how we can walk that spiritual path. I'm incredibly grateful that my Creator has allowed me to learn from Indigenous wisdom. I believe that the seers, the prophets, the messengers of God who were on this earth left us markers to tell us that we are not alone and that we can walk this spiritual path. We're always guided. There's always markers. The prophecies that have been left behind, things like Prophecy Rock, which I know have been taught or being talked about, stories, legends, teachings from the past. These are our markers. And my job is to find them and continue to move forward step by step. What I wish for the world in 2023 is that young people will begin to come back to learn about ancestral teachings, learn about the old ways, learn about living simply, and that as they walk that spiritual path, which the elders tell us is the longest journey, the journey from the head to the heart, the journey of the human being, that they'll recognize our unity and our oneness. My hope for the world in 2023 is that we will choose individually and collectively to rebuild a world that's based on respect for all life, that we will bring the threads of traditional indigenous beliefs into the present time. I also wish and pray every day that young people who are struggling will not give up, that they will not turn to substances or other things that disconnect them from their spiritual path, but that they will learn to trust that if they connect to their creator and if they connect to the older teachings and the earth, that they will get through what we are collectively going through as a world. I believe and I pray that as we walk this journey to our hearts and to our adulthood as humanity, that we will be guided by unity, by respect for the earth, by respect for elders, by respect for women, that we'll know that peace is possible, both peace within ourselves and with each other, that we will understand our ability to connect with our Mother Earth and all life, that will abolish racism and prejudice of all kinds, and that we'll understand that elevating the work that we do every day and the things that are in front of us is really a way to worship. And that as we do this work and we join together in unity, that this is our worship of the Creator. This is our way to understand. I pray that we'll learn to listen. And one of the things that I've been blessed to learn from a group of grandmothers that I meet with every week is I've been so blessed to learn that the teachings of sacred listening and heart sharing, that if I can share with you my authenticity from my heart, and I can listen to you as if the voice of the Creator is speaking, that I can learn how to be together in circle with each one of you in love and unity. So that's my prayer, that's my wish, that's my hope. And I know that 2023 is going to bring many challenges. The prophecies tell us that they are going to bring this, we're coming into a time of many, many challenges. But we are also coming into a time of ascension and fulfillment. And it is up to each of us in our own hearts to make that connection, to make that commitment, to walk the path, to look for the signs that have been left for us, and to know that we will get through it. And on the other side of whatever difficulties, whatever rocks, whatever stones come in our way, is a world of unity and peace and love, fulfillment of every prophecy, kingdom of God on earth. We are the ones that are bringing that about. You are the ones that will bring that about. And if we make our decisions based on the wisdom that has been given us to think about the next 7 generations that are coming rather than just ourselves, we will walk that simple spiritual line that's the bottom of the Hopi prophecy rock. We will walk that path. And it may look that we're walking it alone, but truly we are not. We are walking it hand in hand with Creator, with the ancestors, and with all of those who have come before us that have left us the markers along the way. We don't change. It's an honor to be here with you. So that's about all I have to say, except with that, I would also like to close the directions. And if you would give me a moment to ask you to just take another breath and settle in. And let's close what we have opened. To the winds of the south, great serpent, we thank you for wrapping your coils of light around us. We thank you for teaching us to shed the past the way you shed your skin. We thank you for teaching us to walk softly on the earth and teaching us the beauty of your ways. We thank you and we release you. To the winds of the west, Mother, Sister, Jaguar, we thank you for protecting our medicine space and teaching us the way of peace. We thank you for teaching us to live impeccably and showing us the way beyond death. We thank you and we release you. To the winds of the north, hummingbird, grandmothers and grandfathers, ancient ones, we thank you for coming and warming your hands by our fires and whispering to us in the wind. We thank you for allowing us to honor those who have come before us and those who will come after us, our children's children. We thank you and we release you. To the winds of the east, great eagle, great condor, we thank you for coming to us from the place of the rising sun and keeping us under your wing. We thank you for showing us the mountains we only dare to dream of. We thank you for teaching us to fly wing to wing with the Great Spirit. We thank you and we release you. Mother Earth, we thank you for allowing us to gather together for the healing of all your children, the stone people, the plant people, the four-legged, the two-legged, the creepy crawlers, the finned, the furred, and the winged ones, all our relations. We thank you and we release you. Father, Sun, Grandmother Moon, to the star nations, Great Spirit, you who are known by 1,000 names and you who are the unnameable one, we thank you for bringing us together and allowing us to sing and dance the song of life. We thank you and we release you. And to the heart, where it all comes together, we thank you for helping us to feel the presence of the Creator within. We thank you for allowing us to hear and see the spark of life with all your creation. We thank you. We release you. Gunaljish, all my relations.
Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoyed her beautiful sharing. And what I wanted to do, because that wasn't a full 30 minutes, is I wanted to share real quick a PBS promo that they did for her film, The Wisdom of the Grandmother, so you can get an idea about it. And then I'll be sharing some clips from Evan and Stephen Strong's work to also entice you to stay all day with us, or when you have more time to watch this later, But this is the Wisdom of the Grandmothers PBS promo. Again, the Wisdom of the Grandmothers, Susan has gifted to everyone. It was done in 2016, and it's online for free for everyone. But right now, I'll just show this so that you have a little insight into what it is. Susan's put a lot of energy. She's working on her second film in capturing the wisdom from the indigenous grandmothers from all over the world. She just came back not too long ago from Australia, where she was working and capturing information, and she's working with all the prophecies. So I think this is such valuable information for us to fortify our hearts as we go through these changing times.
Started with a dream. Let's ask grandmothers about what they think is important.
So grandmothers who have the strength, we now have the experiences, we now have the wisdom.
All of this has to do with relationship.
And if we open to that and allow ourselves to be carriers of this wisdom, there's enough for everybody.
Treasure buried deep.
Well, that was how quick it was. But you can see the opportunity is for us to really get aligned with what the people knew that were aligned with nature, and change the way that we interact. I also wanted to share, I have this beautiful book that's White Eagle is a spirit guide for a lot of people in the world. There's actually a retreat center in Texas dedicated to White Eagle. If you go and look, you can find lots and lots of books that are channelings of his. And what I thought I'd do is read this and then show a couple videos. And they're short, very short. So here we go. Magic that heals. There is always something beautiful to be found if you will look for it. Concentrate on beauty rather than on the reverse. This positive, loving attitude towards life and people is all part of the divine magic which we are all endeavoring to reveal to you. It is helping you to perceive the divine presence, helping you to put into operation the divine magic that heals. So with that, I'm going to show you, and these are very short. The next one is these are all from Evan and Stephen Strong, and hopefully that you'll find them entertaining. Let's add this one. This is a yo that was captured. So I'm sorry it's breaking up so much. I'll try another one instead.
For y'all.
Here we go.
Homo rudolfensis in East Africa. south of the Horn, in direct competition with the Homo habilis. Believe that they ate a lot more meat than some other ape cousins, which may explain some of their greater brain growth. Vegetarians look really bad. They were still omnivorous, they just had a preference for meat. Now for the Buskop man. In South Africa, only the cap has been found from this unusual species of human. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. We don't really know. The skull cap is about 1,700 centimeters, whereas a Buskop man is about 2,000, leading people to believe that they had greater intelligence. However, few fossils had been found where they came from. Dudes are the Dmanisi hominins. In southern Georgia, notable skulls have been found in this particular part of the world. Interestingly, a bunch of hackberry seeds have been found near the fossils, suggesting they may have been eating them. It has to be a carnivore, eh?
Okay. So the next one we're going to add to stream, hopefully we'll stream better too. They're different formats of files. So we'll take this one out and add another one. So this is their book, Between a Rock and a Hard Place.
Recent DNA research shows the out of Africa theory is incorrect. This book will show you how this has come to be. The out of Australia theory is based on both the latest genetic studies and original law. Science and the spiritual will become one and the same. Homo sapiens actually spread far and wide from Australia across the globe. Australia is the beginning place, the claim being all peoples of the world come from here. Occupation within Australia is vastly much older than previously thought. This site of the Standing Stones, which is Australia's Stonehenge, have changed history as we know it. For within this site is all knowledge, all science, all history, and all forms of writing. Within this site, the mirror link between the stars above and the earth below are written into the stones. Within these sites are an array of artifacts that just don't fit into the current paradigms. We delve into the mystery of the marked rocks, artifacts, using science, mathematics, and the dreaming. And this is just the beginning, the tip of the iceberg. There's so much more that awaits. There are scores of sites throughout Australia which demand attention. They question the current history we're being taught. The British were merely the last of many overseas visitors that Australia has received. Did the ancient Egyptians visit Australia to learn off the Australian originals? Original law and the sites we talk of within this book all point towards our origins coming from afar, that we were seeded by sky heroes into our current guise. With an eclectic and open-minded scientific approach, we combine genetics, the dreaming, archaeology, geology into a holistic system of knowledge of our beginnings, for the present and for the dire importance of our future times.
So I'm very excited about those stones that they showed in that trailer right now, because we are going to experience them in about an hour and a half for a while. We hopefully will have a camcorder kind of view of being in the circle of the stones. So I am so excited about that. So thank you all. Again, that was Grandmother Susan Christensen. And next is one of my dear friends, a sister from another mother, Marbeth Dunn. Hi, Marbeth.
Hi, Kathy.
So you'll have to give me 1 second to get your thing up, okay?
Sure.
Oops, the wrong thing. I'm trying to release these, remove them. Okay, so I'll be right there with you, okay? But since you have the cam, you go right ahead and start enjoying.
Okay, just give me 1 second because I got to get something up too. So I really want to thank you, Kathy, and I want to thank Omar for having me on this very special winter solstice celebration. I'm so grateful for you because it offers me an opportunity to present something that's very, very close to my heart. And My name's Marbeth Dunn. I am an intuitive energy management specialist. I've been a spiritual teacher for over 25 years. I have an integrative approach, which incorporates energy healing, spiritual principles, empowerment training, mind expansion, Qigong, and yoga. And I help highly sensitive, empathic individuals to break through their barriers and manage their energy so that they can live happy and prosperous lives. So I wanted to share with you my dream of a world filled with peace and love. So this is the winter solstice of 22, but we're moving on to the next slide.
Okay, just one sec. There we go.
There we go. So in 2018, I was guided to share the World Miracle Peace Experiment. So here's basically what happened. I woke up one morning and I had been feeling off for a few months, just really not very strong, kind of ill. And I woke up one morning and suddenly I had this aha moment. And it was so powerful. It was like, you are going to create this World Miracle Peace Experiment. And I was stunned because here, I was given this opportunity to do something big and you're going to do this in 2 weeks. I'm like, what? How could that possibly happen? I can't do this in 2 weeks. But, when spirit speaks, we listen, or I listen. And so I thought it was going to happen on my conference line, but on the day that everything was supposed to happen, the conference line crashed. And I found myself live on Facebook. And there I was on Facebook for my very first Facebook Live. And there were people from all over the world, from Japan and South Africa. And the question is, if you've ever wondered, I'm just one person, how can I make the world a better place when it's filled with division and violence and corruption? Well, we're not just one person. We're all one amazing self. And so what happened was this 7-minute a day meditation every day at noon Eastern, and it united individuals in a unified field of consciousness to promote peace and love and healing worldwide. Now, I knew that if I was going to do this as an experiment, I needed to have scientific corroboration of what's happening. It had to be totally independent. So I decided to focus on the Middle East because there were a lot of statistics on the violence in the Middle East. And I found this organization called the ACLED, which knew nothing about me or my little experiment, but they had independent statistics, which I'll show you in a little bit. So I based the experiment on the work of Dr. John Hagelin, who is the leader of the Transcendental Meditation movement in the United States. He's the president of Maharishi Mahesh Yogi University. And I wanted to show that we have these energy fields, shall we call them, that extend far beyond our physical bodies, and that we could unite in what I call the field of miracles, of love and peace and miracles. And so we have this energetic component and we have the capacity to unite with others in this unified field of consciousness, and we can affect other people. So that's kind of a big thing. Now, John Hagelin led experiments throughout the 80s and I believe the 90s, where he brought transcendental meditators to various locations, and they would meditate for a period of time. And the level of violence dropped dramatically. They did that in Washington, D.C. Huge, you couldn't miss it, drop in the level of violence. They also did it for 2 months in Israel during the Lebanon War. And at one point, depending upon how many people were actually physically there meditating in this experiment, the level of violence actually dropped at one point down 76%. I mean, that's nothing little, right? But we were not going physically to any location. We were going to meet on the astral. We were going to expand our consciousness to meet in this field. And we were all going to unite over the internet, right? On a Facebook Live. But I also set the intention that people could come and watch the video later and they could add to that field. So it was actually very, very powerful. So we focused on the Middle East because it's been a center of violence for many, many years. And in fact, at that point, over 140,000 people had been killed. And a study of violence that was recent to our experiment in 22 countries added 1.4 million murders and suicides during that death, to add to that death toll. And that also there were a lot of incidences where women were raped and beaten. And there were many mental health issues that happened as well. So basically, this is what we did. And Kathy, can we show some of the statistics? What happened? So this is, we started May 1st, 2018. And this is just the first 3 months, May through July. And you can see, things are looking a little better. And then we're going to move on to the next slide. There we are. We ended on October 18th. So this was a 6 months experiment beginning May 1st, ending October 18th. You can see what happened to the level of violence. And it was pretty dramatic. And, I wasn't really expecting, I didn't know what to expect. I was just like, okay, I'm being guided to create this experiment. I have wanted to repeat it. Every time I start, I'm stopped. So this was the experiment. As of now, it may happen again. I don't know. But continue on to the next slide. And I want to show you another outcropping of what happened is we had conversations of peace. Now, initially, I was the only meditator in this experiment. I was the one there 7 days a week at noon Eastern to lead this experiment for 7 minutes a day, which actually worked out to about 15 minutes till people came on and, we were able to get it together. And, it was kind of a loose 7 minutes a day, different kinds of meditations, because when I give lead a meditation, they just kind of come out. I never plan them. They just happen. I'm totally guided. I just give myself up to spirit and the meditations happen, which we will do a little bit later. And so these are some of the people who joined me on the program. This is just some of them. There were actually quite a few more. And it went on for 6 months. I brought in a different person to lead the meditation once or twice a week. So these were some of the people. And you want to move to the next slide. Kathy, you're amazing, and I love you. So, and that's so wonderful that we have gratitude. Now, Omar asked all of us that we express gratitude for things that happened in the past year. So one of the things that I'm very grateful for are the tools that I have that uplevel my emotions, that I have my masters and teachers and guides and God and the Holy Spirit, Source, the universe, whatever you want to call it. Oh my gosh, I'm so incredibly grateful. I am grateful for all the healing in my life, healing of my physical being, my emotional being, my spiritual being. I'm grateful for my loved ones. I'm grateful to my students. And I'm so very grateful to share my knowledge with everyone here. So moving on to the next slide, we're going to move on now to imagining 2023. And I have a poem that, basically during this time, we are called upon to imitate the sun. Now, the sun is at its very lowest point today in relation to the Earth's equator. And if you think of the solstice as a celestial new year, you can think of it as a time for introspection, for cleansing, for planting seeds. And just as the sun is reborn on the solstice, it seems to stand still on the solstice, we are too, or we can be. So I want to read to you a poem, The Shortest Day, by Susan Cooper. And this distills the ancient echo and enduring sentiments of the solstice. So, the shortest day came, and the year died, and everywhere down the centuries of the snow-white world came people singing, dancing to drive the dark away. They lighted candles in the winter trees. They hung their homes with evergreen. They burned beseeching fires all night long to keep the year alive. And when the New Year's sunshine blazed awake, they shouted, reveling, through all the frosty ages. You can hear them echoing behind us. Listen. So, with that, I would like to lead us on a special seating, imagining meditation for 2023. So sit up straight. Sit up straight. Tuck your chin in a little bit. This is the yogic neck lock called the Jalandhar bond, where you want your neck straight so the energy can flow up your spine to the 1,000-petal lotus at the crown of your head. We want that energy, that prana, the light force energy to flow. Okay, so we're going to sit up straight. We're going to tuck in the chin, and we're going to follow the breath all the way down into the lower belly. As you inhale, follow the breath in your mind's eye as it moves all the way down into the lower belly. As you exhale, you're releasing everything that is not love, everything that is not serving you, any stress, any anger, any fear. At this point, we are releasing it all, and we inhale love and peace and light. We see it moving through our body, through the physical form, as we inhaled all the way down into the belly. And now we're going to exhale again, any anger, stress, fear, anxiety, anything that is not serving us anymore. Out it goes. Any old relationships that aren't serving us, whether it's a relationship with a physical person, or perhaps it's a relationship with food or our weight, or a relationship with a career, anything that is not serving you, out it goes. And we inhale life and love, beautiful, beautiful prana or chi that fills us up all the way down into our belly. And again, we exhale everything we don't want, everything we don't want to take with us into 2023. Any illness, fear, grief, out it goes. And now as we inhale, see yourself inhaling a beautiful light, beautiful golden light that's moving down into your belly, all the way down into your belly. And as you exhale, that light is also beginning to expand throughout your physical being, filling you up, this beautiful golden light. We're going to inhale down into the belly. Focus your energy in that belly, but at the same time, we feel on the exhale that golden light is moving out throughout the whole physical being, throughout your whole physical form, filling you up with golden light. beautiful, clear energy. That's it. And now just inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale. Very, very beautiful. And feel that light moving up throughout your chakras. It's starting with the lower chakras, which are the base of the other chakras, kind of like a spiritual pyramid. We need those lower chakras to keep us strong, to keep us balanced, to keep us from toppling over if we put all of our energy in the top ones. And we're moving up now into the solar plexus. And we feel that golden light accentuating the golden color of the solar plexus chakra. We feel all of the relationships, all of our will, our self-will, our power in our individual beings here. And we bless it as that beautiful light moves upward into the green of the heart chakra. There we are in the heart chakra, the gateway to our divinity, how we express our love and peace into the field of love and peace and miracles, into the field where we unite as one beautiful self. We unite with our Creator, and we experience ourselves as limitless beings, limitless in power, limitless in love, limitless in peace. So feel that limitlessness. Feel it moving into that field of love and peace and miracles. And now we're moving up into the throat chakra, where we hold our emotions, but where we also express ourselves. And we feel that beautiful blue. We see that beautiful blue of the throat chakra, and we see it emanating out into that field of love and peace and miracles. Our whole beings are growing into that field. We're experiencing that field where we can all unite as one as we move up into the Ajna chakra, that beautiful indigo chakra. And as we are in that chakra, we are inhaling golden light through the forehead, all the way back into the crystal chamber in the center of your head and out through the forehead. How beautiful is that? Okay, feel that. That is moving out our beautiful intuition, our beautiful spiritual connectedness is moving out into that field of love and peace and miracles. And we're moving up to the violet chakra at the crown of our head, the 1,000-petal lotus. And from there, we are experiencing that oneness with the divine. And we bring all of this out right now into the field of love and peace and miracles as we connect for directing our love, our peace, all of the energy, the beautiful energy of our beings to surround our beautiful planet with love, with peace, with joy in the new year. We're setting our intention. We're blessing all of our beautiful brothers and sisters on this beautiful planet. And we are also blessing everyone who is on this call right now and will be watching it at a later time. So just feel that love going out, that peace going out, that joy, and now feel it coming back, because giving and receiving are the same, the very same energies. And as you're receiving more, you can send more love and peace and joy out to our beautiful planet To all of our brothers and sisters, notice what's happening within your being. Notice what's happening within you. Feel it. It's real. It's very real. You saw the statistics. This is what happens when we all band together to share love, to share peace, to share healing, to share joy. We receive it as well. And this intention is to forward it into 2023. How beautiful, huh? Yeah. This is yours. And you can experience it whenever you want by tapping back into this energy field, breathing into your belly and letting your chakras expand out into the field of love and peace and miracles. And when you're ready, just come back very gently, wiggle your hands, your fingers, and your feet, your toes, and come back into the physical form, because I'm not done. I have a few more things that I would like to share with you. So the first one is I wanted to discuss some tools that we can use moving into 2023 that would be very, very powerful, that are very, very powerful. And the first one is shape-shifting. So, shape-shifting. Well, that is a tool that I use, and a lot of other people do, where we can project our energy into the essence of someone or something else. And for example, I suggest that you move into 2023. This is a wonderful day. I know a lot of people will be sharing rituals for today to write things on paper that you no longer want and burn them in a bonfire, or lighting a candle or whatever, using fire, and then writing a list and projecting what you want. And that's wonderful. Please do it. But I want to address some other things. So one of the ways that we can really improve our intuition and our awareness and evolve our consciousness is by shape-shifting. When we move outside into nature, and I'd start with something inanimate, like a stone, a rock, something, water, something that is not really animate. And just move down, get into a very relaxed place, do some deep breathing, and send your energy. Imagine, using that imagination, imagine yourself into that rock or that water and feel it. Feel what it feels like to be that rock, to be that water. It may not happen right away, but you can develop this skill. And when you feel that you've developed the skill comfortably enough, you move up. And now you can be a butterfly, move into the awareness of a butterfly or a bird, maybe a bug, something kind of small, and just feel what it's like. Eventually, you look at a bird flying and you can project your awareness into it. How exciting, right? And then you can move up to higher mammals and just feel what it feels like. It's expanding your awareness. It's something you can do to create something greater, because you're having that awareness where you can connect more deeply with life on Earth. And the next thing I would suggest is to also spend time in nature, and from that place in nature to look up and start communing with Source, God, the universe, and thank them. Thank God, Source, the universe, your guides, your masters, your teachers. Thank you. Thank you for loving me. Thank you for guiding me. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for inspiring me. In this way, we will have an inspired 2023. And Kathy, for the last slide, this went so fast, I wanted to share more.
It's perfect. It's 4 minutes. Okay.
I know. Well, the last one is very quick.
Okay.
So I wanted to offer you my 7 easy steps to harness the power of miracles. It's an ebook. It's very easy, and it's yours free at yourmiraclepower.com. And I am, in the new year, I'll be having a 3-week program for harnessing the power of miracles. And when you download this free book, I'll be able to share with you more details about that if you're interested. And thank you so much for offering me the opportunity to share this presentation with you today. I so appreciate you. I love you. And I send you so much love and joy and peace in this beautiful winter solstice.
Sometimes I have to help myself here. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That was beautiful. And the energy was really interesting because I think most people are struggling with their root chakra energy right now during this. Not only is it the energy that of the season, the holiday season, and all the things to do, but it's also just the global consciousness. And so that process that you did was so wonderful because it really opened up the channel. Thank you so much.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you for inviting me, Kathy.
Oh, sure. Well, thank you. And you guys have a wonderful holiday. Say hello to everyone for me. Okay. Thank you, Marbeth.
Thanks, Kathy.
Bye-bye. So let's see. It looks like we are. That was wonderful. And I'm so excited that the way that this is all working out, because it's seriously building on each other. And it's so beautiful. You can see everyone's perspectives, gives you another little nugget of ways that you can engage with life in a different way. And I'm so excited to meet this next person. I haven't met her before. So here we go. We're adding you to the stream. Where'd you go? There you go. Hi.
Hello.
Is it Ildie?
Yes, that's it. Ildie.
Sorry, I haven't met you before, and Omar didn't give me the pronunciation class.
That's okay.
But so glad to meet you, and thank you so much for being a part of it, being one of our seed dreamers, or we call us seed dreaming team, and everybody's on the team. Everybody that wants to be is on this team. So welcome, and I'll get off. I will be a little voice at 5 minutes.
Great.
To help you, okay?
Thank you very much. Okay.
Welcome.
So hi, everybody. I am Ildie. I am Hungarian Australian. I live in Egypt now. I generally do archaeology photography, but I also work in tourism as, a means to an ends here, which is actually great. So I've been doing research on, ancient civilizations for a very long time, but I always focused on the actual history and nothing behind it, not, the culture and their practices, etc. Once I came to Egypt, though, that all changed for me. And I came on a tour with Graham Hancock, so that was very, very helpful, having him there explaining things from very different perspectives. So what I found was it really opened me up to a whole different, layer of the onion, I guess. And today I wanted to talk about gratitude, but specifically how gratitude is something that is important now, but it was also important back in the ancient times. And we see this from several different cultures around the world. And then at the end, I also want to talk about, the importance of setting intentions when you go to ancient sites. And this is important, especially for researchers. You may have, good intentions, or you feel that, but you kind of need to vocalize it to these places. They are sacred sites, and they do have some sort of, energy there that, can either work with you or work against you. So, and this all kind of folds into the same thing. So today I'm going to be talking about gratitude. So just give me a second and I'll share my screen.
Let me know if you need help, okay?
Sure. Go. Sorry, I forgot to bring my mouse into the room, and I'm useless without one.
Do you want me to show it? I can put it on for you.
No, it's.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
No, it's fine. Yeah, I got it. All right. So, like I said, a lot of ancient cultures practice gratitude, and this was part of, their spiritual work that they all did, or, aimed to do. I don't like to say that, let's say the ancient Egyptian religion was a religion as such. It's not the same as what we have now. I look at more as, a way of life, and to spiritually build yourself for the afterlife. So what is gratitude? By definition, it's the quality of being thankful, readiness to show appreciation for, and to return kindness. So interestingly, there's been a lot of study done on this by different psychologists. And, they have found very interesting things. So psychologists have defined gratitude as a positive emotional response that we perceive on giving or receiving a benefit from someone, okay? Studies have found that gratitude is strongly and consistently associated with greater happiness. So gratitude helps people feel more positive emotions, relish good experiences, improve their health, and deal with adversity, and to build strong relationships in your life. So this is very important. So Harvard Health has done a study on this and have found that, this is the case, that practicing gratitude is really beneficial for you psychologically, which then impacts you, on a physical level as well with your health. Yet, even though there's research in this and we know about this, this is not something that anybody really teaches us, to actually do. When people think about it, they think about, these sorts of things like, oh, it's for those kind of new age kind of people, because, that's where you hear about it the most. But realistically, this should be taught from a very, very young age, because it can really help you develop, you know, a positive mindset in life, which is really, really important, especially during, you know, crazy times. And there's always going to be crazy times in the world, you know, between wars and whatnot. So we have to, you know, learn a way of keeping, you know, positive psychology in our life. So, you know, there's actually, I think, 28 things that, you know, were listed from various studies on the benefits of, you know, giving gratitude, you know, making you happier, increasing your psychological well-being, enhances your positive emotions, you know, it can help with suicide prevention, or even people that are trying to get off, you know, hard drugs. And it can improve the relationships with your families. I mean, you know, the studies are a little bit more detailed and they explain it quite well. But the important thing to, you know, note is I used to view this sort of thing like that as well, because I didn't understand. You know, I heard certain people talk about it, but not, you know, it was like at a music festival or something when I was younger, so I wasn't going to give it that much credit. But once I actually started my spiritual journey at the ancient archaeological sites, then, you know, this all changed for me, and understanding why and how, you know, these practices have been passed on to us throughout the time. You know, I just feel it's a shame that not everybody is kind of doing it. So here are some, you know, more benefits. Lowers blood pressure, for example, helps you sleep. And they found that it enhanced recovery from coronary health events. So that's quite positive. So how does it apply to ancient Egypt? So the central cultural value of ancient Egypt was Mut, which harmony and balance was something that she represented. This maintained the order of the universe and the lives of the people. So this was quite important to all the ancient Egyptian people, to live by the principles of Mut, or at least try to. Now, a vital aspect of maintaining this balance was gratitude, which would elevate a person's journey through life and the afterlife, which was incredibly important to them. Ingratitude was the gateway to sin, which opened the soul up to all of the negative energies of doubt, distrust, envy, bitterness, self-centered absorptions, etc. Now, if you think about this, you know, when you're having a very hard time in life and you feel like the whole world is crushing down on you, you do fall into this ingratitude area, and all of these negative things all come together, which worsens your mental state. These events obviously happen to everybody. I mean, the majority of people are going to have, you know, dark days or dark weeks or months in their lives. So for me, you know, I've always tried my best to see the positive and keep going. And I had the idea that, you know, if I keep going, it'll just get better. And it did. So, you know, that kind of worked out for me well. But had I have been practicing, you know, paying gratitude at that time, you know, I think it would have helped my mental state a lot more. And I realize this now, but, you know, this was before I traveled to Peru and Bolivia, and met a very amazing human being who I had the pleasure of spending almost 2 weeks with, traveling through Bolivia and parts of Peru. So another important area where they practiced gratitude was the 5 gifts of Hathor. Now, this was practiced by the ancient Egyptian people, but in particular, the peasant farmers. It encouraged gratitude on a daily basis by reminding one of all of there was to be thankful for, no matter what losses one may have endured. So this was all centered around the worship of Hathor, obviously. That's why it's the 5 gifts of Hathor. And the priest or the priestess would take the farmer and hold their left arm by the forearm and say to them something like, name the 5 things you would miss the most if you were to die right now. So then that person would need to list those 5 things without really overthinking it, just the first things that really came to their mind. So, you know, let's say my wife, my children, beer, my dog, you know, the river, you know, because they love the Nile. So after this, they would raise the farmer's left hand in front of his face and say, these are the 5 gifts of Hathor. And the person would look at the 5 fingers of their left hand as the ritual would continue. Every day you have at least these 5 things to be grateful for. And should you lose one, there will be always come another. When the person went back out into the field to do their work, so if you can imagine a farmer who would be, let's say, cutting the wheat, they would grab the wheat with their left hand and cut it with the right. So every day when they went out to work, they would be looking at their hands and constantly reminded of, you know, these 5 gifts, you know, his wife, his children, his dog, the river Nile, etc. So this was something that was an important practice, but interestingly, it's not something that is very well documented. It is more an oral tradition that was passed down, but it was very common with the peasants as well. So then I want to quickly go into how all of these things are kind of important, yes, for yourself and on a psychological level. But once you practice gratitude, you know, frequently, you know, you have to be realistic. You have to give it as much effort as you're able to and develop it. So it's kind of like learning to meditate, I guess. But once you understand it, you will see things in a different way and you won't even need to think about it. With setting intentions, this is actually part of it. And it was part of, you know, something that the ancient Egyptians had to do as well. So, you know, they had to set intentions, you know, for different reasons, for self-development, or, you know, for whatever. But this is something that they also practiced. But this is something that I actually learned between Australia and Bolivia. In those 2 places, I saw it being practiced more than what I see it happening here in Egypt. But that's also because the people that live in the Andes are still very traditional, and they do a lot of things that they would have done for, you know, thousands of years. And the same in Australia, you know, the original people are definitely the same. They're, the ones that live out in bush, they're living life and practicing things like they did thousands of years ago. So, their oral traditions and practices have continued. Here in Egypt, I guess most of this has been lost, unfortunately, just because of how much the country changed hands. By Cleopatra's time, the ruling party didn't, use the hieroglyph system or they didn't speak Egyptian anymore. So, and that was at the end of the dynastic period. There was a lot of things lost from that culture already. And then, we went into the modern religious phase. And then, the last 100 years, have been quite interesting as well. There's been a lot of great wars and things. The people are very different here. They're not as connected to the land anymore. They're not as connected to things here anymore. There might be some Bedouins that are, obviously they're not going to be hanging around though in big cities like Cairo. But setting intentions is a very important thing when you go to an ancient site, because ancient sites, have a memory and there's a lot of energy there. I don't know what type of energy. I'm not really an expert in this kind of thing, but this is something that you can sense and that people have mentioned. So on tours, sometimes, we tell the tour guests that there might be certain places where their cameras are not going to function very well. And we've had several tour guests who used, an electronic device somewhere and then it stopped working. And even after they left, that area or the country, it still didn't work. It never worked again. So, there is definitely something there. And sometimes I can sense it and sometimes I can't. I'm not the most, in tune kind of person. But, when I do sense it, it's kind of incredible. And, it helps remind me why I'm so interested in the ancient Egyptians, because there's so many secrets still that, we haven't figured out about them. They lived in a completely, different type of civilization than I think what we give them credit for now and what we can imagine. But so, again, let's say I'm going to Karnak Temple, that used to be a temple. The Holy of Holies, only, the Pharaoh went in there and only priests were allowed in certain areas and the people were out in the courtyard. So now tourists are walking into the Holy of Holy and taking photos and, looking at the walls and I don't know what. So the place has a different sense to it right now. And sometimes the energy can be a little bit out in certain places. Specifically, there's a statue of Sekhmet in a chapel, and this is at Karnak Temple. I've visited her on many occasions, and she always has a different vibe about her. And sometimes, her vibe is kind of positive, sometimes it's not. And on the days when I've been in her presence and she wasn't, having any of it, when I took pictures, all of the pictures were kind of blurry and the eyes looked like they were, staring me down. I've asked guests what they feel when they stand in front of her, and, some of them have come back with very interesting things like, I feel like she's judging me for not doing more with my life. Mind you, this is, like somebody that was a little bit younger, but or these experiences, that you have, it's a statue. You wouldn't think that you have that, but there is something of a life or something energy within it, and it does really change your experience depending on what day you visit. However, regardless of that, whenever I do go visit her, you know, I go in there and I set my intentions. You know, I didn't come to do any harm. I came to pay respects, you know, etc. And I vocalize it to the area as well as feel it. You know, it's if you don't feel it and you're just saying random things, then obviously, you know, a different thing. But it is important to do these things. The ancient cultures used to do these things to respect, you know, their ancestors, for example. So it's important for us to actually continue doing this. And, you know, we're living in such a chaotic world now. Our focus is on different things, going to work, picking up the kids from school, whatever. You know, we're not living out in nature anymore. We're not really living with nature anymore. So whenever we go somewhere, vocalizing that intention will maybe help you in some way, but it's also going to, you know, help you reconnect, you know, with things around you, with the ancient sites, with nature. It's very important to connect with nature. We live in Cairo and there's not much nature here really to speak of. There's a few places you can go, but generally speaking, there's no parks, you know, and things around. So we take my son to a farm that's owned and run by an American lady that's lived here for a very long time. And she rescues animals. And so, you know, she's got these great horses and my son loves horse riding. We take his shoes off and go play with the animals, you know, go run around, and he loves it. It's important for myself and my husband to make sure that our son has that experience and that grounding experience, you know, out in nature. You know, he's only 2 years old, so he's far too early to learn about gratitude. However, one of the kids' shows that he watches, which is Coco Melon, which he's been watching since, you know, he was a baby because he loved the songs. They talk about, you know, gratitude in one of their songs. And I thought that was, you know, very progressive of a kid's cartoon to teach the kids that they should be thankful, you know, or to recognize the wonderful things that they should be thankful for instead of, you know, what they don't have. And again, that kind of, you know, made me think about the whole process of gratitude and how important it is in our life and how it can really change our mindset. So, you know, if you're coming into this and you have something stuck to you, something that's negative, and you're going to go to an ancient site, you might get a bad reflection. If you set your intention, you know, you can avoid this. But regardless of whether it's for your own self-interest or not, you should set intention when, you know, ever you're at any ancient site to pay respects to the ancestors. So, you know, intentions are like magnets. The more that you declare them and believe in them and act in ways to manifest them, the more powerful and real they become. Okay. So you just need to really believe. And I guess for anybody that, you know, feels a bit iffy about this kind of stuff, you know, I get you, because like I said, you know, all my research was very heavily focused on actual, you know, facts and data and things that they found, the very academic side of Egyptology, until, of course, you know, I found Graham Hancock's work. I mean, I was reading Immanuel Velikovsky when I was 16 years old, but I guess back then I didn't, you know, digest all of it as well as what, you know, I would now, for example. But, you know, learning this skill of setting intention, I think, has really helped me in a lot of ways, because the wonderful thing about places like Egypt and Peru and Bolivia and Easter Island, they are all mysteries, but there's so many little clues, and a lot of people have missed those clues, you know. So every time I go to a temple, I find something new that I haven't seen before, even though I have been there countless times. You know, last year I was in the Great Pyramid, in the subterranean chamber, and I found, you know, a prehistoric fossil in the wall, which I hadn't seen before, but even though I had been down there, you know, several times. So there's always secrets here that are left to uncover, and even when you're standing right in front of it, sometimes it's not going to show you. Another really good example of this is at Karnak Temple. There is a beautiful statue of King Tut, and I've seen it a million times. I've got a million photos of it, you know, millions, billions. But one day I was standing next to it, and the light was shining on his face, and his face was sparkling like, you know, one of those vampires from Twilight. So it was actually quite beautiful. But this was something that, you know, I mean, like I said, I've seen this statue so many times, and I've stood next to it and I've taken photos of it. But I guess the lighting was never great. So there's a lot of things about ancient Egypt that will reveal itself not to everybody, I guess. Why? Because of your own, you know, internal demons, meaning you're not ready. You need to, you know, start working on that positive psychology, let's say. And then, you know, your experience once going onto the sites is going to be very, very different, especially if you set intention. So this lady here in the picture, her name is Rosa Maria. She lives in Bolivia, and she's kind of like a spiritual guide. She is the most, I don't know, the kindest and most natural person I've ever, I don't know how to explain it. She had such a profound impact on me and on my life. And I know she has that impact on everybody that goes to her. So she's the most beautiful person that I've ever met. There's no reason why anyone would ever, you know, dislike this woman. She's incredible. And she taught me a lot about a lot of spiritual aspects, which I never really looked into because I was always focused on that academic side of things. But once I started to look into it, you know, it opened up a whole new world and universe. So being in Peru and Bolivia right after my first trip to Egypt, I think was kind of like a huge, you know, spiritual awakening for myself. And I learned so much of everything really about nature, about our ancestors and, you know, people, their descendants that are still following or practicing some of these rituals, and to see them practice that really gives you, you know, a better perspective of what ancient times would have been like and what their mentality was like. Because when we're looking at them now, we're looking at them with this ego that we're more civilized. But I think most of us know that that's not true. So really, that's you know, that's all I had on the topic. You know, I found it to be very interesting, something that I really stumbled onto once I started doing more physical research instead of just, you know, academic stuff. And connecting with these sites has been incredible. So
thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to remove your slides.
Yeah, I can do that too.
Okay. So thank you. So I hope you have a wonderful solstice. And
thank you
for insights. Thank you for coming from all the way around the world. And
yeah.
I look forward to hearing more about your business. It sounds fascinating.
Yeah. Oh, you mean the tours?
The tours, yeah.
Yes. So I work for Horus Rising and the Kemet School. They're actually they're rather well known. We have yearly tours with guest speakers like Brian Foster and some, you know, YouTube stars that, you know, a lot of people are used to YouTube researchers, but, you know, the well-known ones like Uncharted X and things. So, you know, we do kind of specialty tours. So we get to go to areas that are generally, you know, off limits to the public.
Yeah,
so it's a good job to have.
Yeah.
But the best part about it is really, you know, the guests, because they're also interested in the same field. To spend 2 weeks with people, you know, that share your interest and have the time to discuss it in detail is always, you know, such a, you know, positive highlight of my year, because the rest of the time I'm at home working. So
and you have a 2-year-old, so we know what that's like.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. And I hope you'll stay, and I hope you'll share so that more people will get to build on this energy that we're building as seed dreamers, as part of the seed dreaming team. And invite everyone to join us, because this energy, at least I'm feeling it from the very beginning of the year to now. Thank you. Your contribution was wonderful. Thank you, Ildie.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Okay. Okay. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Caroline.
Hello.
So, everyone, I'm so excited to have you meet. If you don't already know Caroline Chang, I was with her at the Mayans conference, and they let me, little old me, introduce her. And I didn't mess it up.
No, well, not really. No, you just
Not
announced.
really.
No, you just announced. Oh, Caroline wants me to read her bio. You didn't mess it up because you read it.
Yeah, because usually everyone else wants me to ad lib all the cool stuff that I know. Anyway, okay, well, here you go. I'm in the background. I will let you know when it's 5 minutes, and I'll do my best to queue up what you gave me. Okay?
Right. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Well, hi, I am Caroline Chang, host and producer of Awake to Oneness Radio. I launched my podcast, Awake to Oneness Radio, 8 years ago after the transition of my son, Kyle. And what I got, the message for this talk is gratitude. And I am so much about gratitude. Kathy knows this just from being around me. I am in the attitude of gratitude in every now moment. For me, this is not words. This is not words. This is how I live my life in every now moment. Now, I can kind of share a little bit on how I got here, got to this place of gratitude in every now moment. It was my awakening started in 2007, actually, with a film on quantum physics. It was called What the Bleep. In that film, I was reminded, because we're all being awakened and reminded of who we truly are. So in that film, it reminded me of the truth of oneness, of universal oneness, that there is no separation. The key sentence that was said by Lynn McTaggart in that film that woke me up, and it was awakening from the inside. It was not from my mind. It was a heart and soul awakening, and that is even hard to put into words. But she said the biggest problem in the world today is the illusion of separation. And when she said that, something woke up inside of me. And it's so true. All of humanity's problems stem from one thing, that we think we're separate. We think we're separate from each other so we can hurt each other. We can go bomb that country across the sea. You know, we can steal from each other. We can lie to each other. We can do acts of violence against each other because we think we're separate, which is so not true. The universal truth of oneness is now being taught by quantum physics, which is over 100 years old. So it's not even new science. It has been taught by spirituality and ancient wisdom for eons. There is no, it's undeniable truth. The truth of oneness, that we are all one with all that is, God, source, universe, whatever name you want to use, because God answers to every name, but God is not outside of us. So a couple of things when I woke up to the universal truth of oneness, I realized God is not outside of us. I went to Catholic school as a child. I was active in church for many years, Christian church. And from religion, and I have nothing but respect for all religions, but from religion for me made me feel like I was separate from God. So the first thing when I awakened to the truth of universal oneness, I realized I'm not separate from God. You're not separate from God. We can never, ever be separate from God. We are eternally with God. And we are holographic aspects of God, divine, all that is. Meaning, holographic means, my favorite quote is Rumi. You are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop. You are all of God in a drop. I am all of God in a drop. Each one of us, every living being, and what we consider not living, like a rock or a tree, is living. You put anything under a high-powered microscope, all you see is these tiny moving particles we call atoms. They're moving, meaning there's life in that rock. There's life in that tree. There's life in everything. And that life is all connected. It is all one energy. That has been proven scientifically. It is all one energy, interconnected and interdependent. And we, with our limited human senses, we think, oh, all it is what we can hear and see with our own eyes, our touch and feel, when science has also proven that with our human senses, we can only detect 0.4% of what is actually around us. I say all of this to say, when you know, like breathing, there is no separation between you and another person. When you know, like breathing, there's no separation from you and Mother Earth and anything on the earth. When you know, like breathing, there is no separation. You know that you are God in a drop, creating your life experience. You're not creating anyone else's life experience. You're creating your life experience, and everything that happens in your life experience you created. So when you know that you created, you own your creation and you realize, okay, I created that. Maybe I want to change now, certain things. Now, I heard the lady that spoke before me talk about when we have our dark days. My daughter just transitioned 2 weeks ago. My son transitioned 8 years ago. And people keep talking to me, how are you even standing? I'm standing because I know they're not gone. I have physical proof from my son that he's still with me. And now I've already started communicating with my daughter. They're not gone. I know that every soul comes into this life experience in perfect divine timing. I know that every soul leaves this life experience in perfect divine timing. I know it was a soul plan with me and my children. I know it was a soul plan before my birth, that they would leave before me. But I'm here, and anybody that's here in this 3D matrix, we're here for a purpose. And when you know who you are, know it, not just think it, not just think you know it, but know it like breathing. And a knowing cannot be changed like a belief. You can have a belief one day and change it the next day. A knowing, it comes from your heart and soul. When you know who you are as a sovereign, divine being of light, creating your experience, everything that is happening was a soul agreement, and you are creating it. You own that. You don't blame anybody for what's going on in your life. You own it, and you know that it's happening for your highest good. That's the other thing. Everything that happens is happening in my life, is happening for my highest good. And I know that when my son transitioned 8 years ago, I launched Awake to Oneness Radio. That was my purpose. And it took me 6 months to actually, I woke up in the middle of the night 6 months after his transition, and I knew, okay, I got to start an internet radio show. And the title of my show came to me through my higher self, which is Awake to Oneness Radio, because that is what I want to do. I want to inspire humanity to awaken to the universal truth of oneness, because when mankind has awakened completely to that universal truth, there will be peace on earth. We will be living heaven on earth. But the wonderful news is that's where we're heading. We are, many call this the 3D matrix, and some even say we're 4D, I'm sorry, but we're heading to 5D. 5D, the key to the fifth dimension is knowing in your heart and soul the truth of oneness. Knowing that everything, when I think of God, all that is, I think of the yin yang symbol where you have the shadow and the light. Shadow and light playing this dance, kind of. So meaning shadow is not separate from God. The light is not separate from the shadow. The shadow always is a higher frequency, and it always transforms the shadow back to light. And when we raise to that aware, when everyone knows, like breathing, it's all God, it's all one, it's all unconditional love, unconditional forgiveness for another, no matter what they did. You forgive them. You don't forgive for them. You're forgiving for you, but you're knowing that they're just a reflection of you. So you're just truly forgiving you when you forgive another person. But that is the key to the fifth dimension. I know many people listening to this have heard that humanity is going through a great awakening, and we are in the midst of that great awakening. And where we're heading is the fifth dimension, which is heaven on earth. In the fifth dimension, there will be no poverty. There'll be no hunger. There'll be no sickness. There'll be no death. You can choose you won't have the same body. You'll have a body in the fifth dimension. Right now, our body is more carbon-based, and gradually our body is being transformed into crystalline base. So you still have a body, but it'll be a lighter body. But you'll be able to choose when to leave that body or stay indefinitely, because all there is life. See, I can be joyful, a mother that has 2 children now in spirit, And I can be joyful because I know they're not gone. I know there is no such thing as death. I do not use that word, death. There's only eternal life. And I know every soul comes here for a reason and leaves here for a reason. And it's for all of our highest good. I'm still here because it's time for me to do work. And like I said, I was inspired when my son transitioned, and I'm inspired again. And this time it only took one day. The day after I had the burial for my daughter, I woke up that morning with a new mission. Okay. And it's like, okay, I'm on it. Higher self, I'm on it. And I know both my children are right here beside me and encouraging me on in the work I'm supposed to do. So when you live when you know who you are, to me, this is simple. When you know who you are and why you are here, and you are living that purpose, all you feel is joy in the now moment. And when I say now is all there truly is. There is no past, there is no future. There's only the now. And you can only live your life in the now. And in my now, I am always embracing gratitude, the attitude of gratitude. And yes, now I still have a human body. See, it's right here, and then, to me, my human body is just a spacesuit to get around in this dimension. It's not who I am. Who I am is a sovereign divine being of light. My body is an avatar. Oh, the second Avatar just came out this past weekend, and my girlfriend went to see it. I was watching a little bit of the making of the new movie, but that's all this body is an avatar. And we go through several lifetimes. We've been, name it. We've been men, we've been women, we've been every color of the sun. We've lived on different planets. I mean, we've lived hundreds, if not thousands of lifetimes that we as God in a drop, we decide our next lifetime. Now, when I was saying that we are on our way to the fifth dimension, it is still a soul choice, because it's a soul choice to decide to stay with the 3D Earth, because 3D Earth is still going to exist in a timeline, or to choose to raise your frequency and go to the higher level with 5D Earth. And that's a soul's choice, and there's no judgment in that choice. A soul might decide, you know what, I'm going to stay attached to the 3D Earth because I need to have some more 3D life experiences. That's all it is. A life experience is just a movie of your own creation. No soul is ever harmed. So like our souls, I know, because I met, Kathy and I went to the Mayans conference, which Mayans is all about near death. You meet a lot of people who've had near-death experiences, and they will tell you that, when you go on to the other side, you go to a soul review, and you decide whether, what your next lifetime is going to be. But you decide what you're going to experience here, and you also decide what you're going to experience on the other side. The only difference is on the other side, when you leave your body, you leave this avatar, you leave this spacesuit here, you are in spirit, and you still realize, you're like, I didn't go anywhere. Oh, many have said, I see my body down there, but I'm here, So to me, you guys listening to me, it may just sound like words, but if you don't embrace it in your heart and soul, not the mind. I say not the mind because our mind is where the ego resides. And that ego tries to drive the car. Most people that are very attached to the 3D matrix really just kind of work off of that 3D mind, which is what they've learned throughout this lifetime. But when you connect with your heart and soul, you quiet your mind, whatever meditation works for you. For me, it's just listening to a high frequency in the background and closing my eyes and focusing on my breath. That's what calms me and keeps me. But as I was saying, yes, sometimes I have those moments. Matter of fact, I can tell you this past 2 weeks what the moment that really got to me is we were having I did all the work and planning a beautiful celebration of life for my daughter. And I live in the Pocono Mountains where we get a lot of snow. And even this year, though, this winter, we hadn't gotten a lot of snow yet, up until the day of my daughter's viewing that evening, that Thursday evening. We were in the midst of a snowstorm. So at my daughter's viewing was really just me and the immediate family. And it really, so many people, like I'm connected with Helping Parents Heal. People I know from Helping Parents Heal wanted to come. And so many people wanted to come to my daughter's service for her viewing. And I had even planned all musicians and singers to be there. Nobody could get there. And I was like, oh, why? You know, that really kind of brought me down. But the wonderful thing the next day was her service. The weather was better and everybody was able to make it to the service. But there are moments like that. It's like, why do we have to have a snowstorm now? Can we have the snowstorm next week, you know, or in two or 3 days, but not now? So, but I couldn't control. And the other thing, people were just saying, you know, emailing me and texting me and calling me and saying, the weather looks really bad. And I'm thinking to myself, this is not what I want to hear right now. I'm planning my daughter's service. I can't control the weather and I don't want to hear about the weather, you know. And I always stay positive because all things are possible. So maybe even though the weather report was looking bad, we could have had a beautiful day. So I don't listen to weather reports. I put out the intention, okay, it's going to be a beautiful day. That didn't work, but it is what it is. So what I'm saying is, yes, long as you're in this human body, there will be moments that can really bring you down. But for me, I don't stay there long. A good cry is great. I'll have a good cry. A good cry is cleansing for the soul. For me, what I do, if I feel like crying, I cry. Never suppress what you feel you have to allow your feelings to flow. So if you feel like crying, you feel like yelling, you feel like stomping your feet, whatever you feel like doing, do it. That's actually releasing. That's allowing the energy to move through you. Let that go through you. For me, I don't stay there long. Once I have a good cry and I release it, I go back to the knowing that I created this for my highest good. For some reason, I don't have to know the reason. For some reason, what's happening, because it's happening, I know it's happening for my highest good and the highest good of all, and I've created it. So I own it. I own it. And the other thing that the gratitude, and for me, the other piece that I got when I awoke into the universal truth of oneness in 2007 is the peace of God that surpasses all understanding. I was at complete peace when my son transitioned 8 years ago. I knew he wasn't going anywhere because I know there's nothing but eternal life. I knew it was his soul's time to return to spirit because every soul comes in this life experience in perfect divine timing, and every soul leaves this life experience in perfect divine timing. There's no such thing as an accident. And I knew that he was still, it was a soul plan we made together, and I knew he was going to still be with me. So I was at peace when he transitioned. Now my son went through a lot in hospitals, 2 different times in 2011 on life support, and then 2014 on life support, open heart surgery. My son went through a lot, and I know that his body, while it was here, suffered a lot.
Caroline,
yes.
5 minutes.
Okay, all right.
So if you do want to play one of those.
Yes, I do. I just want to say with my daughter, sweetie, she was diagnosed with MS over 19 years ago, but she went peacefully. She didn't wake up on December 5th. And so she was very peacefully in her sleep. Okay. Yes. Now, what I shared with Kathy while I was in the back room, I shared with Kathy 2 songs, and she can play one or the other or whatever. Actually, the first one I sent is the one I like the best. The title of the song is Gratitude. And so it's I have 2 songs that I love that help me stay grounded in being thankful. So the first song is called Gratitude, and love for you to play it, Kathy. Grateful. I'm sorry, I said Gratitude. Grateful is the song.
You're my life, you're my breath, you're a smile, you're my guest. You're the earth, you're the sun, you're the grass, you are love. You're my hands, you're a bug, you're my eyes, you're a hug. You're the light in the dark, you're the spark, you are fun. You're my mom, you are water, you're the stars, you're my daughter. You're my friend till the end, you're my dreams, you're my father. You're the ants on the ground, the miracles that surround. I'm feeling it all around, the hemisphere and the clouds. You're my pain, you're my sorrow, you're my hope for tomorrow. You're the strength when I'm hollow, you're the path that I follow. You're the blessings that exist, the small things that are bliss, the gift to realize that
all that I am, all that I see, all that I've been, and all that I'll ever be is a blessing. It's so amazing, and I'm grateful for it all, for it all.
You're the blessings every time I try to count. You're the lessons that I learn every time I turn around. You're the water when I'm burned every time I think I found everything I'm looking for. You're the sign saying stop to take a bow and keep moving forward and start looking towards your heart. It'll open all the doors and only then you'll start to hear the world singing chorus with your mind and heart aligned in purpose. Everything
All
will feel
that I
gorgeous.
am, all that I see, all that I've been, and all that I'll ever be is a blessing. It's so amazing, and I'm grateful for it all.
Every day I sit and pray cause what I have is more than I deserve or could ever imagine. How do I give back to all of this magic and spread the love so everybody can have it? Doesn't matter if I'm rich or poor, if I got a family or if I'm all alone. Bad things happen, I can just complain and moan. But there's a million things that I can be grateful for.
So I lift up my hands now, and I open my heart, and my gratitude goes out to everything near and far. All that I am, all that I see,
everything I hope, and everything I dream, everything I feel, and everything I be. I look deep down and feel all the blessings, everything I am, and everything I see, everything I hope, and everything I dream, everything I feel, and everything I be. I'm grateful for it all. It's amazing, everything I am, and everything I see, everything I hope, and everything I dream, everything I feel, and everything I be. I look deep down and feel all the blessings, everything I am, and everything I see, everything I hope, and everything I dream, everything I feel, and everything I be. I'm grateful for it all. It's amazing. You're the blessings that exist, the small things that are bliss, the gift to realize that everything is a gift.
Yes. Kathy? Okay. We lost Kathy. Anyway, that's a great song. It's grateful. And the name of the artist or the group, actually, he's an artist. He's been a guest on my show, is Empty Hands. They have some amazing, wonderful videos. Yeah, I discovered him about 2 years ago and had to have him on my show.
Well, Caroline, it looks like my next guest is not here, and I had already closed the other video, but let me see.
That's okay. You want to play the other one? Good.
Well,
okay,
we have a little bit of time.
Yeah, well, the other one is titled Thankful, or Give Thanks. I'm sorry. Okay, the other one is titled Give Thanks, and it's a great song. So, yes.
Okay. So you can talk for a few seconds, because I closed it not thinking we were going to use it.
Oh, okay. All righty. Well, I just wanted to let everybody know they can find me at Awake to Oneness Radio. If you just type in Awake to with the number 2, Oneness Radio in any search engine, you can find my YouTube channel, you can find my Facebook, you can find my website, and just connect to me that way. I love getting emails, and I also mentor. My first mentoring session is always a free session, so I'm always available for mentoring if anyone's interested. I love it. Love mentoring. Wait, so did you get the song up?
Yes, I've got it, but I've got to. I had to get the ads off.
Okay, I get you. Okay.
So let me just load it up. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, no problem. This particular song I always play Thanksgiving Day, which is my favorite holiday.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's just passed, and it was Kyle's birthday this year. Kyle's birthday every few years is on Thanksgiving Day.
Beautiful.
Yes, it was his birthday this year.
Okay, so
yeah, go ahead.
Let's add the stream.
Uh-huh.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, yeah. Well, I gotta give thanks once again, bringing in the word for the world of men. Say, this goes out to the children. No matter what they tell you, you could never say no. We are here, we are divine, and the time has come for us all to shine. And I give thanks for the one mind, and I give thanks for the love design. I said, let the sunlight fill your eyes, let your voices harmonize. When you look into a child's eyes, you can see everything that's God in the sky. So relax as it all rearranges. We are all going through the same changes. I like to sing a song with you, so give thanks one time. What you gonna do? Give thanks. Give thanks. People of the world, waking up, I give thanks. Give thanks. This is how I fill my cup. I give thanks. Give thanks. Whoa, 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 I give thanks. Give thanks. I'm giving thanks for this life that I'm living and what I'm seeing, freeing up my mind for what I truly believe in, giving thanks for the children and the light that they spark in my heart, inspire the way that I walk and I talk. I'd rather teach them of what they could be than what they are not. Faith in they channel in third eye spot, celestial vision, and the voice they got, and the love that we all will never be stopped. Giving thanks for the tools and the jewels that we blessed with, use them in the time when life gets hectic. Band of light, yeah, that's the nexus, the place where people come and get connected. Earth, wind, water, fire, ancient ancestors' wisdom takes us higher. Build the foundation for 7 generations to come. We are one. Give thanks. People of the world, waking up, I give thanks. Give thanks. This is how I fill my cup. I give thanks. Give thanks. Whoa, 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 I give thanks. So what you gonna do? What you gonna say? Give thanks for today. So what you gonna do?
this life I'm living every day. In every way that the journey's unfolding, I hear what you say. Be here today, no need to be holding on. I let go and just carry on. And though our struggles try to hold us down, have faith and turn it around. If we believe we can achieve new you coming through, buzzing out of your seat, y'all. It's called growth and elevation. You want new results, so you take new action, new creation. Bring it back to a higher vibration. Love the other non-living things and rejoice in the voice through the song we sing. Give thanks, people of the world, waking up I give thanks. This is how I fill my cup. I give thanks. Whoa, 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 I give thanks. For the one life, the life that I live to the one breath, the gifts that you give. For the one life, the life that I live to the one breath, the gifts that you give. For the one life, the life that I live to the one breath, the gifts that you give, that you give, that you give, that you give. Thanks. Yeah. For the one. Bring it in. For the one. So what you gonna do? What you gonna say? So what you gonna do? What you gonna say? So what you gonna do? For the one what you gonna say?
I hope you guys enjoyed those songs. I love them.
Oh, thank you so much, Caroline. And I'd love to see if you could stay for a little bit. Hopefully.
Yeah,
Carol is here. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes. I just wanted to, your mic is muted, sweetie. Liz, I just wanted to say one thing for everybody listening. We're all spiritual and we're all on our spiritual journey, but understand for yourself to test where you are on your journey. If you're grounded in these messages, if you're grounded in the truth of oneness, grounded in gratitude, grounded in, who you are as a sovereign divine being, is when these tests, when the world gives you these tests, like the one I'm going through with my daughter transitioning 2 weeks ago. But when those kind of tests come your way, how you actually handle those actually shows you where you are in your journey. And there's never a judgment. Where you are is exactly where you're supposed to be.
Oh, well, thank you so much. And thank you. I didn't realize that Carol was here. Maybe she was hiding. I didn't see you there. So,
No, I had problems with technology.
oh, okay. So this worked out so beautifully to play both of those songs. And Lizzy, I guess I'm going to
That's
take
okay.
that out because
That's
I'm
okay.
Thank you,
Much
everyone. And thank you, Caroline. I'll talk to you again soon.
All righty. Bye
Thank
for
you,
now.
dear. Love you, love you, love you. So we took a little bit of your time, but
It's okay.
I'll still give you a 5-minute warning. There'll be this little voice without me there. And let me know if there's anything I can do to help you, okay?
Okay, I addressed that to Omar. I thought Omar would be there. So.
Oh, well, I'm the other Omar.
Okay, so
My
Kathy,
name's
I'll change the
Kathy.
name, Kathy, but I'll talk about Omar too, you know.
Oh, please do. And he'll be here in just a little bit. He had to work. So, and we were
Yeah.
going to co-host this anyway, but I'm the host right now. For the next 3 days, I'm in the morning shift. But I get to stay all the whole time.
Thank you for
But
being
anyway,
there.
Oh, thank you. And thank you. And I apologize if you were waiting, but I wasn't sure.
I was ready a long time ago, but I was waiting, and then they asked me to put Chrome, and I didn't.
Oh.
I'm all red now. I was.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to take any more of your time, but thank you very much for your contribution as a seed dreamer.
Thank you. Hi. First of all, gratitude for being here on your show, enabling me to have a voice. Omar, I really appreciate you and Rob putting so much energy and your hearts in informing people, doing research, and having great contacts who give information on life. By the way, I thank everyone who is involved in one way or another. Thank you for believing in people with their experiences and their own beliefs. Thank you for being so open-minded and loving. You create a safe place to express ourselves. Note, I will be naming Jesus. That's how I live it. Some could see it as pure energy or the source, etc. No way am I imposing my beliefs. Grateful for being born. I asked to be on earth to learn as much as I could. Well, I was served to learn and have even more empathy for others. Speaking for myself, I had to experience pretty hard stuff. I always look behind the past year later to find what I had learned and that it could be a positive event for my spiritual growth. It was and still is. My dream was not to have a house, but to get as close as I could to wisdom. Wow, what a contract. Well, I will learn till I die and beyond, and that is quite okay with me. Grateful for protection and guidance. At 8 years old, I wanted to leave this planet, so I asked Jesus to be my father. I needed help. Jesus gave me what I needed to survive throughout all those years of survival. Gave me the guts to believe in my capacities, to get a job in an office, to pay the rent and eat at 16 years old. Gave me all sorts of other capacities. I needed as healthy escape mechanisms that were profitable for my sanity. Art, dance, sports, sensitivity to everything, but most of all, nature. These were my safe places and still are. Dancing, feeling, and improvising. What I couldn't or wasn't allowed to say, I danced it. People discovered a new person on the stage floor. Made me realize I had the right to exist and be accepted. Art, drawings and paintings. I loved painting and drawing people, animals, and nature. Now for sports. Skiing, roller skating, while dancing with the music, flying. I explored so many things. Singing, wow. What a beautiful way to express oneself and release energy. I'm naming all of these things because I am so grateful. I have my whole body and soul as a wonderful gift to express myself. And I take care of it the best I could, for I appreciate it. I never take it for granted. Art and music especially prevented me from taking drugs to ease my pain. No words to describe. So grateful I kept away from it. I'm sure Jesus guided my choices, even if I wasn't aware of it then, and how much he was protecting me. Grateful for having a wonderful, sensitive son. When I was 12, I seemed dramatic, but that is what it is. I asked Jesus that I didn't want to die before I experienced giving birth and loving a child. That is the most amazing experience in my whole life. It is also the best experience to learn about yourself because a child's pure soul really makes you see yourself like in a mirror. Sometimes I was so surprised, asking myself, is that really me doing this? Being discouraged of how I was reacting sometimes. Oh yes, it was. And I was able to change it. And I am still learning. When I had my son, I told Jesus, well, now I can't die. He still needs me till he's 18. So unconditional love. No words to describe how strong it is. Now, recently, so grateful. After so much work on myself, I began to believe and trust in life again. I am so grateful for my doctor who helped me find and recognize my own path and believe in it. I am so grateful for Eckhart Tolle for teaching me the present moment. I stopped being in my brain and enjoying the present moment. Changed my life, being aware that my contact with my soul gives me my answers. I'm so grateful for friends as well as my own son, showing me that different paths do exist. I'm so grateful for having hours of amazing discussions on life with my son. Love him. And I am so grateful for someone making me see and discover and accept who I really am in my soul and to believe in myself. What scared me so much while I was young, feeling things and seeing manifestations that gave me the creeps, because I didn't understand who I really was, because it was not accepted to talk about these things. Today, I am proud to say that I am a medium and learning to explore it, and an artist with hypersensitivity. I really appreciate having this gift of being a medium that everyone has, but doesn't know it or is not ready to explore it yet. And it's quite okay. To make a story short, being hypersensitive and being able to feel every form of energy around me, I needed to move from where I lived with all that dense negative energy. It was making me extremely sick. I'm so grateful being able to communicate with my guides, angels, etc. I knew then that I was not alone and that I had a purpose. It made me believe in life and trust the help they would give me. I practiced a lot of automatic writing, connecting to them to get my answers. When ready to change my life, I began packing for months without even finding a rent. Too expensive. One day you see a rent that is available, the next day, gone. But I had faith in their help, and in life, I gave my notice. Drove 600 kilometers to finally find a rent that felt right for me. I had asked my archangel to guide me there and told my important criteria to be happy there and to reserve the right rent for me. I found it. A 2-hour drive from where I lived. 15 minutes later, and it was taken. So it was reserved. It was exactly what I wanted. I had refused other places before. This was the last one I went to see. I was exhausted. I didn't know a soul here, and they welcomed me with open arms. I am so happy here. I'm free to be myself and move on and create. I am no longer in survival mode. I'm me. I'm living my life fully with so many projects to help nature, animals, and people who want to be helped. Wow, no more wasting energies. The most I appreciate here is being surrounded by nature. What a beautiful exchange in energies. It is also so beautiful what it could teach me. Example, seeing a plant grow through rocks. Well, when I was discouraged, I just thought about this plant being so strong and not giving up trying to reach life. Well, it did help me. That plant was a model for me. It gave me courage to continue. They were, sorry, I looked at the time. Again, I am so grateful for my guides, archangels, etc.'s help. They will always be there for me if I continue doing what I needed to do and ask. They are not allowed to help if you don't ask for help. Now, to stay well, when I lived in my other home, I focused on a course called Professional Animal Communications. I'm also studying how to communicate with nature. I have so far amazing results. And I am Reiki Master since 25 years now, since 1997. Very grateful for Reiki. It helped me get through so many events. I am so grateful for these animals, nature, and persons that believe in energy. I am so grateful for what a dog taught me, my cat, horses, and even some trees, for some are great guides. We are all interconnected in this magnificent energy. It's only up to us to explore it, to help where help is wanted. I'm so grateful to be me, interacting with all this beauty. I'm grateful after hard work to at last be where I am supposed to be, to help myself and others. Not that it is finished. I am now learning tarot, etc., and life will teach me much more. My goal is to help others be aware and help them if they desire to. Well, that's what I wanted to say to you. I spoke a little faster because I thought I was missing some time. But I could tell you, since I moved here, I've been going in nature and talking to trees, and it's incredible how everything is interconnected, and they can give you messages, and when you feel them, you have very strong messages to help yourself go through everything, and you're not alone. So I wish, like here I was saying, like if you want to like play in the snow, I have a page, I don't know where it is. Play in the snow, have fun, you know. Just enjoy life. All the small things with people you love. Gratitude for all the love you can receive. My goal is to reunite all these different capacities and still believe in myself, because I still have so much to learn. I'm so grateful to be alive and have the possibility to learn and to help. Thank you, life, for having my own garden after all these years waiting for one. Oh, I'm so grateful for the beauty of nature. Have fun in the snow and admire the migrations of the millions of birds. That would be another 30 minutes, even hours, expressing my gratitude for how nourished my soul is in it, being in awe amongst nature's amazing energies and wisdom. Nature is a great teacher if you take the time to observe it and feel it with all your heart. Thank you for listening, and have a great life. I guess I still have some time. So when you have an animal or see animals, pets, look into their eyes. Try to feel what they're trying to tell you. They really are communicating. Trees, just put your arms around trees. Feel the energy. Ask them permission first. And just put your hands and feel the energy. And then put your arms around them. They like to have gifts also. You can put at the bottom of the tree. Just admire the birds, how they're strong, going against the wind to go to eat and come back and then have to travel all these miles. And they're all interacting together and helping each other. It's so beautiful to watch. They're really disciplined and determined. Yes, I can say they're on survival mode also, but they really, their interactions are really beautiful. And when you go on a bicycle ride, just smile to people. They need it also. And it's impressive how they smile back, even if they don't know you. Some people, even if they don't smile, you give them a beautiful smile. They won't tell you, but it made their day. It helped. So that's a beautiful gesture. And I have so many things I could be. I'm so happy to see all this place where we can talk here and everybody's interacting and helping each other and saying things that made us realize that we're not alone and we don't live those things alone and we're not crazy. That I'm grateful for. I have a place here and I have a lot of gratitude for that because it's rare that I could express all these things with everyone. I do express it anyways because I want people to open up to it, but I have to respect that they're not ready to hear everything. So, but I have gratitude for people who begin listening a little bit without judging. And I'm very happy for that. But, hi.
Hi. Oh, this is beautiful and so usable. The information that you're giving is helping us really realize how simple this connection is that you've expressed, and you've expressed it so clearly. Thank you.
I live it, so it's the best thing I can talk about.
Oh, well, you can tell you know what you're talking about, but there's a sense of it. Is what you're sharing. It's beautiful. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. And I appreciate and say hi to Omar.
Well,
I really appreciate
he'll be here on just a little bit. And you're welcome to stay in the back and watch from there because he will be on in probably another half an hour or so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Carol. Thank you. Wonderful to meet you. Thank you. Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you. Bless you. So now I'm bringing on my friend. Oops, you're muted. I'm going to unmute you. Oh, I can't unmute you. So David, Maria doesn't like me to call him my teacher, but I'm about to take the 5th, take a class with him that I'm not allowed to call it a teacher.
You're allowed to do whatever you want.
Called Freedom from the Known. How about that, you guys? And I'm about to take it for the 5th time, and it's life-changing. So I don't want to take up any of your time today, but thank you, David, for joining us, and I look forward to your presentation.
You're excuse me, you're welcome, Kathy, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here. What a simple yet profound concept of expressing gratitude. So, of one of the deepest things that I've learned over the years, and as they say, I'm no spring chicken anymore. I'm just about to turn 77. Not that has any bearing on anything, but one of the most profound things that I've learned is to accept things as they are. And one of the things that really has an impact in terms of the way that my life is to be able to accept things when they are not pleasant. And in this particular case, I'm talking about myself. So many people on the planet now have gone through some kind of trauma and abuse, either greater or lesser. It doesn't matter. Trauma is a trauma, and I'm certainly no exception to that. And it's taken a while to be able to really appreciate it for the gift that it was. And that doesn't mean that it was easy to be able to walk through in any of the things that I walk through. If you looked at my childhood life through young adulthood, when I was still living at home, from the outside, the life would have had a nice appeal. It would have looked like it was a good life. What that meant is that we were taken care of physically. We always had a roof over our head, always had food to eat, clothes to wear, et cetera, and we're supported if we wanted to go to school, whatever that might be. But the undercurrent, the energetic undercurrent, was anything but. And let's just say that I was quite reactive in my youth to that. And by reactive, I mean I wasn't nearly integrated, not at all. And it's taken a long time for me to not only work through the energies, to clear them, but to also realize what an incredible gift they were for me. Now, I'm not attempting to say that anybody listening that's experiencing abuse should continue to stay in that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I have finally arrived at the point to where I am grateful for everything. I don't care what it is. I'm grateful for my triggers. I'm grateful for if I get stressed about something, because it shows me exactly where I am internally inside with my own energy. If I'm really congruent in the moment, nothing much bothers me. Most people that know me will agree with me when I say I'm one of the calmer people that they know. But that's not always the case. Every now and then, I do get triggered, and I'm extremely grateful for them, because it leads me into the awareness that there's something else for me to look at. There's something else for me to work with inside, in order to clear the energy frequencies, so that I am in present in the moment, the best that I can be in that moment. My life has been, maybe since 2018,
somewhere in there, December 2018, in that range. It has been a magical mystery tour. That's definitely for sure. I've had major awakenings, major transmissions, major initiations that have completely transformed me. I am not the person that I used to be, not even remotely close. And as much as anything, what I'm really grateful for is, like many of us, like the Buddhists will often talk about, this precious human life, is that I'm extremely grateful for having been given the opportunity to be here in this time frame. This time frame has been, we are on the brink of the most miraculous transformation of humankind, not just that the world has witnessed, but the universe has witnessed. The universe is watching intently what we are doing here, how we are doing it, because we have the ability, which is unprecedented, to completely transform ourselves, to drop all of our stuff, our personal stuff, if you will. That doesn't mean our personality or quirkiness, but we have been given this precious opportunity to transform ourselves and remember, not that we're connected to God, but remember that we are God. And I don't say that lightly. If somebody claims to be God and they think they're the only one, they usually end up in a mental institution someplace. But when you know you're God and you also know that everybody else is also, that's a completely different concept. And that's what really and truly what we're really getting ready to move into in 2023. There's never been a moment in time where the energy's coming to us and available to us to be able to transform ourselves, to be able to remember who we are. And I do mean really and truly, not just remember, but know it deep in the center of your heart, and really shed all of the personal things, because we all have them, don't we? We all carry so much of our personal stuff with us, whatever it is, and eventually be able to just completely surrender and let go, just jump off the side of the cliff, not even worrying about asking how high or how deep, just or what will happen to me, just taking that leap, just instantly, without hesitation, without fear, and not having a clue what's going to happen. And that's part of the joy. So as Kathy mentioned, I offer an 11-week class called Freedom from the Known, because we're really stepping into the place to where we don't have a clue. There's no way of having a clue. There's no way of knowing what is coming. There's no way of knowing what we're going to be, how we're going to be. There's no way of knowing if we're going to stay on Earth. I think we are, but I don't have a clue, and I don't know anybody that does, really and truly, that can say with certainty what's going to happen. And that's part of the joy, is the not knowing. So when I chose the name Freedom from the Known for the course, that was 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and I had absolutely no idea that J. Krishnamurti had written a book called Freedom from the Known. And so it's now that I do know, it's time for me to acknowledge that was a book that he wrote, and it's a phenomenal concept to really look so deeply at ourselves that we're willing to go past anything that we know, anything that we've ever known, anything that we could know, and just be willing to surrender it. And in that surrender is just the most amazing frequency of energy of love that we have experienced to date, and I don't know if it's possible to experience more. So I am incredibly grateful for the entire journey that I've been on. I'm grateful for the journey that everybody else is walking, because we all walk our own paths, and there is no wrong path. All, as has been said many times, all paths lead to God. It doesn't matter. Everything comes to that awareness. And so being able to be grateful for everything, including the difficult things, it really transforms how we feel about ourselves. It transforms us at a very deep core level. And it allows ourselves to not really care. Like, for example, I don't care who I am. It doesn't matter who I am. I'm just me, and I allow myself to just be. And in that I allow myself to experience myself as I am in that moment. And sometimes that's just utterly amazing, and other times not so much. But we're all still human, or at least I'm still human. I can't speak for the rest of you. Maybe you're transcending the humanness. I don't know. I only know what is within the realm of what I experience in terms of inside myself, what I experience in terms of my connection to Source, my connection to the Creator, and how it expresses itself as it flows through it, because it flows through us as us. So for everybody watching, you are in essence the expression of the Creator that you are, and it's absolutely perfect. So I've been watching the show since about 10 o'clock, and the multitudinous views of expression for people's experience of gratitude, and how they express it in their lives, and how it works in their lives, how it changes things. Especially if you can be grateful for the things that, shall we say, are not a whole lot of fun. The more that we can do that, usually is indicative of the more that you have, or that we have finally transcended our personal selves and our personal egos. Some of my friends tell me that I don't have any ego left, because I will share the most embarrassing things that you could think of with friends or in public. It doesn't matter to me. If somebody can get a laugh from something that I did or didn't do that was embarrassing, fabulous, then it increases the amount of laughter in the world. And as Abraham says, laughter is one of the highest forms of alignment that there is. So if I can share embarrassing stories about me, which I'm not going to do today, those are usually more just personal with people. But when you can arrive at that place to where you really don't care about who you are, that's really an amazing place to be, where you can just be. I don't even know anymore if it's necessary to have an identity. That you can so completely surrender yourself, and by yourself, everybody here listening knows exactly what I'm referring to. It's referring to your personality, to your ego, to your sense of well, I'm right. If getting to the place to where you can surrender to that is just, oh my God, it's so incredibly beautiful. And I'll semi-apologize. I don't stutter. I really don't, but I do. I have, for some reason, the way that my voice works is that I repeat things multiple times before they come out. And it's really funny to watch it. And I if I had an explanation, I would gladly share it with you. But it's definitely funny, or at least it's humorous to me. So one of the things that I would like to share is that all of this last year, all of 2022 has been mostly devoted to internal cleansing, to not only of the physical body, but also of the emotional and the mental bodies and the spiritual bodies, gradually shedding all of the layers that are just superfluous, that mostly are the only thing they do is prevent us from direct connection with Source, with the Creator. And the next couple of weeks through the end of the year are probably going to be even more intense because everything is coming to a head. 2023 is going to be a really, really big year. And I say that in the context of if you're ready, and not everybody is. And there's no blame or judgment in saying that. It's mostly just an awareness that not everybody is ready to take big leaps. Not everybody's ready to jump off the side of a cliff with no hesitation. But 2023 promises to bring phenomenal transformational energies to anybody that is in tune with them, and they're present and available to everybody. Everybody is feeling them, even if they're completely unconscious and they don't have a clue what's going on. And even more, they may be feeling them, and instead of being receptive to receiving them and letting their heart begin to soften, let grace come in, that they bounce back the other direction and decide that they really want to repeat the third grade again and want to stay back another year. So when we encounter people that are like that, and there's a lot of them on the earth right now, it just brings up, for me, it just brings up compassion, because they just don't know, unfortunately, and so they're stuck in a loop that they don't know how to get out of. And that's where our ability to stay completely and totally centered in our hearts and always just let our light shine. And trust me, I'm not preaching here. I fall short of that on occasion myself. And sometimes it's in, shall we say, a very public way, and that's okay. I'm certainly not sitting here in front of all of you and claiming to be perfect or that I'm totally cooked. I'm not. But I am cooking, as they say. The pot is rapidly boiling. So those of you that know me well know that occasionally I will tend to ramble, which is what I'm feeling that I'm doing right now, is rambling a little bit. It may seem a very simple and easy thing to talk or to speak extemporaneously for a half an hour, but a half an hour is quite a long time to just speak from your heart. So, as Kathy mentioned a little bit, I offer a very deep course of transformation called Freedom from the Known. There's another class of it beginning to come up on January 7th. The next class will start. It's 11 weeks. And it is a deep, deep, deep dive into consciousness. And it is a process designed to activate you or stimulate you, awaken the Kundalini life force at the base of your spine. And it's then combined with clearings to shed the old superfluous layers that we're holding on to and get rid of them. And so there's kind of a combination of clearing and activation, and clearing and activation, and clearing and activation in succession with each other, designed to bring you to the remembrance. I don't even like the word awakening anymore, because how do you awaken to what you already are? We're just remembering who we are, and we've forgotten that. That's the whole point of being here on Earth, is when we come here, we forget. When we come here and we're first born, we still have, most of us still have, for a little while, full multi-dimensional awareness. And then those connections begin to gradually, over a fairly short period of time, begin to be cut loose, and we don't remember anymore. And so we're just on a journey. We're just walking home with each other. Sometimes you get to walk in front, sometimes I will get to walk in front, but most of the time we'll just walk side by side with each other. There's a wonderful African proverb or saying that if you want to go fast, then go alone. But if you want to go far, go with others. And so for those of us that know, that have remembered, or are maybe a little farther on the path of remembering who we are, then we don't just run off. We stay to walk with others. And that seems to be how it's always been, that if you're blessed with awareness and blessed with remembering, then the next blessing that comes with it is to share that with others and be able to help them with a little more information. Thank you, Ronnie. That's very kind of you. And another thing that, Kathy, can I share a screen?
Not easily. What would you like me to do? Put on? Do you want me to put on the free event? Is that what?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll set that up, and then I'll let you know. You have 7 minutes. Okay.
7 minutes. Wow. Okay. See, a half hour is not quite as long as I thought it was, or not quite as short as I thought it was. So coming up on January 1st, every year on my birthday, and my birthday is not January 1st, by the way, that just happens to be the date that I picked this year. On my birthday, I always offer a free class in meditation to anybody that wants to come. Right now, there's about 120 people signed up, and I've been shown that might grow to 250, somewhere in that range. And this is in the tradition of a lot of indigenous cultures and peoples around the world, that when it's your birthday, you don't get presents or gifts, you give gifts to others. So this is my yearly birthday gift to everybody. And it is the very first class of that is the foundational base of the Freedom from the Known course. It's awakening your original soul blueprint. And it's absolutely free. There are no restrictions. Anybody that wants to come is free to come. It's just it would be a joy to have all of you come and share your presence and your energy and your love and your heart with everybody. And then the next week, as I mentioned, will be the beginning for the Freedom from the Known course, which is a deep dive. So I look forward to sharing with any of you and all of you if you're free to attend. And if you're not free to attend, if you still sign up, there will be a recording that's available to be able to send out. And I'll get that sent out within a day. So even if you can't make it, you still get the benefit of coming, because it's still the group energy once you get to begin to work with a group. And I really like to work with larger groups, because the energy becomes exponentially beautiful and strong and powerful and just filled with juice. So I am incredibly grateful just to be here sharing my presence with all of you, and feeling your presence in the background coming back to me, because it's very palpable. It's very easy to feel it. And I really, really appreciate everybody that is here. I'm incredibly grateful for every person that is here right now. I'm grateful for the energy that I can feel streaming from you as it flows around you, and it flows and connects with everybody that is currently online. I don't know how many people are here, Kathy, but there's more than a few.
Yeah.
But it's not just that. It's that everybody that is currently present will put your energy, will kind of combine together in a pool, if you will, with all of the people that will watch this recording, and not just me, but everybody that has presented so far and that will present for the next couple of days. Everybody's energy begins to connect to each other, because, as has been said on multiple occasions, there is no separation between any of us, because we are all that. I am that I am, and that is who each and every one of us is. Thank you all. Thank you for everything. Thank you for being here, and many, 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 many blessings to each of you.
Thank you, David. And now we have Omar's here too. Omar, can you unmute? You need to unmute, dear.
Hi, David. Thank you very much. Nice seeing you again.
Hi, Omar. Good to see you again.
Yeah, it's always nice to see you, David. I remember our conversation from Humanity Unplugged back in March, and I just fell in love with you. I was like, wow, this guy's got it going on. So, I really appreciate you, coming on and sharing your wisdom and knowledge, and especially on this beautiful solstice day, even though it's -40 outside, but it's still a beautiful solstice day. And I just totally appreciate you, David. So thank you very much.
You're obviously in Canada, Omar. It's not 40. It's not 40 below here.
Well, it's nice here, but it's supposed to snow in a few hours. You can see it coming. You can almost see it going on its way. It's supposed to be negative tonight. So, woo, it's winter.
Yeah, it sure is. We've had flights canceled here in Kamloops, flights canceled in Vancouver. It's like literally -40 outside. It is just freezing cold, and I was just working, and I just got back from work, and I drywall, and the house that I'm in was cold, right? Because we go in and got to turn the heat on, and our heater wasn't working so well, so we're just like vibrating in there. We're like, just move really quickly so you can just put it up and stay warm. But it is what it is, and I'm just thankful for you, David, and everyone else that's come on and and share the love and inspiration for the coming years, and to help set a new timeline and help humanity, just guide humanity into a positive timeline, because that's really what we all want. And we're all a projection of one another. We're a projection of source, and we are one. And I hope that we can all just come together as one and stop the fighting and stop the judgment of other people. And that's really what I'm seeing for the future.
And that always begins right here with each one of us.
Absolutely.
If you want to change the world, change yourself.
Perfect.
Yes, that's beautiful. It sure is. Right? Change begins with the self. And it reminds me of Michael Jackson's song, Man in the Mirror, right? Take a look in the mirror and change yourself. And then once you change yourself, then, the world changes, right? It's law of attraction, I guess, where, when you begin to change, you change others along with you. So beautiful, beautiful message, David. Thank you.
Bye, David. Thank you. See you soon.
Thank
Talk to you soon. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And guys, we just put up the website for David Maria's website, and that is in the comments. And I hope to, at the end of the day, grab all of everyone's website addresses and put them into the description of the video. So that way, when people in the future are coming back to watch this, they'll have all these resources to to fall back on and to utilize and to help them raise awarenesses, because that's what it's really all about. So thank you very much, Ronnie, for tossing that up, and thank you to all the mods that have been working hard in the background and keeping our stream healthy and beautiful, so that we can continue to spread this love across the entire world. And happy solstice, Kathy.
Yeah, thank you. So, Omar, you wouldn't believe each person's presentation has led to the next one. It's been like they choreographed it, but we didn't. Somebody else did. But it has been amazing. Where you when you get to hear the first part, you'll go, "Wow, this is a God job."
Yeah, right on.
That's all I know is we're seed dreaming, the A team here, the seed dreamers. And you're not going to need other motivational stuff. Just keep watching this stuff and you'll be able to go for it, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's I just follow the process, right? Because when we reached out to all of our speakers and put together a list, I actually had no idea as to who was going to go where and how, and I just kind of just started at the top of the list after I did a little bit of breathing, and reached out to Patricia and said, "Okay, Patricia, it seems like we're going to start with you." And she was like, "Are you okay with that?" I'm like, "I'm absolutely okay with that, because you rock, sister." And then from there it just kind of fell in place. So thank you, universe, for really allowing this to happen and to fall in sync like that. That's beautiful to hear.
Yeah. I'm so grateful that we're doing this, and the energy. I'm so sensitive. This is just building like crazy. I'm going to have to ground myself soon because it's awesome. And our next guest, I can't wait to feel her energy. Jeepers, Dr. Jones here. Should I bring her on, or you go?
Yeah, bring her on. One of my favorite people in the world. Hi, Dr. Joan.
Hello. I am so grateful to be with both of you. You're both my loves, and I've missed you. I'm so excited and honored you called me in today and called in these energies, which we have been working with very strongly. So this is amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Dr. Joan is like one of my favorite people in the world. We met a few years ago at a conference that Neil Gore was holding at Portal to Ascension. And we just resonated and, just became friends and kind of been working together off and on ever since then. And when I was putting this event together, you were like one of the first people I thought of. And I was like, Dr. Joan has to be a part of this. And so I reached out to you. And as always, you said yes. And, I appreciate that. And just lots of love and respect for you, Dr. Joan. You're amazing.
Omar, I'm so happy. I hope we do more things again together. And Kathy, I love you dearly.
I love you too.
And, Kathy was very instrumental in sharing with me how to activate my 15th dimensional self. And I've been very busy the last year, since August, on a journey of exploration and of activation and remembering who I really am. And I say that most of you who are listening to this have lifetimes that it's time for you to remember, because we were all together in the ancient lands of Lemuria, Atlantis, and in Egypt, and even coming together now maybe 1,000 years later, to help wake up, and to wake up despite the darkness here on the planet. So I'm here to today share how the goddess Hathor taught her people how to invoke gratitude.
Perfect.
When darkness spread through their lands, her mission, her beauty was to inspire people to remember that there was so much to be grateful for, despite the tribulations, despite the darkness. So I'm honored to share her wisdom with you today. So everyone, dear ones, I'm Joan of Angels. I am remembering the oracle within me. I am remembering how to connect to that deep, divine, spiritual high self that has messages for each and every one of you. And I'm here to really offer to you gratitude and exercises and gratitudes that the ancient ones taught us to deal with the dark shadows that many of you know are here on the planet. So we offer these 5 gifts of Hathor and the gratitude within. So in these times of darkness, it's so interesting when we invoke the gifts of gratitude, when we invoke joy, when we invoke peace, balance, and harmony, we can change and heal ourselves, our families, and our communities in all ways. The ancient ones knew that it was very, very important to keep balance and harmony in all things. And it's so funny because this balance and harmony was not only a personal responsibility, but you were to do this so that you could keep the people around you in balance and harmony. And they felt that if each and every soul stepped into gratitude, peace, balance, and harmony, it would bring the light on the planet. So the ancient ones knew the value of this, and actually this was how they maintained peace and order in especially the lives of the peasants, who of course were suffering the hardest. Just like so many of our people now are suffering in this darkness and suffering through these trials and tribulations that we are destined to go through and overcome, because that is our destiny into that ascension timeline. But as we see what's happening on the planet, we are here to awaken you. So the Egyptians called this energy Maat, M-A-A-T, and Maat means balance and harmony. And that was one of the primary cultural values of the Egyptian pharaohs, to keep people feeling this balance and harmony, so that there was an ability to be healed and stay sane and have joy, even in the midst of trauma. So to allow, and part of this gratitude, okay, part of this balance and harmony was to develop a sense of gratitude so that you could have joy in your heart. And we know that when we have joy in the heart, and when our heart is as light as a feather, we can go through death and we can go to the heavenly realms. And by the way, guys, I am here invoking the heavenly realms right now and invite you, each and every one of you, to step in with me to feel the presence of the divine in all that you do. And even though we walk in those 3-dimensional bodies, and even though we walk in the world, and maybe we do our work in our service, when we invoke the heavenly realms and the celestial powers within us, we have the ability to have a heart that is lighter than a feather, so that we can ultimately pass into paradise. Now, the opposite that the Egyptians said of gratitude was something called ingratitude. Not like being ingratitude, but it was one word, ingratitude, like ingracious. And that was considered a gateway sin, which actually opened up your soul to doubt, distrust, envy, bitterness, and self-centeredness. So all of the rituals, all of the celebrations that we can now partake in are to remove the ingratitude so that we can actually step back into gratitude to maintain that sense of balance and harmony, and not to lose hope of redemption, or, like of a soul ascending, not to lose that hope of paradise within. So today we are going to share with you the rituals of the 5 gifts of Hathor. And these are oral traditions. You won't find them in any written places. But these oral traditions of Hathor, I think you're going to really like, because I was so blown away. Which these gifts of Hathor encourage gratitude by reminding us how to be thankful despite the hardships that we have endured. And I want to acknowledge that there have been hardships for each and every one of us now in a way we never even envisioned. And so this is so timely when we step into our own personal power, when we remember that we can actually create a heaven on earth by stepping into this gratitude, as opposed to the gateway sin, which is so easy in that 3D world to step into. So when we know this, okay, when we go through prayer, through chanting, through sound healing, through meditation, through Reiki healing, or through even, plant medicine rituals, that which will align you between the earth and the heavens is that which will bring you joy, and that which will raise your frequency so that you will actually ascend and not get trapped in this matrix. So we want to know how to do this. So to keep the poor people in balance, all right, she invoked this ritual of the 5 gifts of gratitude by reminding us all of how to be thankful no matter what. And so, first of all, I want to invoke with you the prayer to Hathor before I share with you the gifts. And we are invoking her energy right now. So by giving praise to Hathor, we get to kiss the earth for reverence in all her forms. And this was the day that we saw her beauty. My mind was spending the day in celebration that I beheld the Lady of the Two Lands in a dream, and she placed joy in our hearts so that we were then revitalized with her food. So when we focus on the higher realms, we become revitalized with her food. So those of you who are wise will honor this joy within you, will honor these teachings that raise your frequency, which may be known as pure food or the celestial food, the celestial fluids that will help you remember, that will actually show you what is true and not true. So in order to solve these problems of rivalry, these lower frequencies in gratitude attitudes, we focus on the divine, and we focus on that which we know to be true, that we have an ability to look up. We have an ability to focus on and maintain personal balance. Now, in Egypt, it was accepted that life was pursued within the context of a dangerous cosmos. Now, we don't talk about that these days, that there's a dangerous cosmos. I think of it as the matrix, a dangerous cosmos, but that there was an orderly pattern, and there is, okay, that could be frequently disturbed by disasters, pandemics, premature death, illness, cancers, or even natural disasters. So in order to maintain balance, personal faith was needed to respond to life's tragedies. And this is true for us now. But disease or hardship or leprosy, whatever, was not regarded as a bad experience by the Egyptians, because they knew that this was the way we gain strength. Okay, this was the way we can gain spiritual sustenance from these losses. And it's true that these personal hardships are almost challenges by the dark forces to not to slay you, but to teach you how to be strong, to teach you gratitude, to teach you tenacity, to teach you to look to that which can connect to the celestial planes, that which could sustain you, the sense of peace, balance, and harmony. So it was very, very interesting. There are 5 gifts of Hathor. And the way they were trained to do this is that when a poor farmer joined in the worship of Hathor, the priest or priestess would take hold of their left forearm, and we're going to do this together, and say, name the 5 things you would miss the most if you were to die right now. So I want you in your home to think about this now. If I were to die right now, what are the 5 things I would miss the most? And I can tell you I would miss my children. I would miss my family. I would miss each and every one of you. I would miss the beauty of the sun rising and the moon in its fullness and the stars that twinkle. So we say to you, what are those 5 things? Hold your left arm right now with me and think of those 5 things as you look at your fingers. My children, my pets, my home, my planet, my stars. What are those 5 things? And then we say to you that when hardships come, you are to remember these. When you wake up in the morning, Hathor would say, remember, no matter how dark it might seem. In other words, when you go outside today, or when you read something that might disturb your soul, rather than going into panic and, oh my God, despair, we say, remember those 5 gifts. Remember the ones and the joy that and the love that you feel through this planet and through our ability to be and see this beauty. So we are gifting you with your 5 gifts of gratitude, with the things that mean the most to you. So we say again, if you were to die right now, what are the things you are most grateful for? And each day, invoke this upon awakening, and invoke them upon your sleep, and invoke them when you see things that bring pain in your heart, and remember that which you are grateful for. Because even, thousands of years later, we are still learning how to invoke the gifts of beauty, the gifts of spirit, and the gifts that we have been given. So what are those gifts? And so every day, when these poor peasant farmers went back out into the field to do hard labor, very hard labor, they were told that every day you have 5 things to be grateful for. And should you lose one in your life, should you lose a family member, should you lose your companions or your dogs or your home, it doesn't matter, because then you will add another thing you're grateful for, and you will still have 5 things in your heart to be grateful for. So as I read this, and as I started to invoke into gratitude, I also remind you that Source and Heaven really wants you to accomplish that which you came here to do. There is a place inside you where you can literally open this veil so you can begin to hear the messages that come down through the celestial realms to you. And as a matter of fact, even this image that we have behind us should invoke those realms for you. And as we invoke those realms, we can literally feel in our heart this energy that can come up through the soles of our feet. And so as we send our roots down to the center of the earth, and as we extend those antennas up to the heavens, we can be as one, and we can open literally the floodgates to receive those energies in our consciousness. And part of those energies are this balance and harmony that has been set up and structured through Egypt, through Atlantis, and now being called once again here in these days and in these times as a way to maintain your sense of balance, not just for you, by the way, but for others. And I love how the Egyptians and the Atlanteans said you maintain this not just for yourself, but for those around you, because that is how we spread that light. So as we become and we begin to invoke this pillar of light around each and every one of you, imagine that you're up in these heavenly realms with us looking down upon the planet. And as you look down upon the planet, you can see those pillars of light where souls like you are learning how to stay in balance and harmony. Why? Because when you invoke that tower of light, that beam of light, you not only become an attractor of light, an attractor of high vibrational frequency, which is what is so needed here, but you also can generate it upward and become a generator of light. And when you become a generator of the light, what happens next is remarkable, because your light connects with another person's light, which will then connect another person's light, which will then create a grid of light. This grid of light has the power to break through the matrix, break through those energies that are oppressing our people. And so we owe it to ourselves to invoke this pillar of light within us and to walk with it wherever we go, so that we cannot be psychically attacked, so that we can't go, so that when we go into the supermarket or into the busy street or into, shops or stores or doctors' offices, when we invoke that pillar of light, we are no longer at effect of any of those energies. We are no longer at the effect of the matrix, and we become sovereign in our own being. So imagine walking wherever you go and bringing this energy of peace, harmony, and flow, and actually being part of the solution and being that true light worker. But what is a light worker but one who has learned to hold that energy steady and to be within that grid and to manifest that light, invoking it, number one, into the earth. Now, when we invoke it into the earth, we can literally clean the waters. If we do it collectively, not solely. If we do this collectively, we can begin to harmonize the grids underneath. And so we ask you, wherever you go, to begin to invoke your pillar of light and know that you're in this flow. And when you send your roots down to the earth, you can clean up the waters. You can clean up the oil spills. You can clean up the pollution that is coming energetically. And then as we connect to our heavenly side, we begin to glow. We begin to clear up the air. We begin to notice that people begin to know who we are. So this morning, I walked down the streets here. I am here in a very magical place in the Mayan Empire, in Playa del Carmen, Playa del Carmen. And as I walked down today, I noticed that people were looking at me, because I was invoking this pillar of light. You too can invoke this pillar of light when you walk in your highest of selves. And I have been working on making sure that you can feel my radiance, and you too can feel your radiance by invoking it within you, by clothing yourself in high frequency clothing, or the smells in your home, be it copal or lavender or frankincense or myrrh, to anoint yourself with that of the divine so you can feel divine. Yes, because as you invoke your divinity, people around it will see. So as I was walking this morning, I saw this man. He was taking a picture of his wife. She was in this pizza place. And I don't know why I was guided. And I said, would you like me to take a picture of you and your wife so people could see you were here together, And they just were so delighted. And I took their picture, and I kind of made them smile. And I continued on my walk. Went down a few blocks, and I turned around, and I walked by. I heard a little voice that said, join them for pizza. And I went, oh, really? My human self. Oh, really? But I heard that voice. And so I walked into the pizza place, and I got a little slice of pizza. By the way, there's such good food here, and organic and healthy. It's unbelievable. So I turned around, and I was going to invite myself to sit with them when the husband, his name is Stephen, invited me to join them. And, as we sat there, they were from Canada, and we had a very enlightened conversation. Apparently, we were on the same realm, and we had some of the same philosophy. But Stephen told me a very delightful story. He said that when he was young, when he was a little boy, every night when he would go to bed, in his dreams and in his inner sight, at 5, he'd see a man and a woman coming down the stairs, and they were blue. They were blue faces, blue skin. They were the blue beings, the blue angels, the blue tribe. And they would come and they would console him. They would hold him. They would talk to him. And they downloaded information and wisdom to him. But of course, when he told his mother every day, of course, they were thinking it was just the rantings and ravings of a child. But as we talked of his memories, and we spoke of why they were here. And I just felt so blessed to have been guided to be with them, because they became an extension of Soul Family. And his wife, her name was Lois, like she said, well, like Lois Lane, and I kind of think that was pretty funny. Her husband was sort of like a Superman. And she said she was like Lois Lane. And I kind of remembered that. But she said, we noticed you when you walked that way. And we actually wanted to run out and find out who you were. And then we noticed you coming back. And so, my dearest ones, that is one way I'm going to suggest you walk on the planet. Do you need to wear an Egyptian fan behind your head to be noticed on the planet? No. But you need to walk in your power. You need to walk in your gratitude. Now, notice I'm not saying ingratitude, because according to the Egyptians, that is seeds of doubt being spread among you. We say to you to walk in gratitude, walk in your power, walk in your truth, radiating that sense of peace, balance, and harmony. Because when you do that, you are part of the ascension timelines. You are part of holding steady. You are part of actually literally breaking free of these energies that are enslaving souls. So last night at dinner, I was at dinner with this beautiful goddess named Shavati. She is a crystal skull keeper. And I'd met her before, but we talked only about skulls last time. But last night at dinner, we started to talk really strongly. She told me something that I wasn't, I didn't, she taught me something. And she explained to me that 1,000 years ago, we were in a similar cycle. And 1,000 years ago, souls who took the wrong choices became entrapped in this dark energy, became entrapped in a reincarnation cycle that was pain and hardship and suffering. Why? Because we know that the dark energies feed on pain and suffering and misery. And so for 1,000 years, many of us, even myself included, have repeatedly come down over and over and over and over again, feeding the dark lords. However, it has been written in time that after 1,000 years, there was a time, which is today, which is now, where we have choice once again. So you are invited right now to choose wisely the frequency which you want to be in. Otherwise, again, you will be part of that 1,000-year cycle. Be 1,000 years before that waking up moment, that moment of choice awakens you. So each and every one of you has a choice to remember, a choice to step into that power of which you are. And it begins with gratitude. It begins with evoking peace and harmony. It begins by remembering, I am grateful for my family. I am grateful for the stars. I am grateful for my friends. I am grateful for this beautiful planet. And I am grateful for the return of my memory, and which hopefully will awaken and activate your memories. I am an awakener, my friends. I am an oracle. I connect to the heavenly realm so I can bring you down messages that will help you not only remember who you are and why you're here, but will help you stand steady no matter what. Each week on Miracle Monday, which you can find on my YouTube, 5 p.m. Pacific, I talk about how to hold steady no matter what. How to remember who you are and invoke these energies so that you can be free to be you, so that you can be part of the solution, so that your memories will serve to awaken others. That this gratitude is such a part of that. So we, as Joan of Angels, I'm so grateful. I was so grateful that someone named me Joan of Angels, because I could never have taken that name for myself, because that would have been egoic. So as Joan of Angels, I have that energy of an extra special goddess self that is holding me steady, so that I have learned how to invoke these pillars of light and to share that with you, so that you can remain steady, you can remain strong, you can remain empowered and filled with joy, though the planet is burning around us. And I say to you that that could happen, that there is a time that we're going to really be grateful that we can wake up and count our fingers and say, I am grateful that I'm alive. I am grateful that I understand that this too will pass. I am grateful for that rainbow that I see, because it reminds me of my divinity. I am grateful for Oma. I am grateful for Kathy. I am grateful for each and every one of you, that you too are doing your best to awaken here on this planet. I know that you know who you are. I know that you are just being called now to stand steady during these times, and to even take your place with me and with those of the others who have come here exactly for these times. When we say you are the ones you have been waiting for, we say that you were born for this. You were born to remember. You were born to be that light worker, that one who holds this grid, that one who can connect earth to heaven and become that radiant beam of light, that radiant beam of peace, harmony, and joy. And so it is. And so it is. And we are Joan of Angels. We come from you. We are here in the Mayan temples now to share these energies with you. And so it is. And so it is. So let's see where my guides are. If anyone's here with me.
That was excellent, Dr. Joan. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed that. It's not quite sure what to say. I'm still kind of vibing from what you said, and just grounding here as you're speaking. And incredible presentation. Thank you very much.
I want to thank you both for allowing me to be here. I have an event coming up. Maybe you can flash it somewhere or put it in the comments, which is a celebration of coming back and connecting to the heavenly realms. It's next Monday. But I invite all of you. I'm going to have my new website up and running, my art up and running soon. But join me on my website, sign up so you can find out my future, your future. If you feel lost on how to maintain these high frequency energies, reach out to me, because that is one of my specialties. And I want to give a shout out to Kathy, because that session I had with Kathy a year and a half ago, when she said, Joan, you have a 15th dimensional guide waiting to be with you. And over the last year, we have understood that and even more. Good. So I just wanted to share that with you. Get rid of that at Joan of Angels, though. Oh, maybe it is. I haven't tried it that way. I am at Joan of Angels in all things. So
I think the YouTube tag picks it up, and
it's just
connected to your channel.
Yeah, it just started to do that. The change in the name.
Like 2 weeks ago, I think they started to bring out handles. And so if you guys just put like at Joan of Angels or at Watchers Talk or at Kathy Mason, then I think it just directs you right to their channel. And as well, guys, I just posted a link to Dr. Joan event coming up here, and just going to toss that up right here. And visit this website, Calling All Angels. The Celestial Gateway is open, and visit that and sign up. And as well, subscribe to Dr. Joan's YouTube channel, and visit the website, because there's a lot of good stuff on there and wonderful resources. It's really what I have to say, because this event is really about resources, providing resources. Not only is it to, uplift our spirits and create that energy vortex that I was speaking about this morning, but it's all about resources as well, because there's a lot of new people that are coming in. A lot of people are just waking up. So, these types of conferences and events are very helpful for them. So, you can always just go and visit all of our websites and, cherry pick what you need, because it's really tailor-made for you as to your own human experience and your own experience here in this world as to which timeline you want to pursue, right? So it's really up to you. So thank you, Dr. Joan.
Well,
I'm so honored. Thank you.
I also want to say that Joan is a great teacher. She's the real deal. So if you're looking for someone to guide you through all these changes and take the high road, Joan is a great, great teacher. Very loving, but she doesn't guide you softly. It's not totally shamanic, but it's close. It's just the truth, right?
It is the truth of your soul, and we have been told not to hide that,
right?
Because those are the shadows that we carry, and when we can release those shadows and memory come back, then we can be that light being, and we can. I love how the Egyptians have balance and harmony as one of the tenets of their culture. So I think we can place it in our hearts, leading to the 5 gifts of Hathor.
Perfect.
Count your fingers every day in gratitude. Oh, I don't want to say that. In the art of gratitude. And thank you for joining me in the heavenly realms today.
Yes. Well, thank you for your genius. We're so glad we know you. We're so, so lucky.
Love you so much.
Love you too.
All of you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Well, so
I just had a sneeze attack here. Just sneezed like 10 times.
That's a great release. Omar, you look wonderful, by the way. Very bright.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, guys. Thank
Bye.
you.
I moved out of my bedroom and into a studio in the room that became available, and so here I am. Usually my cat is like right there or like right there, but
she's been there.
I got a crib for her, and, they both love it and they both sleep in it, and built a little fort for them. So I got that cat energy around me. Speaking of Hathor, right? So it's beautiful.
I love it. Oh my God. Okay, I hate to say goodbye.
Thank you, Joan.
Thank you, Dr. Joan. Merry Christmas to you and Happy New Year. And I will speak to you soon at the conclusion of this event. And once I begin to, individualize all these segments, I will send you a copy of this presentation as you had requested. So give me a few days and I'll send it out to you.
I love you dearly, and I look forward to co-creating in the future.
Yes.
So it is.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Love, love, love.
So,
how excellent. And guys, right here is Dr. Jones' YouTube channel again, right? So visit Dr. Jones' YouTube channel, subscribe, hit that bell, because it really counts when you hit that bell, because the algorithm picks it up and figures that people are interacting with this channel. So, it's always useful. And currently, we are waiting for Stephen and Evan Strong, and we have a rock ceremony going on. But I messaged Evan, and he was saying that he was having some camera issues. So I think he is rebooting his computer. So I sent him a couple of messages. He hasn't seen them. So I'm sure they're, in a panic right now, right? Because
it looks like Rob's trying to come on too. So maybe we'll have a little bit of chat time while we're waiting.
Yeah, let's bring Rob. You game? Are you coming on?
His video's not on. There he is.
There he is. Add to stream. And there's
Okay, you're muted, and I can't unmute you. You have to do it. Can you unmute? There you go. Thank you.
What's up, everybody? Yeah, I'm at work for today, and it's pretty upset that I'm missing all this. But you know, it's such an incredible day. I don't know if everybody felt it last night, but as soon as it hit 12 o'clock last night, I felt the energy just get crazy. Everything started to get crazy. Let me stand up so I don't look so, you know, hodgepodge. But it started to get really insane, and I'm sure everybody out there is feeling it because we're moving out of one paradigm into another. It's a new era, right? And this is the golden age of humanity. So the frequency bursts that have been happening all day long are just incredible. They're incredible, and it's been, I can't even explain it. There's been a lot of hardships here at work, but nothing seems to phase me today because I know what today represents. And I'm going to miss the rock ceremony, but I have to chime in a little bit later to get, you know, get my feel for the rock ceremony because it's one of the most important things of this entire event is the rock ceremony. So, you know, it's an incredible day. I can't say enough. And I'm sure everybody feels it just like I do. The energies are off the chart. This has been an epic conference so far. And Dr. Joan just blew it out of the water, talking about ancient Egypt and Hathor and talking about the corruption to the energy grids. We talked about this on my channel just a while back. The corruption to the energy grids and the AI architecture, maybe not so much AI, but negative entity architecture and negative energies is completely cleared out now, which means that we're following our ancestral footsteps into our own potential, and our potential is at its max peak right now, and it's only going to keep going to this next level, and it's going to just awaken every soul across this planet and across this time matrix. I'm so excited for it. I have an elation today because of this information that's coming out, but also the gratitude that's being expressed. This is where we have to reside right now. We have to reside within that gratitude and carry it with us every day and manifest every moment that we want and that we think that we deserve. And we all deserve a lot because we've been putting up with a ton of stuff lately, especially with battling in this spiritual battle. We are the front line. So, you know, I just wanted to thank everybody for that. I think I might be lagging a little, but it is what it is. Where did everybody go? Everybody's gone right now. There we go. Yep.
I was giving you the moment that you needed because I know. Oh, where'd you go?
I'm still here. I turned my camera off.
Okay, I know that you're not going to be around for most of the day, so I thought that I would highlight you. And I'm in the same boat. I'm in the same boat. You know, I kind of figured out the plan for tomorrow. And, you know, we got to pay bills and we're working. And, you know, Sugar Bee is at work. She's working. And Kathy is working right now. And you know, everybody is working, right? So tomorrow, actually, I'm going to, you know, be around for pretty much the entire day because I'm going to take my studio with me to the job site. And I will be there with you guys, you know, no matter what. So that's definitely going to happen. And,
I want to applaud Kathy for holding down the fort while we were both gone today. It's just so incredible, Kathy. You're amazing, and I love you to death. And it's just incredible.
Yeah, no, I'm on the team. We're on the Seed Dreaming team, or we're the Seed Dreamers, and everyone's invited to be on the team.
Damn straight.
Everyone is a Seed Dreamer today, and guys, I believe it is Solstice right now. As we, you know, I saw a message like 10 minutes ago. They were saying a solstice in 10 minutes, and that was about 7 or 8 minutes ago. So I think we are currently in the solstice as we speak, where the sun is supposed to be at. And with that being said, Kathy, let's bring on Stephen and Evan, and we will start our rock ceremony. And this is something that I've been really looking forward to. And, you know, I can't wait to sit in that circle.
You need to sit down, Dad, to say hello.
So wait, yeah. Let's give, hey, Steve.
Hi, Stephen.
What's going on, brother?
Say hello to them.
Oh, am I saying hello?
Yeah, can't you do it?
Oh, okay, good.
Hi, Stephen and Evan. How are you?
We're freezing here, and you're in shorts and a short sleeve shirt.
Right. I was just thinking that very same thing. minus 40 here, and Steve's like, showing us shorts and his, beautiful legs, and he's like, check it out, man, we're getting suntanned. And everybody else in the background too. Look, they're all wearing shorts. Oh, I envy you guys.
Oh, well, thank you so much for letting us have the experience of being in that circle.
They're talking to you now. Listen to them. I can't hear them properly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got, what time is it, please?
8:45.
8:45. We've got 2 minutes before the ceremony. I was going to do an extensive introduction and tell you about what's going on and why we're doing it. I'm going to do that back to front because in 2 minutes from now, I'm going to move my seat, move out. And what we'll do is we'll just got a coverage of some of the rocks. There's been some major drama here this morning. And obviously now we've got across. So we've got some of the rocks you will see, some you won't. That's mainly due to the fact we've got about 7 chords and they don't join up properly. And then after the event, then I'll come back and we'll talk about the ceremony, the purpose behind it, and some of the rocks and contributors to what we're doing at the moment. So going on the fact it's now 8:46. 8:46. In about 30 seconds from now, I'm going to step away, take my chair away from here, and we'll come back to you in 15 minutes. I'm sorry we can't get all the rocks on here at the moment. We had a major problem getting this set up, but it is working. And I have my official timekeeper looking at me right now. And when he waves, I'm going to walk away and I will come back at 9:02. And that will be any second from now. What I can say is the rocks have been at the telecast before. And I must tell you now, this ceremony is not for Uluru. It's not for these rocks. It's for the people who are here at the moment and those who join in later. And I'm leaving you from now. Okay, we're going to stop at that because we've got a bit we've got to cover. Hopefully I'm in the right spot here, Evan. You'll tell me if I'm not.
Yeah, no, you're in a good spot.
Right, okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me now give you a very quick back filler as to what took place here and why we did this and what this was actually about. I'm going to have to sit down this time, which is going to be difficult for me. God, I normally walk everywhere. Okay, I want to go back about 7-8 years ago when we first heard about a ceremony that was taking place at Uluru with what they called a device they called a magic box, which was it's more a metaphor than an actual thing, but it was a thing as well. We strongly suspect there were Pleiadian crystals placed in the rock. And the story was there was going to be a solstice on 2020, which we didn't know at the time had an alignment of Saturn, Jupiter, obviously the summer solstice, the 3 planetary objects, and it was supposed to be the change of everything. Now, the deal was, according to the elders, that if a certain number, there were going to be elders who would go to Uluru on that day from a lot of different places, as we found out later. They would conduct a sacred ceremony which would turn the rock on, but would only basically sit it in neutral. And what was then needed was a certain number of people around the world were supposed to participate by meditating at that particular moment, which is when the solstice took place, which was 7:32 then. And that would literally change the world. Now, to cut a very long story short, and a lot of drama, and a lot of times we actually told people we never thought this was going to happen, the ceremony was successful. The number of people involved around the planet was somewhere between 15 to 20 million people. And that was all good. But I knew when we finished that, a lot of people were going to be looking up in the sky for a UFO. Many people said we were going to see a UFO on the day, which we did. But nobody knew, and I've got to be honest, nor did we know what was going to happen past that point. So, did the ceremony, was it successful? Yes, it was. And for anyone that's not seen this before, is not aware of it, please go to our website. And in our website, you'll see there's an article there which contains evidence of proof that it was successful. And that evidence includes, number one, the Shumann resonance was the resonance of the planet, moving from what the measurement there in the Ukraine University was 0.3, then it went up to 32 and stayed from 32 to 36 for the next 4 hours, then dropped away. We also had film at 7:36 given to us by someone else who was standing at Uluru at the same time in a different place to us, where the rock exploded and the whole sky was covered with this white light. It's only an instant, a second or so, but you can go there and you can see that film. And you'll find that the light covers everything, but it doesn't touch the rock. It's obvious that explosion of light came out of the rock, and I've got to tell you, the people who filmed it didn't even see it. It was only when they looked at it through the camera did they see actually what took place. When they were there at 7:36, they saw nothing. And nor did we, where we were sitting. We also have film of an object flying above Uluru at 7:32, 7:36, and a bit further on. And that particular object is moving at about 30 k's an hour directly above Uluru. And we did some research, and some other people did some research for us, and found out we've got a map, an aviation map at 7:32, and you'll find there's one plane 400 k's away traveling from Darwin, I think, to Adelaide, and it's in the west, and we weren't even looking that direction. So that's certainly not what it was. It wasn't a plane. Some people say it was a helicopter. We were sitting in the desert, man. If there was a helicopter going on, we would have heard it. And I can also tell you, we know the people who got on the last flight in a helicopter, and it landed at 5 o'clock, and the helicopters then were closed down. So it wasn't a helicopter. And if you look at this very carefully, you'll find the person who filmed this actual UFO flying above us is legally blind, and you don't see it all the time because he can't see it because he's filming the sky. And I think there's one person today that was there on that day, and the sky turned into colours like a rainbow after sunset that blew everyone away. And we've got pictures of lights coming out of Bosnia and different places in the world there were filmed camera photograph of lights coming down at a place called Glasgow. And the local newspaper covered on the front page and called it the War of the Worlds. Well, it was the War of the World itself. So we've got plenty of filmed evidence that you can look at, empirical evidence to tell you something happened at that particular moment. Now, that much we know is true. What we didn't know is what took place next. And it's come to us piece by piece. Now, yes, we did a ceremony last year, Solstice then, and then one this year. Now, what needs to be understood is right now as I'm speaking, we're in a pure solstice. We also have a full lunar eclipse, which means those two are aligned, those two planetary objects are in alignment. And we're also in alignment with Uranus, which is the planet of sudden change. So this particular ceremony we did then was got nothing to do with Uluru. It's turned on. I can tell you that Uluru at 10 o'clock on the morning of that ceremony, they kicked everyone out for the first time ever and kicked them out for that day. They were already there at 10 o'clock and moved everyone out and kept them out for the whole next day, which is in the middle of basically the holiday season at Christmas. And they just moved them all out because they didn't want anyone there to get in the way of the ceremony. It did take place, but very, very few people were involved in this nor knew a lot about it. What's happened since? Well, here's the trick with this. We were told that there would be a change in the earthly vibration and a change in the tendency on this planet. And what we were told by the elders was this, that the planet, the Shumann resonance, as you may or may not know, has gone up time after time, and it's continuing to peak to the stage where we can't even measure it anymore. That is part of the Earth's healing process. It's cleansing itself, and it's going to continue to do that. And our information is, in a time in the very near future, the Shumann resonance will be sitting in the hundreds and will never drop down. And that leads to a major issue. And the issue is this. Well, when we were doing ceremony just then, there was quite a few birds that flew past, and you might have heard them through the microphone there. Our information is every bird that flew past will be staying. Every insect that's crawling around or flying around at the moment, because we're living in the rainforest here, will be staying. The animals out in the bush there, be it the goanna, the carpet snake that keeps trying to eat our chooks, which we've had to constantly have battles with, and I've had to pick up carpet snakes and throw them out of the chook pen, they're staying, even though they're causing us a lot of grief. Everything is staying, but not everyone. What the elders have told us, and by the way, this is a ceremony known about around the world, and they've said this was going to take place. The Hopi call it the fast-flowing river, which is now flowing. I'll get to that in a sec. But what our elders have told us, and we've been told all over the place, is there's one species on this planet that does not have an automatic right of tenure, and that's us. We are the ones that we don't know about. And I've been told by elders everywhere, the great majority of humans on this planet will not be staying. Now, I thought to begin with that first ceremony was the time when people had to make a decision. I was completely wrong. It was the beginning of a process. It wasn't the process itself. It wasn't the culling of which ones stay and which ones don't. What it was the beginning of that process. And what's happened over the last 3 years is we've all gone through, and I can say this, there's a few people here today that have come, they've been personally invited. We've all gone through different forms of misery, whether it be the jab, whether it be the fact that we've got terrorists around, whether we think we're going to have a world war, whether we don't know if we've kept our job. Many people lost their job, whether we just don't know what's going on anymore. And we look around at our leaders and wonder why in God's name do we have them as leaders? And the whole thing, the whole structure is imploding. This is part of the process. What this day is the beginning of the separation. What's happened from 847, when we had that second alignment of 3 objects, that is when what the Hopi called the fast flowing river. It's flowing. It wasn't before, but it is now. We know many people, don't we, Evan, who've told us they're already in the river.
Yeah,
I'm going to tell you now, we've had information from above when I asked how many people were there, and the answer was nobody. So the people who've made a claim, and I'm addressing this to you personally because I know some of them, that you are standing in the river while the rest of us are struggling, no. You're in a creek, you're in a billabong, you're not in a fast-flowing river, and it's not going anywhere. Get out of that river because your ego's in the way. No one can make a claim like that. That's not part of the deal. Our understanding is this. The Mayans call it the two paths. And I know Paul and Phoebe have spent some time with the Mayans, and that's what they spoke about. Up until now, there was something there, but now there's been formed up. The asphalt's been laid, and the two roots have been formed out. And now you have to make a decision. This is the time now where you start deciding you commit yourself. You either do what the Hopi say, you fall into the fast-flowing river and celebrate with those who are there, or what the Mayans say is you walk down the right path. And they've told you if you walk down the wrong path, it's not a good result. Now, what my understanding is this, and we're going to do, Evan, you're going to come out in a sec. You might have to come around the other way because we're going to do some readings from a book in a second, okay?
Which book?
Mesreth's book.
All right.
I've got it here now and I've got the pages out and we're going to read a section of that. But what I want to tell you is this, ladies and gentlemen, that if you look around the world today and you look at what you've been offered basically complete media control. I noticed quite recently a gentleman, a friend of ours called Graham Hancock. Many people have been contacting Netflix saying you have to take this off. It's a lie. You've got to take his work away. Everything he said is wrong. He's been banned from entering Malta anymore. He's been banned from entering Egypt anymore because he had the hide to say something that the experts didn't agree with. And many people have approached Netflix and say, take him off, throw him off. And I find it interesting, and of course we've been shadow banned too, that in the past when I was a kid, people were allowed to say anything. And we just said, well, whatever. I thought democracy was about the fact that it was freedom of speech. It's not anymore now. What we're seeing with the media, what we're seeing everywhere is there's no freedom as anything. If you say something that they don't like, they will shadow ban you. They will lobby different groups to say you can't say that because it's wrong. It's as if humans today, for the first time ever, know everything. And that's a scary thought because we know so little of everything that when people now claim to know the truth, I've got to say to you right away, that is a bad sign. And all around us now, we've got basically a situation where most people have woken up to the fact the world is being run by villains and people who don't care about anyone but themselves and care nothing about you. And they have complete control. And there's nothing we can do. Well, there is. Because this is out of our hands now. What's happened now is what the indigenous people around the world talk about when they speak about this change. And by the way, let's get this straight. If you want to go to the Bible, go to the section in the Bible where it talks about 100,000 years of peace and harmony. It's written in the Bible. It's not just in the indigenous oral traditions. It's written in all the religious books. There'll be a change. Now, the change is interesting because, Evan, are you coming out now?
Yeah.
Go through the other door. Uh-oh. No, okay. Right. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to do a reading from a book because here what we've got at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, is we're saying to everybody, there's a chance for change now. This change is upon us and each person has to make a decision. The point you need to understand is this is a personal decision for yourself alone. And there's two parts to this quiz, this sort of NAPLAN test we've been given. There are two things you have to do to become part of the change. And I'm going to quote the Hopi because they are the great keepers of the prophecies. And they told us that we have to embrace the old teachings, the old ways. Now, that doesn't mean that we have to live out in the bush with a lean-to, no electricity, because I'm not putting my hand up for that, and I'm not sure if anyone here today is putting their hand up for that. That's not what this is about. Bring a chair and come over here, mate. Come and join us. It's not about that. It's about something completely different. Ah, here comes the chair now. Hello, we're going to pass that on. Right, book. Is that the page it was on?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. What we're going to do now is this. Before I go into a bit more, I'm going to read from this book here, and I'm going to tell you why we've been so keen to get this book out. And I don't understand why, nor does Evan, do we, Evan? After the publisher told us they can't fulfill our order and they're not publishing our books, and we thought that that was more of the shadow banning, I apologise to our publishers. It wasn't shadow banning, it was utter incompetence.
I'd say gross incompetence.
Gross incompetence. After refusing to fill an order for 52 we made so that people who pre-ordered our books could actually do it, and they told us they couldn't do it, they've gone to cheaper paper and they could not get the pictures up. They couldn't do it, and we wrote to them and said, well, what's going on? If you're not going to send it to us, refund our money, which they did. Well, lo and behold, they've now sent us the books. Now, what Evan's going to do and what I'm going to do is I'm going to read a section. Now, this is an interesting book. It's called An Interview with an Alien. And Marbeth is the alien involved, and Leah is the person who was in contact with her. Now, you're going to think that might sound a bit strange, but there's a section in the start of the book written by Leah to explain how that came about. And very quickly, I'm going to tell you one thing about channelers. When we started to go down this path, I wanted nothing to do with channelers. I don't believe in it, or didn't believe in it.
We also want nothing to do with UFOs, nothing to do with Yowies.
Yeah, we actually said we weren't going to do Yowies, UFO, or channelers, and we're doing them all. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because I met a lady called Valerie Barrows, and I realised one thing for sure. She was an honest person that meant well and had no devious intentions. She could have been deluded, but she wasn't lying. And that left me open to it. Then I met Leah, who said she was in contact with one alien in particular, which is Marbeth, the person on this book. And what I did was I asked her a series of 10 questions because she told me Marbeth knew everything. So I asked her 10 questions she couldn't know. And when I got to the second last question, I asked something only my wife and I knew and no one else. And the last question, not even my wife knew. And each time she knew the answer. That's when I locked into what was going on here. But what I found even more convincing was not so much what Leah said, is what Marbeth is supposed to have said. And this book is, I think, a collection of the first 10 transcripts, wasn't it?
Something like that.
And there's about 120 questions. And it's basically in the back of the book, I wrote this. If I was to offer the impossible, to be able to speak to the creator of everything and ask anything you want, surely only a fool would decline. But what if the next in line was willing and able to tell you everything? Would you be agreeable to have a series of conversations, which we did? And I'm now going to read, well, no, Evan's going to read because I don't read this that well. Evan's going to read a series of questions, answers from Marbeth, and I'm going to set up the question I asked. Now, the first question I asked him about was the ceremony that we did. Was it legitimate and did it work? And Marbeth said this.
The ceremony was a landmark in many ways because it proved to not just humans, but to us, that you can work together for a common goal. And when humans connect, you can stick to something. You have the common desire in that moment. It has affected the planet. Can you imagine what 8 billion people can create? Imagine how many strides forwards you can achieve with this. It was a test and you passed with flying colours. But there are many more challenges ahead. Can you remember that solution for the next challenge, we wonder? 15 million opened the door, but it takes the world to change the world.
Got to think about that, people. 15 million people opened the door, and what he said was there were challenges ahead. I can assure you, I'm not denying that. He did tell us when this happened. What did he call it? A bumpy road, didn't he?
Yeah.
I would have called it a pothole. And we've been going through that. And it's interesting when we put this thing on that Omar came up with to talk about gratitude, about what's taking place. So many people that Evan approached said the whole of this year was what for them, Evan?
Pretty rubbish.
They couldn't think of one thing to say. And they just said, we can't do it. They've been so enveloped with this negativity, the challenges ahead. Now, what I then asked him very simply was, I think I asked him about, yes, this Shumann resonance, because honestly, you can see that the the chart that Omar sent us, and it is at 732, it increases 100-fold. And I asked him about the Shumann resonance, and actually, were they involved in it? Did humans create this, or is it a combination of everything? How did this come about? Why did it peak at that match? Why did it increase by 100-fold? And he said,
it was mostly you when you tuned in. At the same time, it was uncomfortable to feel its effects. Not only can you turn it up and down, you can also balance it for yourselves. We also added our spark to it. It was a way for us to see you and you to see us.
A way for us to see you and for you to see us. In other words, what it is, this Shumann resonance is part of the cleansing of the planet. And what I'm going to explain to you now as we go through this, many people are not going to be able to stay here. This is not heaven and hell, by the way. I don't want you to turn this into some biblical thing, because it's got nothing to do with that. It's simply a matter of that if you were to incarnate and your soul hadn't evolved enough, the vibration would kill you. It would be so strong that you could not function. So, and what I'm looking at the moment is we don't know the percentage that stays, and quite a few will stay, and there'll be even more that won't. But I want to make a point about that. Let's say 15% stay and the rest don't. And that seems to be roughly the number that's going to take place. There is someone on that list that's 15.0001% that just missed out by one word and one deed. And that comes on to what he said next. And I think is, why is it changing so much? And he's given us an answer there. So can you share that one with us, please, Evan?
The bumps and spikes will continue to ensure that you remember the lessons. So we're going to keep that pressure to see if you can do it again. The ceremony was a lesson, but what we're doing now is a real test. The results of this test will prove that you can not only control the Shumann resonance, but your fates too.
It's the same thing. The Shumann resonance is the heartbeat of the planet. And we know that it comes from the planet. It's an interaction between the moon and the sun. We have to lock into that heartbeat, and if we can't, we have to leave. The souls that don't stay will go to a planet that's vibrating at the level the Earth was before. But what the Earth's going to vibrate in the future is completely different. And you may not be ready to do this. So this is not a judgment. It's just a transition. Some people will stay. Some will only just stay. Someone's just made it when they're on the edge of the list there, but they still stay. Many will not. Now, where do we go to next with that? Where's the last one down there? That's the one I want to do. Okay.
Souls will be able to reincarnate, but few will successfully pass through. Those who recall their lessons may re-enter, but those who willfully forget will not. This leaves the door open for them to come back when they have.
Which is what I've just said. It's just a transition period where people, ladies and gentlemen, let's be honest about this. If we were to do this on a proper level, the number of people, that'll do, mate. You can actually leave the fourth circle now. Okay, put that back and take that chair away too, please, mate. Right. The number of people in this circle, we don't know the full number, but we do know one thing. From the point of today, that road will open, that stream will start to run. And here's what we have been told. There are many people on the wrong road still at this moment in time. I'm going to assume we've got about 9 people sitting with us right now. These people were personally invited by us. I know for a fact these people, even though they've still got issues to deal with, because believe it or not, none of us are perfect. And I think we know that. But they're not asking for perfection. What they're asking for is intentions. And right now, the intention is that you want to work with the earth, that you don't want to listen to the people right now that are telling you how to run this place and how we pull things out of the ground constantly and think it's just like it's an open-ended thing where it'll be there forever. We've polluted the place. We've cut down the trees. We've created warfare. We've created fear. We've done everything we shouldn't do. And now there are consequences. And the trick is this, ladies and gentlemen, the consequences are up to each individual. You will judge yourself. No one else. There's no Peter at the gate. There never was. There's no heaven and hell. There never was. The hell that you're looking for is in here. You create your own. There's no place, there's no Dante's Inferno as such. This is all now your choice. You have to make a choice about which way you want to go. And the choice is very simple. You've got two roads. One road is the one you've got at the moment. And what have we got there? We've got viruses. We've got warfare. We've got pollution. We've got animals becoming extinct at a rate that's never happened before anywhere, ever on this planet. Where are the insects? Look around. In the cities, where are your butterflies? You don't have any anymore. In fact, one thing I've noticed recently until yesterday is I'm not even finding flies anymore. The sparrows, when I was a kid in Sydney, there were literally millions of sparrows. I know in the moment, even in England, the sparrows are becoming extinct. Think about it. That's a bird that lives on virtually everything or anything. All around this planet, things are in pain. And what's happening now is there's a resolution. Now, I'm going to ask you a question which we should have been asking for so long. Why did Mesrith come here? Why did all these different aliens come here and spend so much time with a group of warring apes? For the last 5,000 years, all we've done is create warfare, destruction, hatred, and fear. Why would they bother? They came for this test, for the event. And what happens here is going to resonate. That's why they've come here. This was a major event. But I want to make a point clear. Mesrith has made this clear. It's not as if past this point, it's all going to be perfect. That never happens. It will be different. But what this is a reset, and not a Donald Trump reset. It's a reset spiritually where people, if they are not spiritual, have to leave. That's what this is about. So has anyone got a watch for me, please? Because I know I've got 1 hour.
9:26.
9:26. Okay. What I want to do next is I've told you basically what the ceremony is about and what today is about. And what you've got to do, ladies and gentlemen, if you believe in this, what you've got to do is you've got to go out to people and tell them that what the Hopi have said, what the Cherokee, what the Inuit, what the Ardamatha have said. And the Ardamatha have said, it will begin here, it will end here, and it will begin again here. And this is the re-beginning. You have to go out to talk to people and explain to them that there's a change taking place. And I'm going to tell you, most of them are going to look at you and think that you're actually lost it. You think you're one of those crazy tree-hugging hippies. Well, maybe you are, but maybe that's not such a bad thing right now, because I can tell you now, we've just started to work out, even our scientists are telling us right now, that trees are a living organism that cooperate with each other and look after each other. We don't do any of those things. We don't do them. We don't even come close to that. They're now starting to say that trees have an intelligence. Of course they have an intelligence. I want to tell you, I asked Mesrith once about trees and said, are trees special? And I thought maybe they were. Maybe this is what made this planet unusual. He said, no, they're not. They're rare, but they're not special. But he made one point. I want you to think about it. He said, but the trees on Earth had one capacity greater than trees anywhere else in this cosmos, that they could become spiritual beacons and generators. They can create spirituality themselves. So when the crazy hippies go and hug a tree, you think that that's a ridiculous notion. In the past, the ceremonies would have demanded the same thing, that you go to the trees first before you talk about them. So ladies and gentlemen, that's what's coming. Now, what I want to do with the time we have left, I was going to do this before, but we didn't have a chance, is I want to introduce you to some of the players in this circle. And I want to make the point, there are a lot of original rocks in here, but there are other rocks here too. Paul and Phoebe have bought rocks from New Zealand and from around the world, haven't you? And we've placed them in there. They were in the last time round. And they're sitting around there. There's one I'm going to hold up now, and I'm going to show you some of these. Hopefully you can see it. Is this massive piece of greenstone here, which obviously comes from Mardi Land. And that mob there, greenstones for them are like, what are they, manna from heaven, aren't they?
Well, it's the stone of love.
Oh, well.
Anchors the love on the planet.
Right, well, there you go. That's what I just said, manna for heaven. And ladies and gentlemen, can I tell you the test that we're trying to sit for at the moment, the test that you're sitting for right now, it's much more dangerous than a NAPLAN test, which is a common test we have in Australia for all our kids. From the age of 8, we test them every year through to the time they're 18. And each year we test them on one thing, how well they can remember what other people said, never what they think. We don't want to do that. Now, these rocks are part of the arrangement here. There's some other parts of this arrangement I want to show you today too. And one of them is this. This particular piece is a photo of a person. Oh, by the way, I can tell you, officially this has been looked at by the Australian government, and they've proclaimed that this is actually a Homo sapien. So therefore, what I'm going to say from this point on would put me in the same situation as Graham Hancock. So basically, we may get shadow banned. Maybe people will be clamoring to say, look, take these guys off because they're lying. We know where there are 4 of these in this country. I've seen another one complete, a complete bone of this, or complete skeleton of this. On this one here, let me show you what it looks like when the 8 pieces we had from this particular skull were put back together by a gentleman whose job it was to work for the Australian Museum and construct skulls. So we didn't get someone off the street to put this together, and I'm going to hold this up now. That is what it looks like when you put it together. I'll turn that around this way so you can see it both ways around. And what that tells you, ladies and gentlemen, there it is face on, is if you look at that head, you're going to find one thing straight away. It's not ours. Now, I'm going to show you how this is completed, just so you get an idea why, and then I'll tell you the story about these beings. From that section there, this was in, the skull was reconstructed by the gentleman who makes the skulls, makes the faces for alien and predator. I'm going to hold up a Homo sapien skull, and I'm going to hold up the skull from this being. I want you to look at the shape of the 2 skulls, and then I want you to work the size of the cranium involved there. And I'm going to tell you now, this thing has got a much bigger skull, and more to the point, I'm now going to hold them up face to face, and you can see what they look like that way, and you'll find that these 2 skulls have nothing in common with each other. Yet, I've been to a burial site in Australia where this being, complete, was buried in a burial site next to other original people alongside them. In fact, there was one skull that was a meter away, which means they were living here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that particular skull is not from here. It doesn't belong here. And we have a story that goes with that one, and I've shown it to you there. And the story is that they came, these beings were called to this planet millions of years ago. And they weren't called by us. They weren't called by the megafauna, dinosaurs, not even the reptilians. They were called by the trees, which were much taller than, much larger. And they called to this alien species that Mesrith knows quite well. He's related to them, and they're incredibly old. And they were called because the trees were being cut down. There was warfare on the planet. The place was being polluted, and the whole of this planet was wrapped in fear, which is just what we have today. It's no different. And they came here with the intention of healing this planet and cleansing it. And unfortunately, Reuben Kelly, Uncle Reuben Kelly, a Dungutty elder, has told a dreaming story about this mob coming in a ship made of energy, and when it got to this planet, it turned into crystal. And then it exploded. It was shot down, we think, by the reptilians. And that being you're looking at, along with a few others, survived. They lived here for a period of time, and then they were betrayed and killed. Welcome to the real world. That's what happens when you come to this country. If you've got a good message here, man, you've got to battle it. So we have that type of being in part of this circle, which makes it more than just a rock circle. over here, we've got this being here with a massively thick skull. Our skull is between 2 to 3 mils. This is 15 to 18 mils thick. I thought this was a Denisovan. It turns out the experts who looked at this, the same guy who made the skull there, that created the skull for us, that works for the university, we thought it was a Denisovan. He said, no, it's an archaic Homo sapien. An archaic Homo sapien. I'm going to show you something with this. This is the original bone. It's part of this arrangement. What I'm going to show you is this. Here is a reconstruction of this being. And notice it does have a forehead. Okay, it does have a forehead and it's incredibly thick. This is an ancient archaic Homo sapien. This is the modern one. See what happens? This skull is much thicker and wider than this skull. And this is us today, modern Homo sapiens. By the way, we call ourselves Homo sapiens sapiens. The word sapien means wise twice. This one's only got one Homo sapiens, so this is only half as wise, but its skull is thicker. So have a think about that. And think about this when I'm putting this back. We now know there are, in the last 150,000 years, there were 16 different hominids running around this country. Homo heidelbergensis, dragon man, Denisovans, Neanderthal. In fact, there are 6 different hominids that have larger brains than us. And we have the hide to call themselves wise twice. And if you look around on this planet and look for wisdom, there's nothing. Yeah, okay, we've got a computer and we've got a camera that works for Evan sometimes when it wants to, Evan.
It's a brand new camera.
Is it?
Mind you, I don't know. I think it's the cables, and I also think maybe there was some interference.
All right, now in the time I've got left, how am I going? I've got an official timekeeper here.
9:36.
Sorry?
9:36.
Okay, I've got an official timekeeper here. We know
You have 27 minutes, Steve.
27 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Omar. I heard that one. Okay. All right, so I've introduced you to the beginning of some of the process of some of the beings we've got there. We've got our ancestors from way back that we came from. And then we've got another mob that's joined in with us. But by the way, that's not the only mob that joined in with to put their genes into this thing we've got today. We are a dog's breakfast. Now, I want you to think about this for a sec, ladies and gentlemen. I've said this before many times. When you walk around the world today and you walk past a Labrador dog, you know exactly what it looks like. When you look at a zebra, if you put a group of zebras together, you have a lot of trouble working out which one's which because they all look roughly the same. Look at elephants, they look the same. Look at chimps, they look the same. Look at orangutans, they look the same. And they've got the same height, they've got the same weight, they move at the same speed. Then you go to one species on this planet, humans. And what do the experts tell us? About 250, 500, no, 7, actually it's 800,000 years ago now. It was 250,000 years ago when Homo sapiens came in, and then they moved it back to 500, then they moved back to 760, and at the moment we've got Denisovans and Neanderthal walking the plains of Europe 760,000 years ago, which means Homo sapiens were supposed to be around also, and they split from them. You've got to go back further. Well, a monkey mummy and a monkey daddy made us and all the other mob. Now, here's the problem. Monkeys, primates, apes, all have a sagittal keel on top of their head. They don't have 3 sutures. Sutures, which when we're born aren't joined together, give our head the capacity to get larger, which means Lucy, which is 3.5 million years old, she was 600 cc and we're 1300 cc. But the monkey stayed the same. But our monkey and daddy made us and made us with sutures. How's that possible? Because they've never had them since. How come one group, one monkey, mummy and daddy made offspring that had sutures and all the rest didn't? And here's a second problem. How come we've got 7 billion faces and none are the same? There's about 10 people around here at the moment. None of us look anything like each other. How's that possible? Because when you look at a chimp, they look roughly the same. And the chimps are all the same height. Well, we go from 0.5 meter to 2.5 meters. We go from 40 kilos to 400 kilos. My fingerprints are unique. My retinal pattern is unique. My heartbeat is unique. Everything about humans is unique. And everything about humans is working towards diversity when all other animals work towards uniformity. It's because those other beings, if you put that flat-headed being next to that one over there, you get everything. You didn't get the same mother and father. We are a genetic dog's breakfast. As I said, everything's involved in that. So that's one part of the agreement, one part of the group that are here. A second arrangement that was placed here are 3 rings, and I'll hold them up. Here's the first ring there, and you'll notice it's made for my finger.
Can't see it. Can't see it, Steve. Maybe you want to sit down and show that?
Oh, sorry, mate. Couldn't see it. Okay, here we go again. Here's one of the rings we've got here at the moment, and I'm holding it with my finger. Here is another one. I'm holding like that. And then here's the third one, which does go on my finger there, and that one does fit. Where do these rings come from? Well, I can tell you about this one. There's 3 of these rings, and they come from Atlantis. They're made with pure orichalcum. You can look that up. That's what Plato spoke about. It's what Pliny the Elder spoke about. When they spoke about Atlantis, they spoke about a metal that was distinctive and only found in Atlantis. And we know that's true, ladies and gentlemen, because the great authority on all things in the world, the prime source you would go to is called Wikipedia. And as we all know, Wikipedia, whatever's said in there must be true, which means they've written about us and we're rubbish. But on the off chance they might have got that one thing wrong, everything else they got right. And what they said about orichalcum, which this ring is made of, and I'll tell you about these in a sec, is a mythical metal found in the mythical continent of Atlantis. And then, by the way, they changed that entry because they had a picture underneath of 84 ingots of orichalcum were found in a Roman galleon from the 6th century BC. It was a wreck near Sicily. And it is orichalcum. Now, here's the point. If orichalcum exists, well, where'd it come from? According to Wikipedia, the answer is obvious. It came from Atlantis. By the way, they've taken down that sentence now. They've just said, oh, there is orichalcum, but we won't want to talk about where it came from anymore. We've changed the story as we go. Now, here's the trick with this. 3 of these rings. This one here was buried in Scotland near a church, and the other 2, which we've got, were buried in Australia, 1.5 meters and 4.5 meters beneath the surface. Now, I buried at a place called Hill End, which is on 33 degrees. These rings here are made from orichalcum. This one's made from orichalcum, and all of the rings from Lemuria, because this is Lemurian, are made from orichalcum also, but they also include tin. Everything from Lemuria has tin. Everything from Atlantis just has the 5 elements that make up orichalcum, which is copper, zinc, lead, nickel, and iron. And with the Atlantean ones, the copper and zinc make up 99.5%. In every case, it's around that number. And the other 3 are like homeopathic drops. When you go to Lemuria, the numbers are higher. Why am I mentioning these rings? Because apart from the fact they prove Atlantis and Lemuria exists, and by the way, this one here, which was found next to this one, are both found during the Vietnam War by the American soldiers when they were helping Cambodia, bombing with Agent Orange and wiping it out. They found these with metal detectors and then sold them. This one here has got 6 elements that end in IUM, and 41.8% of it's not identified on this planet. The metal inside there, we don't know what it is. They have a power, a magical power, particularly the rings from Atlantis, which is mainly malevolent. And the reason why I've got these 3 set up together is I've got these 2 around this one because it gives it power, but unless I control it, it'll destroy the whole circle. But it's kept there and measure to the degree that we keep it there because it gives this thing a lot of power. Okay, there they are. The alien skulls and our ancestors are there all for this circle. They all create one part of this story. Now what I want to do is I introduce some of the rocks we have here, and I want to start with a couple of new additions. And I'm going to start with this one, this particular rock. Evan's doing a cat impersonation. He's
Got
on
a
his
cord
hands.
and above my head, remember?
Huh?
The cord's above my head.
Oh, is it? I just stopped the cat, the rabbits eating it.
Yep.
Okay. Yes, that's right. We've got rabbits that'll eat the cords. There's a rock that was found that was made in Australia quite recently, and it's been handed to us. And you'll notice when you look at this rock, it's a perfect circle, and it's got a perfect blade. The person who gave it to me said, "I think this is a grinding stone." I said, "Oh, there's a lot of things this rock is, and I can tell you what it's not. It's not a grinding stone." We don't know what its purpose is, but I'm showing you this to show you something about what you've been told about original people, that were always stick, stone, and bone toolkits. No, during the time of Lemuria and Atlantis, we were far more advanced than we were today. That's why one of those rings that I just showed you is 41% not from this planet. And it's got 6.89% gallium, which is a byproduct that was discovered in the late 19th century for the first time ever, but has never been used commercially until about 30 years ago. And there it is in a ring that's 10,000 years old. Technology was far more advanced. This is made for a completely different reason. It's been pecked on this side so it sits in your hand. It's a holding rock, a very strong rock. Another one that just come in, and you won't see this properly unless I hold it up close, and I'll try, are these spirals on both sides of a rock that's been cut thin like that. Now, the spiral.
Can you bring it a little lower, Steve? Yeah, there we go. Thanks.
There you go. It's a spiral, but when you look at the spirals, you'll look at a couple of things. First of all, you'll see the residual coat that all these rocks had. You can see it just there, and you'll find that they're not circles, they're spirals, but each circle, each spiral, the cut is the same width, the same depth, and there's no variation. You can't do this with rock on rock. We've got other rocks from the same place where they've done the same thing, and you can see the circle gets there for a while, then there's a bit that's missing, then it kinks, then it runs out. The lines aren't straight, they're not the same distance apart. This is a beautiful piece of work. It's got 7. It's a constellation thing. There's not 7 on this side, which is the 7 sisters from the Pleiades, 9 on the back. Now, all these rocks have a power of themselves. I'm going to hold another one up. It weighs about 8 kilos. And it's this rock here. And I want you to go back to the fact this is a granite slab that's been cut out. It's been smashed around on sides. It's a granite slab that's been cut like that. And then these patterns have been cut into it. You can't cut into granite with another piece of rock and do it like that when every line is the same. It's got 2 stories on the back. It's got the men's story, and on the front it's got the women's story. Now, what you're looking at there is a technology that runs way past stick, stone, and bone. And right next to it, we've got this rock. It's been cut. And this is on a site where there are literally hundreds and hundreds of rocks like this. And the elder, when we're at this site, and I've held a rock there that weeps oil. It comes out of it. You wipe it. It just keeps coming out. I've seen rocks there I've never seen anywhere before. He threw this one and said, take this to show the white fellas and black fellas what really happened here. You can't cut that shape. You can't make that shape like that if you've just got stick, stone, and bone technology. Now, a couple of others we'll go to, and we'll go to a few of them. I suppose we've got to do this one. Oh, yeah, this one here. This came from Carriol, this piece of metal here. And this was analysed as a cut just there. It was done by Southern Cross University. The head scientist there, his name is Graham Lancaster, and he's happy for me to mention his name. And they analysed this, and they could not work out why this what it was. They thought it was aluminium, which it is, 73% aluminium, 3% copper. 24% of this they could not identify again. And what they found was this aluminium, they had to cut this with a tungsten tip. They couldn't cut it with anything else because it couldn't even make a mark on aluminium, the same aluminium that's in your soft drink can. It is so hard. If we could find that other element, we could make billions of dollars. But I can tell you now we won't, because it isn't from here. 24% not from this planet. That one over there, 41% not from this planet. There's a pattern here, ladies and gentlemen. And then we get to this rock. I'll hold it up. I'll turn it around. This particular rock, which I've mentioned before, and I'm going to keep talking about, we call it Ros's Rock 1. This rock was found by Ros Mulder. She bought a lot of these rocks for us. And by the way, I want to make the point. The only rocks we've got here are rocks that have ancient technology that doesn't come from stick, stone and bone. And if it does, we give it back. We're in the process of giving back 4 of these rocks that came from Uluru because they have the technology of today, stick, stone and bone. So they go back. This particular rock was found 1.5 meters beneath the surface at the top of a hill at Carrion. That means it's got to be at least 10,000 years old. But the lines have been analysed because the first language was mathematical. The lines have been analysed, and what they've found with this rock is that the angles we've got here, Dr. Derek Cunningham has done this around the world, analysed other rocks. The angles on this rock, which he measures to 2 decimal points, we found the same angles in Calgary on a rock he had there. 19 of the 21 angles are on this rock. Dr. Samir had a rock analysed from the Bosnian pyramid, from a tunnel there, which had 15 angles. All are on this rock. A rock from Germany had 10 particular measurements. They're all on this rock. What this is a Rosetta Stone of the first language. The only problem is none of us know how to read the language. This particular rock was looked at by the Smithsonian Institute, and they've twice said they'd like to have this rock for themselves. And of course, once they got the rock, you can be sure of one thing, no one will ever see it again. No one will see it again. Now, I'm going to show you a few more of these rocks, and I want to talk about their powers. Okay, here's one here. I've been telling you about the fact the rocks are coated. Here's a rock here that's been shaped and coated, and you'll find there are star maps. You can see them pointing through there on the top. Now, what's really interesting about this rock is you can see the rock underneath is completely different. You can see the coat, but I want you to look at that piece there. Now, what's happened there is this has been heated a second time. So my thumb can slide in there. They've heated the top, and then it's run down the side like it would with a candle, and then recongealed there, which means this side was not hot. Now, that's technology we would have trouble doing today. And there it is there. This particular rock, we know it was picked up in 1930 somewhere by some people who went out with Bert and Elkin. And what they did was they just picked everything up and stole it. There's really no other word for it. They stole it. Okay, this particular rock, to do this, to melt what this is a coat of chert, which is a silica, and resin, grass resin. You need 4,000 degrees to actually melt it. Now, more importantly, all of these rocks, I could show you many, many more of the rocks. Every one of them has in it really straight lines and cuts. And most of them, if you look around there, most of them have this really thick coat on top. And then the rock you can see underneath there. That was part of the way we did this. But I could keep doing that. In fact, there's one other rock I do want to show you, which is this one here, which is a healing rock. It's a left-hand rock. The thumbprint is on this side, and you can see because of the way it's worn there, it was held like that. It's a healing rock. Now, that's what I want to talk about next. I'm saying to you that these rocks can heal, and they're just rocks. But luckily, Evan, where are you? On the ground?
Yeah, I'm here.
He's here.
Checking on everything, yeah.
What happened was these rocks, 3/4 of the rocks are not here. They're down in Adelaide. And I think most people have heard the story. On a couple of occasions, we nearly had these informations set up there for people to sit inside, and it fell apart. This happened a couple of times. The rocks demanded, because the last time we were only a month from actually sending them all down there, this was the last shipment to go down. And we stopped when the government stepped in and stole the place off us again for the second time. Then what happened was we decided to put the rocks in formation like they are today and people to sit inside. And we now have about close to 200 people have filled out surveys about sitting inside there. Of those 200 people, 3 people did not get a reaction when they sat inside the rocks. 2 of those people actually filled in for someone who paid to come and didn't come, and they came on the last day. They knew nothing about this, nothing about what we're doing. And in one occasion, within 3 minutes of being there, they insulted my wife, then insulted me, then insulted Evan, and also insulted Leah. And the other person was no better. The third person is a person we know well, don't we, Evan?
Yep.
And she's a lovely lady, and she's really annoyed. Her name's Juanita. She's a unique person, I can assure you. She sat in there twice and got nothing, and she's really annoyed about it. I just think she's been fed differently. For the other 197, I'll tell you one thing. There was one part of the sheet that they filled out was, did they feel energy coming off the rocks? 197 said yes. And of those 197, something like about 85% gave it a score of 10 out of 10. So what I'm getting at is these rocks have an energy. And some people might call it magic, but magic sometimes is a cheapened word because it doesn't really describe what they do. Because the interesting part is with these survey sheets we've given the people, the one thing they share is none of them are the same. Every person got a different reaction. What we're doing at the moment, there are some people now who are coming here that have major physical problems. And we've got 2 people coming tomorrow, and they're both medical practitioners. And both of them will be sitting inside the rock. One guy's already been here a couple of times, and he's got much better. We have seen quite a few people with major debilitating illnesses and problems, skeletal problems sometimes, all sorts of problems. When they sit inside this rock for 10 minutes, these rocks, they get a reaction and they get improved. Other people get psychic things that happen to them. Some people say they feel heat. Some people said they had visions. Some people said they had stories given to them. It varied from person to person. But the rocks are alive. That's the point I'm leading up to. They've been alive now for about 4 or 5 years, 6 years really, and we know when that happened. It happened in Adelaide, and there's a long story of that which I won't go through today. But they've been called up. And why have they been called up? They've been called up for today. The rocks that you're looking at now, which you really can't see much of, you can see a few of them, their energy is increasing on a daily basis. They're part of this process we're talking about. And ladies and gentlemen, the purpose is this. They want to see dream people. When people sit inside the rocks, they come out different. They've said that time after time. I'm not allowed to know their experiences. I can ask them. I asked them questions about what part of their body was influenced and sorts of reactions, but I can't find out what their story is because I'm not allowed to know that. What's the time, please, mate?
9:57.
I've got about 3 minutes to finish. In other words, I will wrap up. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to close this by doing something completely different. Paul, you come and sit here for us, please. I won't ask Phoebe because Phoebe's recovering. Explain to them what those your rocks, because Paul's got rocks in here too. Explain to these people what those rocks mean to you.
Okay.
I think it might be better to sit because that way I can see it.
Yeah, I'm going to go get.
Okay.
Oh, right. So, wow. So we were here with Evan and Stephen at the Solstice last time. This rock didn't come. The stone didn't come. This came to me in 1995, and it began my spiritual journey. There was a connection with the ETs in Mexico, in Palenque. The following night, after I got contacted, this stone came to the Pyramid of the Magician on top of in the Yucatan Peninsula, and I stayed the night there. I was asked to go and stay on my own on top of this pyramid. So incredible things happened. Then went with me to Peru and right down into South America. So many, many ancient sites. And this was with me the whole time. So when Stephen and Evan said, did you want to bring some stones? This was the first one that came. And one of the most important things that I got, I'm like, this is a powerful piece. And it represents to some degree the darkness that we all need to go through as we're moving into the light. And very briefly, there's a beautiful story about a temple in Egypt called Sobek. Well, this area was the temple of Sobek itself, so the crocodile god. And in that area was a water temple, and what you needed to do was go deep into that temple, and you had to choose one of two tunnels, very similar to the roads that we're talking about. One of those tunnels, you could see that the light was very evident at the end of it. You could see through the water. The other one, you couldn't see anything. It was darkness. And the initiates of this temple, that this was the last initiation for many of the Egyptian people, was to make a choice. Now, what they didn't realize was that if you went into the temple with the tunnel with the light, you would not come back out again. That was the end. The crocodile's there and you'd be taken out. So many of us are going through this transmission of darkness. We need to go through it. We need to release, to clear, to let go. So that's why this stone was brought. You saw the Pounamu, the stone of love, which anchors the energy from the universe, Araha, deep into the earth, so that we can transmute. And yeah. So it covers it, mate. Beautiful.
I know you got to go soon.
Yeah,
I want to get that out of you before you left, mate.
Awesome.
So, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, we got to drive to do.
Yep. So they'll go out of the circle in a sec, but they've performed their job. So the rocks now they're in formation. I'll keep them in formation for the rest of this day and to the next day, because we've got a couple of people coming tomorrow, haven't we, Evan?
I think so, yeah.
All right, yeah. And they need the healing. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, it comes down to this. The change is complete now. It's written in stone, literally, and bone, and ring, and God knows what else is around here. It's written into everything. The earth has woken up. And remember this, we come here each time to learn. And we're supposed to learn two lessons here. Love and magic go together, that's one. And the second one, you have to make an effort to find out why you're here, what your purpose is, and how you can help. And if you haven't learned that now, you're running out of time. And if you have learned it, your job is to go and tell other people. But let me close with this. If you do talk to other people, you want to talk about this sort of stuff, do it once only. Don't keep throwing the seeds out. If it doesn't germinate the first time, it won't germinate. In closing, I'm going to tell you, there was a person who told me when we did the ceremony at Uluru, one person said, my family don't believe what I'm doing. They think I'm crazy. And he said, what can I do to change them? And I said, nothing. And he was quite disappointed. He said, what do you mean nothing? There's something I can do. There's nothing you can do. I said, each person's got to make their own decision. It's not really for you to do that anymore. You can't force someone to see a light. If they can't see it, they won't. What you can do is you can show them the light once, and if they want to look at it, fine. If they don't, leave it. The seed may germinate later. They might realize at one stage when they listen to the news, if you want to do that for half an hour and get yourself depressed and suicidal, listen to the daily news. I can assure you that's all it's there for. Remember, they now call it an alert. In Australia, when the news comes up, there's a red line underneath called news alert. That's new. They've never done that before. They're warning you there's a change coming because they've got to tell you the truth, but they only do it vaguely. And they've hinted at it. There is an alert. The world is changing, and you have to embrace two things. You've got to work out why you're here, what your job is and how you can help, and how you can lock into that magic and love. And the stones at the moment are pouring out both. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. We did do this back to front. And thank you, Evan, because I think he did not commit suicide. At one stage, we all thought he was about to actually cut his wrist.
I think I'm dangerously dehydrated from all the sweating I did.
I told you just to relax. It would all work, and I helped you a bit fixing it up.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I held the cord up there on the top and made sure it didn't fall down.
Right.
That was integral. Yeah.
Yes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us, and stay well. And remember, if you want to stay here, there's some things you've got to start doing, and it begins today. Don't wait for tomorrow, because tomorrow's too late. All right.
Wow.
Wow, wow. Wow.
I'm
Thank you very much,
buzzing.
Steve.
I'm buzzing.
What a
I wonder if it makes me taller.
I know you have to go.
What a beautiful ceremony that was, and I really enjoyed it. And thank you for sharing all of that, especially the rocks. I've always enjoyed them, and it was really nice to just like really, sit in a circle and breathe, conscious breathe for a little bit. And I really enjoyed that. And thank you to everyone that has been watching, and all the love that you guys are sharing in the comments. Really appreciate it. And again, fellow projections, this is being streamed to Watchers Talk, Forgotten Origins, Kathy Mason's Mason Works Marketing, and least but not last, Rob Yox's Full Spectrum Universe, streaming this beautiful event right across the world. And as Steve said, you can take a horse to water, but you can't make the horse drink that water. And it's the same with people. You can show them the light, but if they choose to see the light, then they choose to see it. But if not, then not. We really can't force anything upon anyone. And I would consider that to be a bad karma anyways, when you're forcing someone to do something that they're just simply not ready to do. We have to just allow people to go through their process and just, be on their own time. If they need to incarnate and come back, then I guess that's what's going to have to be. The number is very small, right? So we're all going to be reincarnating and coming back.
Yeah. Well, the law of one said the last 26,000 years, there was only 100 humans that were capable of ascending, and they were in South America and Peru. And they, instead of ascending, decided to stay to try to seed this. So who knows what's going to happen? But
the OGs, the OS, the original seed dreamers.
Well, that's right. The A-team here. well, honestly, this is such a blessing. Partially the international aspect of this, we're really all finding each other and finding a way to share our geniuses in so many ways. So, and the energy has just been fabulous all day. That I'm still vibing, man. I really feel it, and I really like it.
I think you're going to be to vibrate right out of your chair with our next speaker coming up. It's our sister from another mother, our star sister, Geraldine Orozco. No introductions really necessary. Geraldine is really all over the place, and just an amazing being. And I met her as well at Portal to Ascension a few years back, and ever since then we've become friends and working together and doing one-on-one talks and doing a lot of conferences over the past few years. So many thanks, Geraldine, for accepting this invite to come and speak at Seed Dreaming and help us usher in this beautiful solstice today and the coming timelines that we're all trying to manifest from our heart space.
Wow, it is such a pleasure and an honor to be here. Thank you so much for having me and for inviting me. And thank you for the amazing content that you guys have put in all day. I'm just so excited to hear everything. It's every step of evolution, and I think it's the perfect place for the information I'm going to share with you now. So thank you again.
Beautiful. Thank you, Geraldine.
I just wanted to say thank you, Geraldine, for how generous you are. You've been doing a challenge on YouTube that is just remarkable. I mean, seriously, you are just such a gift. So I just wanted, I know you don't know who I am, but I'm watching you.
You're awesome. I'm so happy to connect with you and meet you, and thank you so much for that. I'm happy you enjoyed it.
It's amazing what you're sharing. Thank you. So
Awesome.
I'm going to pick it off screen so we can give you your space.
So we're like eating up into Geraldine's time here by like 6 minutes. So we'll just go over 6 minutes, and then we'll just kind of try to catch up a little bit later on today. So Geraldine, it's all yours. And guys, visit Geraldine's website. You can see it on screen, geraldineorozco.com, as well. Same name, Geraldine Orozco, on YouTube, and subscribe to her channel. Check out the challenge that she's doing, because it's really amazing. It's not the first one that she's done either. So check it out. And the stage is yours, Geraldine. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Awesome. Well, I want to be able to fit in some really exciting information with you guys that I hope will assist taking a look at a little bit of in-depth the mechanics of gratitude in our body and how it affects us multidimensionally, not only genetically down to the DNA, and I guess the building blocks of who we are and how we co-create and experience this three-dimensional plane. So let me share. I'm going to share my screen. I put together a little slide for you, your computer. Oh, let me make sure I'm doing this. Share screen. Here it is. Share screen. Excellent. Here it is. Okay, great. All right, and share screen. All right, so yeah, if you see me looking over here, it's because I have a giant screen over here to the right side of me. But yeah, let's get started. So today we're going to talk about gratitude as the activation of higher DNA structures in the body multidimensionally. Now, when we talk about incarnating into the physical body, we are talking about coming in from the highest vibrational essence of non-physical expression. And its infinite potential. And that infinite potential comes into the physical body as this soul essence, the soul essence, which is the primordial life force that brings to life this beautiful physical vessel of our bodies. So we are learning through this incarnation process and through the many beautiful cycles of life, as I will show you in just a moment, how we learn how to activate and generate the mechanics of co-creation through the physical body, through the physical experience, into, once again, that soul essence of light at the time of death when we are leaving the physical body. So as we begin to observe how it actually comes into the body, when the soul connects with the physical body, we undergo processes of changing form from most densest states into highest states of frequency. So we go through a crystallization process of the physical body as the cells produce in the gestation process into the physical body, but also through our lives, the time cycles of the lives, from morning to night, the hours of the day, the cycles of our life as we experience many facets and archetypal aspects of our subconscious mind. We are also coming through a crystallization, different phases of changing these vibrational frequencies from the densest to the lightest forms. And so these crystallization processes that we experience are actually encoded within the base blueprint of who we are, which is essentially our DNA. It's in the DNA that is the powerhouse, the storage house for all the information of that infinite potential that comes into the physical body, crystallizes into the physical body, into the physical form. And with that information, we carry all kinds of information through the gestation process, the combination of the mother and the father life force, all of the genetic history through the mitochondria DNA is embedded into our body and begins to gestate in the process of crystallization and into the physical form. But during the gestation process, we are not only accessing the physical development of the body, but also the multidimensional manifestation and crystallization of the body. And it's really, if you can imagine, only 2 to 3% of our DNA is actually writing all of the functions of the organic biosystem. the rest of the DNA is what we call a morphogenetic field, in which encodes all of the instructions that allows this beautiful form of the physical body to take shape. It knows exactly where to stop printing a finger, stop producing certain amount of cells in the body, and there's a natural order and a consistency to the entire organism as a whole. So to maintain this balance, there are structures within the body and laws of the universe in which we abide by. These are natural instruction manuals of co-creation and empowerment that we allow, that we are fractals of. And the intelligent design that this universe in a three-dimensional plane has selected for this information is a spiral form that compresses large amounts of information. And it's important to understand this because we see this spiral format in many different expressions in the universe, down to the cellular level, to the spinal cord, to the way that we are moving in the earth, and we are magnetically and electrically attracting ourselves to groups of people, even the way that we incarnate into the physical body and experience our families, for example. So within these spiral movements of the universe is encoded information of psychological, electrical, bioelectrical, emotional, energetic, and then multidimensional information that is encoded in the DNA. So all programs of behavior, programs of thoughts are also encoded in the DNA for us to access. And we inherit these thought forms, these programs that are encoded in our genetic structure, which provide a database of information that our brain and nervous system and chemical system through the endocrine system utilize as instructions in order to respond to our everyday experiences. So in a very light example, if we experience a trigger that pulls us out of a state of joy or happiness, that trigger response is deeply programmed in our DNA as a result of survival mechanisms that are created for us from the moment of the womb gestation to the moment of becoming an adult. And what ends up happening is that we pass down these generational programs, and we live them out. So in the process of understanding how to reprogram certain belief systems, which is what I do something called epigenetic psychotherapy for the purpose of deprogramming limiting belief systems and allowing ourselves to reprogram with belief systems that are more constructive, that create expansion, activation, more importantly, of your DNA code, so that you can activate higher faculties of your abilities. So intuition, telepathy, abilities to remote view, all of these, even telekinesis, all of these natural heightened abilities of the physical body are accessible to every human being as they are an inherent design in this multidimensional expression of the earth and the human life. So that being said, this holographic body that we live in is constantly storing information 360 degrees around the body. Everything that we put in is being written in vivo. And it means that we can shift the body if we understand how this system functions from a state of sorrow, loneliness, and disconnect into a state of expansion, love, gratitude, and emotions that are highly, highly productive for the physical body, physically and multidimensionally. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. In the process of the physical body, we need to understand how we store information. So the way that we store emotional programs, an easy way to understand this is that the body, and so as everything in this universe, divided into dualistic expressions. And our physical body is also divided in that way. The front and the back represent the masculine and the feminine in the back. the right and the left of the body. The left represents the feminine, the right represents the masculine. And so, or information, emotional information, self-organizes in this system, in an intelligent design, in which every single one of the organs, every part of the body is storing thought forms, emotions, and reactions. So in the pursuit of trying to find balance, then we want to understand how to balance out any kind of imbalanced expressions and balanced and highest expressions of these two dualistic aspects within ourselves. These are the emotional groundwork in order to embody high vibration emotions such as gratitude and love. And what we find in this journey of emotional discovery is that gratitude plays one of the most powerful roles in creating the segue into the ability to love unconditionally. So many people talk about unconditional love, being in love, loving unconditionally. How do you reach that point when we have such profound programs of separation? The idea is that gratitude is the missing link in order to link not only neurologically the ability to access chemicals, higher processing chemicals that allow us to access these emotions, but genetically in our DNA, the structure that is produced in the body geometrically as a result of sustained levels of gratitude allow the body to come into its highest writing function, writing of DNA. So this is really amazing. And because we are made up of water, the majority of the body, including the brain, is made up mostly of water. This is a highly conducive substance and highly programmable substance that, again, everything that we are taking in from the external into the internal begins to write and shift the way that we are taking information. Okay, so it is really important. So let's talk a little bit about how the gratitude actually affects the physical body. It allows us, as this key element into accessing higher vibrational frequencies, allowing ourselves to access a very optimistic, joyful way. It allows us to move out of selflessness, and I will explain that in just a moment. It allows you to embody unity consciousness. It allows you to connect to higher levels of DNA activation in order for you to higher faculties of vision. So your spiritual ability, empathy, intuition, and self-esteem, allowing you to love yourself. So this is a highly powerful emotion that links these areas. Now let's take a look at the psychological side effects. The positive emotions and thoughts that are created by that happier you allow you to become more aware and awake. They increase self-satisfaction and enhanced mood. The social benefits, better communication, more empathy, stronger interpersonal relationships, and more likability among groups. More involvement as a team member. Okay, again, this creates neural pathways of connection. And physical, stronger immune system. Less body pains and aches. So if you guys are experiencing body aches and pains, we can shift the brain into producing chemicals that soften pain. Optimum blood pressure and cardiac function and better sleep-awake function. So let's talk about this. How does it help release toxins in the body? So gratitude helps release toxins in the body utilizing the limbic system, which is part of the brain that is responsible for all of the emotional experiences. It consists of the thalamus, the hypothalamus, the amygdala, hippocampus, and the cingulate gyrus. So these studies have shown that these systems are the two main sites, the hypothalamus, hippocampus, and the amygdala, of regulating emotions, memory, and body functions, and they allow you to activate that feeling of gratitude. So this is really, really important because in the spinal cord in our body, we hold the base database of DNA. So when you begin to access these higher chemicals that are induced in the body, it runs through this main nervous system that allows to create feel-good emotions that change pain in the rest of the body into something that is more productive, something that is fluid, allowing. And what happens is that, I'm going to explain that in just a moment, but it literally allows the body to clear out stagnation in the body. So gratitude reduces pain. And when we begin to work with the gratitude and the nervous system, we learn how to regulate the nervous system. And I'm going to show you that in just a second, how that works. Okay. In the brain, when we're accessing this hippocampus area of the brain that begins to access the neural pathways and programs, it wires and fires new neural connections to the bliss center. So this is a result of deprogramming old programs and reprogramming with positive gratitude and positive programs. Cognitive restructuring by evoking positive thinking. It reduces fear, anxiety by regulating the stress hormones, and it enhances dopamine and serotonin and the neurotransmitters responsible for happiness. Now, now we talk about the physical body, all of these chemicals that produce wellness in the body. How does this help the higher activations, the higher cultivation of travel when we are leaving the body in dream state? This is really important, and I believe one of the most important parts of this work, because dream state is the most important for our overall spiritual development work, because everything that we're not doing in the waking state, we are accessing in the dream state. So what happens when we enter the sleep, regulating the nervous system, it results in a higher and better quality sleep. And the hypothalamic regulation triggered by the gratitude helps us get deeper and healthier sleep naturally every day. The brain filled with gratitude and kindness is more likely to sleep better and wake up feeling refreshed and energy every morning. So this kindness and this gratitude activates the hypothalamus and therefore regulates all of the body mechanisms controlled. But what happens when we embody that is that, what is this hypothalamus all about? How does it do it? It regulates the heart rate, and it regulates blood pressure in the body, as well as body temperature, fluid and electrolyte balance, appetite and body weight, the glandular secretions of the stomach and intestines, which are oftentimes out of balance when we're in a state of stress and anxiety and tension. You notice the belly muscles tighten up. And the production of substances that influence the pituitary gland that release hormones. So this is really important because a lot of people, because of the kind of food that we're eating, have a lot of hormone suppression, hormone imbalances that really, the endocrine suppressants that don't allow us to create fluid, healthy flow of chi, energy, life force through the body. And essentially at the time of sleep, when we're ready to detach from the physical body, the body cannot spin at that high rate that allows you to leave the body in a way that's productive at a higher vibrational frequency. So all of these systems that are managed by the hypothalamus is really essential. And for those of you that are familiar with alchemical processes of activating your pineal gland, the system and the role that the hypothalamus plays in this process of higher cultivation of life force energy in the body is essential. The hypothalamus is responsible for these THC, dopamine, growth hormone, releasing hormone, somatostatin. Many of you probably don't know what these mean and the names of them, but feel good chemicals that allow the body to access the ability to release stress from the body, that literally expands the blood vessels of the body in allowing flow of blood and also circulation of oxygen, and also allowing the production of iron and blood cell count that balances the body. So all of this is essential to the physical function of the body. And when we're talking about the transmutation process, again, moving from that lowest density into the highest functioning vibrational frequency, this is one of the most important centers that are utilized in order to access these higher functions of the brain. So when we are able to relax the body as a result of those chemical secretions and the self-regulating organs, the body begins to produce brain waves that allow you to go into a deeper state of sleep. Most of the time, we are in survival mode in our physical bodies because we are at cause of the effect of the events that are happening externally. When we learn how to regulate the emotional system, the emotional body, the body can come into alpha state, which is the state of awareness. It's the state of calm observation, a state in which we can embody neutral observation. And this is the state in which the body begins to activate the toroidal rotation of its own vortex expression. And at the time of sleep, when you are ready to leave your body, it allows this natural flow to go into a deeper brainwave. The deeper the brainwave that we are accessing through dream state, the faster you can rotate the spin of your vortex if you regulate the emotional body, which is connected to the nervous system. So this is important for you when you're learning how to access these higher states of consciousness. Now let's talk about the physical body. We already touched on a lot of those reasons, but how does it create health? Is that it allows your immune system to come into its highest functioning state. And this is scientifically proven. I'm citing some of the people that you can access and connect with, but each one of the organs play an important role in processing certain emotional information. Not only that, but the main organs in the body that are connected to the main meridian lines in the body allow life force to move through in a really powerful way. So the clearing of these genetic blockages, emotional blockages in the organs, allow DNA writing to become a really powerful function in the body in order to leave, to manifest, to co-create. The holographic system of this DNA, which is written through the epigenetic system of experiences, allow the body to begin to write positive code that creates health, that can eliminate illnesses, that can begin to activate these higher activities in the brain function. Okay, so every part of the body that is recording this memory, now you have an ability of choosing what you're doing, choosing how you are co-creating and how you are experiencing. So we are able to shift frequency essentially by learning how to suppress, how to release the suppression of heavy emotions in the body in order to allow for higher flows of this life force. And how we release those higher flows of life force is by accessing the emotional body. When we begin to work with blockages in the emotional body, we allow the flow of life force not only to affect the physical, but it begins to affect the multidimensional. And it's actually within the multidimensional body that we are able to ignite these centers of co-creation. The body functions through waves, through patterns of vibrational frequency, the ability to become a transducer. That's literally how we translate vibrational patterns of emotion. We can create a generator of higher vibrational frequency through the transducing process of the body. And to be a transducer simply means that you're taking one form of energy, turning it into another form of energy. Okay, so that's essentially how the body is functioning. So let me come over here because I'm sorry, that's supposed to actually come here in this one. But what we are able to do is we are able to activate the pineal gland through the regulation of these emotions. And our vibrational frequency begins to shift in a way that when we activate the pineal gland, we are able to see higher ranges of vibrational frequency. Our intuition activates so that we can see beyond the visible spectrum of light. Spectrum of light is exactly what we are made up of, and it is the information that we're processing through the body. So these bioluminous life force chemicals that we're producing in the body become waves of frequency that essentially become your resonance. And that resonance attracts you to the experiences that you're going to be having. You literally become a signal. The more that we embody gratitude in the physical body, we begin to unlock the system of manifestation. Essentially, the entire body becomes a life force conducer. And how we do that is through the heart center of the body. When we feel gratitude in the body, the first part of the body that begins to activate is the heart. The heart immediately expands, and the expansion of that clears out the meridian centers of the main circulation system of the body, which are connected to the spleen. The spleen is the one in charge of producing and regulating heavy emotions such as fear and detoxifying out of the blood. It is the process of bringing lower energy into higher energy into hypothalamus that allows the ability to clean the blood from toxins into higher producing blood that nourishes the entire body. And we do that by the utilization of these heart centers that allow us to open and access these runways of life force. This process also begins to access the organs in the body. As we open the main meridians of the spleen, it nourishes the physical body to allow for the meridian lines to open. And the meridian lines are deeply connected to the multidimensional body. So here we begin to access, let's say we are beginning to feel the gratitude in the center core, clears up the spleen meridian main lines, begin to open the organs, and therefore we begin to create natural flows. Again, that beautiful spiral motion of life force allows the ability to move life force through the body. We are learning how to move the lowest to the highest. So when we are in states of despair, depression, sorrow, gratitude is the key to shifting that lower emotion into a higher emotion, psychologically, emotionally, and energetically in the body. And it is also the key, as we mentioned earlier, that allows us to connect to the unity consciousness, because when we begin to embody this incredible blood flow, life force flow through the body, our DNA is activating and writing at its highest optimum state. And we are also aligning with the natural rhythms of the earth, because we are changing the brain waves of the body, which are in alignment with the circadian rhythms of the earth. The body begins to shift into the natural cycles of regeneration and healing for all of the organs, as we mentioned. And essentially, as humans that are here experiencing the collective, you become a powerhouse generator of co-creation and manifestation, because you are moving from a place of separation, totally in effect, into one of unity consciousness, knowing, and connection. Our intuitive bodies are activated, and you are going from the spectrum of separation of the many different ranges of frequency into white light. You become white light, essentially. So I think that is my time. And I just want to remind you that you are infinite consciousness becoming aware of itself. I'm a clinical hypnotherapist and, among other things, epigenetic psychotherapist. If you want to connect with me and work with me in DNA reprogramming or hypnotherapy, it would be an honor to work with you. I also have a support group for experiencers at hybridmother.com. And you can find me at Conscious Awakening Network, where we have really awesome content, as well as my YouTube channel. I also want to invite you guys to Portal to Ascension, April 21 to 23. It's live in person, and also the Biomed Expo and Journey to Truth Conference. You guys can check this information out. So I want to thank you so much again for having me here. Did I make it in time?
You did great.
Okay,
wow.
I'm glad
that was a lot.
I'm glad there's not a pop quiz at the end of this, though.
Okay, I hope you guys can watch the replay and then slowly look at the information. Yeah, thank you so much. It was such an honor to be here.
Oh,
I'd be like, I'll see you in 3 days with that pop quiz, and be back.
I'll check back with you guys.
Oh,
So
thank
amazing,
you so much.
Geraldine. Yeah, wow, it's so amazing. I especially resonated with the white light at the end, that final slide. It just
Right.
resonated. I was looking at that and I was like, wow, as soon as you said white light, I was like, hoo-wah, that's kind of where we are aspiring to all be. So
To become, yeah.
amazing as always, Geraldine. Just, I love you, Star Sister. You are just truly amazing, a gift to this world to help us ascend. You're one of the ones that we've been waiting for, and I just have a lot of gratitude for you, a lot of love for you, and Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to you and to your family. And I will surely speak to you soon.
Yeah, so much love to you both. Thank you so much, Kathy and Omar. Love you. Happy holidays, and to everyone tuning in, thank you so much. Much love. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Wow, Kathy, wow, right?
Yeah,
Wow.
she's amazing. Amazing.
She always is, and I've
brilliant.
I saw her years ago with at Neil's conference. I was helping co-host, and she came on, and I was like, "Wowzers! Listen to what this lady is saying." Like, geez, I got to get her on Watchers Talk, and reached out to her and brought her on, and ever since we've had just amazing conversations. And look at this, we're getting spammed by like this porn, and these people know when to come, right? But you're out of here
because she's beautiful. Okay, well, I think what's so beautiful about her contribution is that it bridges the gap of the left-brained people to understand, because it is quantum physics but it's the physical side. So we just had this incredible energy from those crystals, from those rocks, and from that ancient knowledge. And then she just put it into form so our brain could actually utilize it. So it's so cool. So
it is. I just love how it's all worked out, Kathy. Like
Yeah.
right from the morning, as you were saying, I can't wait to go back and watch the morning and really understand what you're saying. But I kind of understand what you're saying now after I watched a couple here, and now I'm beginning to understand what you were saying earlier. Beautiful. Like, wow, the universe couldn't have put this any better. And especially being the finale of of our conferences over the past 3 years, as Steve was saying, this is working out just perfect. And to speak of that, we've got another. Get yourself ready for this one, Kathy. Like, really, get yourself ready. If I were you, I would take a few deep breaths, because Paul and Phoebe, I don't know if you've seen them on Watchers Talk, but they are amazing. I love them very much, and let's bring them on. Where's Stephen and Evan? We'll bring them on, and we will get ourselves a download. And you guys out there, get ready, because this is going to be sick. And I don't mean S-I-C-K, I just mean S-I-C. All right, because
it's in super cool.
That's right. Paul and Phoebe, thank you very much for being here. You guys are truly amazing, and I always love looking forward to hearing from you guys, and just really looking forward to this presentation. So I'm just gonna leave the stage, and I will let Stephen and Evan awe us with your wisdom and your knowledge and your love.
Thank you, Omar.
Thank you, Emma. Nice to be here.
Lovely to see you.
It sure is.
Yeah, well, it wasn't that long ago I saw you. Probably we made
it.
We made it back.
I'm impressed. And you've let your dog out. It's all happy.
Yes. Everyone's happy. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No. So I'll just grab Steve, but he's just outside. So bear with me.
Steve.
Well, Phoebe, why don't you please give us a little bit of background on yourselves as we wait for Stephen to arrive, so this way people in the audience can get to know a little bit about you before we go ahead.
Okay. Well, basically, we spent, we've always been on a spiritual journey, but we spent part of the time, we spent 8 years going around the planet. Paul was called to carve symbols into Punama, the green stone of New Zealand, which anchors love onto the planet. And this guidance came from off-world, and his guidance. And then we spent 8 years taking them to 11 of the most ancient tribes on the planet. We've always gone in trust and trusting our own spirit, our own guidance. And I might hand over to Paul quite a bit because I'm just recovering myself from 8 weeks of fighting to be on the planet and to be here. So I'll hand over to Paul.
Yeah, so it's been a spiritual journey for 35, 40 years. We were 35 at least that we were put together. And then there's been periods of time when we haven't had much going on, you know, like it's been very mundane and very quiet after riding a massive wave of energy for many, many years, which has been great. And what we've learned to do over that time is be in that quiet space as well, and then sit and wait, which has been a big lesson for us. When spirit wants you to move, spirit will let you know. It's not about sitting around doing nothing, but it's very much about listening and being aware of when the time is to move and what to be doing. And that's your intuition, that's your wisdom. Your wisdom comes from your heart and your head combined. It's the combination of both. That is your guidance. And we've learned to get very good at that. Yeah, it's been fantastic. And as Phoebe said just recently, I nearly lost her, which was the biggest shock of my life. She got very, very sick.
I never really saw it as sickness.
Cleansing.
It's a cleansing, but I also saw myself as being, I literally put myself way out of balance and all my systems shut down, all of them. So we're bringing them back online one by one, and I'm here to tell the tale.
And again, intuition, you know, we had families saying, go and get scans, you know, what's going on, go to the doctor. You know, this has been our field for over 35 years, and we just had to sit with it and just go, you know what? No, we're gonna work through this. And I had some great acupuncturists working with me, along with myself within the practice. We put our heads together and we trusted. But I tell you what, it was a journey, and we had to really dig deep into the intuition. So I'm personally grateful, that she's here, that we got it, that we're getting it through it, but also another deep level of learning that came from the whole experience. And just not taking any moment within a relationship for granted was a massive part, you know, for me, most definitely. Yeah.
So did Steve and Evan want to say something, or we just keep going?
Okay, looks like we can keep going.
Okay,
cool.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, guys. I almost lost my voice there. Stephen and Evan, they're out there somewhere. I think they just got to turn their cam on. But, you know, I'm happy to hear, Phoebe, that we didn't lose you, because, you know, that would have been pretty serious blow to the world, in my humble opinion.
Oh, thank you. But I mean, what it really did for us was, one, I am literally grateful for every breath I take. I've always tried to be what I call a conscious breather, which means that you are aware of every breath you take. You're aware of every moment. Then you're aware of every moment that you are here as a guest on this planet, or you're here to learn. And so that was well and truly drilled into me when my body's trying to panic, and my soul is saying, calm down, you'll be fine. And to go into that deep trust that we already had, that everything would be fine. And with deep gratitude to Paul too, for his skills, and we combined our skills plus other skills. And I know there are a lot of people now who are going through something similar. And it really is about learning to trust who and what you are, and that we have the skills within us to heal ourselves. And if you believe, and to trust what you believe, to trust your belief system, and that you're going to actually pull through. Hi, Steve.
Hi, guys. Hi.
I found him.
Yay!
We've been here the whole time, right? So we're just dreaming we're at your place. Anyway. So we're back.
Yeah, no. Now, did you have a question for Steve or something? Because I was running around trying to find him when
just how he gets to look so young and beautiful every time I see him on there.
The word beautiful, interesting. It's an interesting concept, and I don't fully understand it, but I can assure you one thing: beautiful is not something that I've managed to control at all.
You're beautiful.
No, mate. Young is different. I think that's because I play tennis every day of my life.
There you go.
Yeah, I play it every day, and that helps a bit because if I keep moving every day, and I have noticed when we get older, if you have breaks, your body tells you straight away. But yes, that keeps me fit. But I've got to tell you, Paul, when I'm out on the court, I don't look any different. I still look the same. It doesn't get
It was great to catch up this morning.
But also we have thank you. We're for the invite this morning. We're very grateful to being there, being able to take part of the this celebration as well as the meditation, and to be able to bring some rocks and things to put in the circle as well. So
I think that rocks going in was very important. I thought you brought some really powerful rocks, which makes it a better circle. And what I am going to do is we've got a gentleman coming in about half an hour that's going to needs healing, and that'll make it a stronger circle for him, won't it?
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, so he's coming in half an hour. He's got major problems. Yeah,
okay.
So that'll be good.
But thank you.
We'll send our prayers.
Yeah.
As well.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll head on with what we were going to talk about then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
right, Stephen
It's
and
a
Evan,
pleasure.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming, guys. I really appreciate it.
Oh, it's a pleasure.
Yeah, it was a pleasure.
We don't go anywhere where we're not invited, so we're like, oh, awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So where were we?
Yeah, I'm trying to I'm wearing Paul's glasses because I think I left them at Stephen Evans, but anyway.
So yeah, gratitude. Maybe I'll start with a story that could help from our perspective. You know, we've had our clinic running, our acupuncture clinic for many, many years. And a story that comes to mind was a lady that I'd been working with for such a long time. And I'd worked with her mother as well. Anyway, her mum was quite sick and she was in a nursing home. And the daughter came in to see me and she's going, oh, I'm just so sick of mum. You know, she's a pain in the butt and she's this and she's that and she's difficult. And I said, look, she hasn't got long to go. You know, you know that. She said, yeah, I know that, but she's just such a problem. I said, yeah, but I said, here's the thing. I said, go down and how about doing this? I said, write down 10 things that you're grateful for having your mum here and what she's done for you. And she said, oh, look, she hasn't done anything, you know, she really hasn't. And I said, oh, I said, so what, did you sleep outside? You know? And she said, no. So you had a bed to sleep in? And she said, yeah. I said, oh, well, that's good. There's one. Did you get fed or did she starve you? No, I got fed. So we took her down to the very, very most basic parts of this to get her. In the end, you know, she'd written those 10 things plus, and she realized that she did have a lot to be grateful for. So the things that got us through this journey with Phoebe not being well for me was, and you hear it as a cliche, but I tell you what, it's your sanctuary. Stay in the moment. Stay in the moment. Don't let your mind wander off. You got control over it. Slow it down. Stay right there. If everything's too much, chunk it down to your smallest denominator. And within that, what am I grateful for? You know, because a lot of times people think about what they don't have and what they'd like. Yeah, but then if you look at it, I can look around, like our garden is lush. I'm grateful that we have a vehicle to get around with. I'm grateful that I got my partner with me still. I'm grateful for a hug from the dog when he comes up in the bed in the morning. It's all about where you send your focus and where you put your attention. So I think that, these things really do help, because with most of us, believe it or not, even though we've been through the hardest times, we still have more than enough to get us through the rest. And we're close.
Yeah, and to come into it, I'm going to have to take these off. They're sliding down my neck. And to come into the times that we're coming into, what our journeys really taught us about, especially with the meeting with all the elders and all the different cultures, because most of the cultures we spent time with all still live very connected to the earth, very connected to each other, very connected to all there is. And it's such an amazing space to actually be in. As Steve was saying this morning, you don't have to go back to living in a gur on the plane, although that does actually sound
pretty good.
But it is all about connected. Steve also said something about trees are all connected. They do. Underneath the earth, they're all connected by little filaments. And at one time, we were all connected too, by filaments that went from one person to the next. We didn't need to actually speak. We needed to, we could just speak in our minds, telepath, that was the word, to each other. And we're moving back towards that. So it's moving back towards instant manifestation and choosing the right path to be on. We've always called it the Good Red Road.
Good Red Road.
And to follow the road, and that is the road that is connected to all that is. It's connected to each other. And through all this chaos, I've noticed that now people are coming together in communities. We have our own little community going on in here, and they may not be blood family, but they feel very much like family. And
soul family.
Soul family, yeah. And that's what will be happening too, is coming into a future where you are connected in community and there for each other, especially those who may be physically not able to do things for themselves. So the community comes together and helps, and that's what we saw in all our journeys, was everybody was there to help everybody else, and that's the way we really should be with each other, and this love and support they had for each other. And that is going to come too, that we do need to go through a cleansing, and that's what I see this as for me, is a cleansing. And it's also a way of listening, of really listening to your body. And when I was in the depths of all of this, I had some very deep and meaningful talks to, I call them Prime Creator. And what I was literally shown to do was to go through each of my organs and to hold them in my hand and to speak to each of them and to give them love and gratitude for everything that they've been able to do for me while I'm being in this body, because this is the earth suit that I chose to be in, and it has been amazingly wonderful. It's been very strong, and there have been many times I have taken that for granted, and this is just another, hey, stop taking this vehicle that you've chosen for granted and start listening to it. And I would ask it, and this is sort of a metaphor for a lot of things, I would ask it what it needed to heal, what it needed to get better. And if it said I need a peanut butter sandwich, I gave it a peanut butter sandwich. It didn't really, but there were things that it asked me for, and I went, okay. And it actually made me that little bit stronger. So I think I went off.
No, that sounds good. So, and again, just reiterating the intuitive side for Phoebe for her own healing. And for me as a practitioner, there was times when I was treating her up to 4 times a day just to get the breathing clear and all the rest of it. And It was intense. So what happens, regardless of what the story is that's going on for you, be careful of the what ifs. Because I could have gone there. What if I got this wrong? What if I'm not doing the right thing? What if the family get onto me and we find out there's a real problem and we haven't addressed it? What if? But then there's that stillness, that deeper part within that shows you when you're on track. It guides you. And you do literally have a 24-hour coach inside of you. You don't need coaching really from the outside. When you can sit down quietly, you'll get to know what it is that you need, but you've got to trust what you're being shown and what you're being taught. Our journeys around the world were very much about intuition. We didn't have any guidance whatsoever. I rang an elder of mine, a friend of mine, a mentor of mine, and said, what do I do? Where do I go? I know I've got to do this journey. He said, I can't tell you. He said, this is your journey. This is what we call what they call the rainbow mind, where you send your mind out and you travel and you test things and you work out what's going to be best, what sits well with the heart, where your intuition lies. But this is where we're headed. The other thing that I would point out is that, and we're having this conversation this morning around the circle with the rocks, is that if you look at the amount of effort that's been put into stifling all of the connection to the earth, all of the ceremonies, all of the star systems, everything that we have been steered away from all the different indigenous cultures around the world, you get an idea how important that is, because we've been steered off course on purpose. So maybe there's a lot of wisdom in there that we could revisit and go back and have a good look at that is for this time. It's always been for this time for humanity. Rebalance, reconnect, get back into the garden, reconnect with the earth.
Yeah, I came across it was a little saying, and it says it's by David Suzuki, but it could be, it sounds like him, but it really resonated with me and about what we're to step back into. And it says, the way we see the world shapes the way we treat it. If a mountain is a deity, not a pile of ore. If a forest is a sacred grove, not timber. If other species are biological kin, not resources. Or if the planet is our mother, not an opportunity, then we will treat each other with greater respect. Thus is the challenge, to look at the world from a different perspective. Mm-hmm. Or, as I see it, to go back to the perspective that we once had a very long time ago when we were first on this planet, before we were hacked and our abilities taken away from us, where we were all respectful of each other, where we saw the world very differently, where we used our higher minds to be able to connect with each other. And I'm looking forward to coming back a little bit to that, to moving into the respecting and connecting, to really see people connecting to the planet and to the earth. And yes, as Stephen Ever is saying, there will be a split. We've always known that there will be a split. There will be two roads that we will go down. And for some time, I believe you'll be able to jump across, but then the chasm between the two will become so wide that in some ways we'll no longer see each other. And it will seem as though a lot of people have vanished off the planet, but they've just moved into a different dimension or a different planet, or however you want to see it. But yes, we're totally grateful for being here in this time, to be able to be a witness to humanity's greatest challenge, to humanity finally coming in, stepping into understanding who and what we really are, that these other beings who have come to try and shut us down wanted what we have that a lot of other beings don't have, and that is we have the God force within us. We were given prime creators DNA as well. So to be able to use that, and that's what we're moving back towards. That's what we can see in the future. So,
And just a thought on that hopefully it can ease some people's minds, is that right at the beginning of our journeys, and we had a lot of connection with Pleiadian channeling many years ago. This helped to wake us up and open our horizons and our consciousness. So a lot of what we're saying now, we were taught 35 plus years ago, and we were waiting for this change. We've seen it unfold over these years. There was many times throughout this that we didn't think that humanity would make it. We thought it was not in a negative way. We just couldn't see how we would break through the matrix and get out the other side. But we were taught that we need to work on our own vibration and carry that vibration, so that wherever you go, you're carrying that light within you, and you don't have to say anything when you carry a lot of light. You can walk into a room, people will feel it. You can sit next to somebody, they'll pick it up. And there's an osmosis that occurs. There's things that happen as you carry that energy around with you. So, but for many years, I believed that it was absolutely my responsibility to get as many people up and moving as possible. And, God, I worked hard, like everyone. If I can get somebody here, then that's going to have a ripple effect, and that'll go on and on and on, and we're going to get there. And the burden and responsibility was huge. Luckily, we're learning to release some of that now, and realizing that everyone has their own time. Everyone has their time of evolution, and it may not be this time. And I think it was Stephen that was saying, plant the seed, but don't keep planting seeds all around them. You're going to drive them crazy. I'm sure that we've lost people over the years. In fact, I know we have, trying to help them out, with the best intent. But that time is finished now. There's a timing to it where people will awaken. It may or may not be this time around. But move with your tribe. Find your tribe. It may not be within your family. It may not be. Maybe, hopefully. But look for those people that carry that light, and look for the questions. It's the questions that people will ask you that will open the door. Wait for them to ask you a question, because then they give you permission to give them an answer.
Yeah, and put out. Don't be afraid to be who you are.
Be yourself.
That's what we came here to be. Is to be ourselves, and it took us quite a while to learn to do that. But once you actually step into who you really are, and you can't go back. There's no going back. So then who's genuine to in accepting you for who you are, and you can then be the one to actually accept them for who they are as well. And as Paul was saying, that we're not all on the same path, and we're not all meant to be on the same path. It doesn't mean that anyone's better than anyone else. It doesn't mean that they're more enlightened than anyone else. It just means that they are being who they are meant to be. So in gratitude for being here at this time, and for being able to witness all of this. It's just such an amazing time to be on this planet. Don't be afraid. Don't step into fear. Step right out of fear, and then you will be able to navigate the darkness, or any darkness. You'll be able to look at it as a challenge rather than something to fear, and to know that you will come out the other side of it way better for having actually had the courage to walk through it.
Yeah. We were always told that by that, I'm not sure how we're going for time, so I'm aware of that.
Another 2 minutes.
Got about 5 minutes left, Paul.
Oh, good. That's good. That's always good to know. We'll use that well. The channelings that we went to, I used to say to them, look, I thank you so much for this information, because there was volumes of it, and everything that they've said has come to pass. They said, no, it's not about that. Not about thanking us. They said that we're here for the codes and the master numbers. So once we crack the code here, once we get the volume of people, the energetics right, on this planet, it has a massive effect throughout the whole universe. And this is what a lot of the off-worlders are waiting for. They want to see us evolve because it starts here. I don't think many people, including myself, really get to understand how important planet Earth is, and especially at the moment. It's a cosmic party coming. They say that we're in the spiritual Olympics at the moment, you know. It's intense. And that comment of, oh, where have you been in your last incarnation? Well, I was on Earth. Geez, you're brave. You know, it's intense. So we're warriors, and be proud of the fact that we're here, and hold our spirit high and walk with your best intent, your heart open, and you'll do the good work just by doing that.
And as it's all the native cultures have said, especially the ones who still live, very connected to the planet, is do nothing but good. Don't harm anyone. And if you walk with that within your heart, and you see everybody with respect, it doesn't matter whether they respect you or not. You respect them. You respect the earth. You respect everything, and that's all that really matters, is that you bring your head and your heart together, that you walk with wisdom, that you walk with your truth, with your wisdom, and then you will move into the state of grace, which is what is coming for all of humanity.
Mud doesn't stick to sunshine. Keep your vibration high.
So we wish you all just the best for what is coming, and we send so much love to everybody, and we
Have courage,
yeah,
but trust.
But trust.
Yeah.
Totally trust that all is the way it will be, and you will begin to flow. You'll begin to flow, and once you step into that fast-flowing river, hang on. We're yet to do that, but hang on, because life is a gift. It's an absolute gift. Every breath you take is an absolute gift.
And if you don't believe that, hold your breath and see how long you go. There's something to be grateful is the prana and the air that we take in without realizing, the water that we drink. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having us.
Thank you. That's awesome.
Thank you, Paul and Phoebe. That was beautiful. Really enjoyed your guys' presentation. Maybe Kathy wants to jump on the screen as well.
Yes.
Thank you, Omar.
Thank you, Omar. Thank you, Kathy.
Yeah.
Nice.
Thank you, Kathy.
Yes, wonderful. The thing that we're learning is that walking through the fear or the fire or whatever you want to call it is the only way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it is absolutely. And the less fear you have as you face it, the easier it becomes. It's not going to be easy, but you'll get out the other side and go, what was I afraid of?
Yeah. Fear is a vibration that we've all learned from a very early age, but it keeps our vibration down.
Yeah.
That's what it's been used for. It's the most prominent thing on the planet, prominent emotion on the planet. Or it has been. It needs to be love.
It's not going to be anymore. It's going to be love.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks again, Omar.
Have a wonderful holiday season, whatever it means to you. And welcome to the new year.
Thank you.
This guy on the planet.
Okay, bye.
All right.
Beautiful. I love those two. They're wonderful, wonderful people, and would love to just meet them in person and sit down and have a tea and just feel their energy, because you can just feel the love just oozing off of them, and I love that. And same with our next speaker, Kathy. Wow, what a wonderful day it's been so far, and you've been a true trooper since like 8 o'clock this morning, and gratitude to you.
Sure. I love to learn from these people. Who are brilliant. I'm still high on the rocks anyway. So I'm good with that.
Cool. Let's bring our let's bring our next speaker in, guys, and maybe we can do a like a short meditation, and we can send all that healing energy to Barry to help him get healthier. And yeah, so maybe we can do that towards the end. What do you guys think?
Whatever you want. I could.
Hi, Barry.
Hi, Barry. Hi, everybody.
Nice to see you.
So, do I just go now, or do you want to say something beforehand?
I was
Steve,
just
how are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you, Barry. I just wanted to let people know that we've known Barry for quite some time, and it's been a pleasure to know him. He's such a fascinating speaker and has a voice I would kill for, but I don't get. I just have to make do with the rubbish I've got. But more to the point, Barry was the one who first put me onto this astrological link with the alignment of the sun, the moon, and Uranus. He was the one who first told us about that. We've mentioned that before. And he's got some really great skills, and I know he's probably going to talk about this today, about how everything up there affects us down here, which we sort of know. There's an old saying, as on top, so below, which is what astrology is about, isn't it? Mm-hmm. It's the same thing. It's a confirmation by original people. Yeah, look, it's great to have him on again, and I know that what he's going to talk about will be brilliant. It always is. So thank you so much for joining us, Barry. And if you can very briefly mention about the importance of that alignment, that would be wonderful as well. Okay, mate, over to you.
Okay, well, thanks a lot, Steve and Evan. Good to talk to you. And hello, everybody. Well, it's amazing. This year has had so many ups and downs for so many people. And it doesn't matter what it is. I know that people have suffered, people have progressed, all sorts of things have happened. For me, I've had to have surgery. I had some mouth problems. So if I get a bit furry every now and then, I'm healing. So please bear with me. I'm not, I didn't get stuck into the festive wine or anything last night. In fact, I can't drink anything at the present stage except for soft drinks and things. So here we are on the solstice. What does the solstice mean? Well, it's a demarcation point. And we have the solstice in December, and we also have the equinox in March. And this is a time of change, because in the northern hemisphere at the moment, the change is to winter. In the southern hemisphere, the change is to summer. Now, the media will tell you that all happens on the 1st of December. Well, that's pretty lazy, because it actually happens on the solstice and on the equinox, as far as astronomy is concerned, not just astrology, but astronomy. So it was fascinating that I looked up this morning, and having spoken to a few friends of mine about all this, it is no coincidence that the planet Jupiter has just entered something right on the solstice that is going to affect us all. Now, planets are associated with the various gods over the years, and we have Jupiter, who was he was like Zeus, the king of the gods. And as we go through, I'll tell you a bit more about them. We associate them, and it all works. Now, astrology is not just something that you read in a newspaper or a magazine, that, 3 lines here and there. Astrology, as Steve was saying a moment ago, affects everybody. Yes, it affects us personally, for sure, and that's personal astrology. But when we look at the overall situation on the whole planet, that's what we call mundane astrology. And what happens will affect you as an individual, as well as the whole community and the whole world in various ways. Obviously, we're all different. We all are here to have our own journey, I think as Phoebe was saying before then. So Jupiter, representing the largest planet in the entire solar system, represents many different things. It represents opportunity, growth, opportunity for experiences, new endeavors, and also it's a self-starter because it is now back in the sign of Aries. It popped into Aries for a while earlier in the year, and now it went away again, what we call retrograde. I'll talk about that in a moment. But now, today, right now, it is back in Aries, at 0 degrees, right at the very beginning. Now, this is, to me, it's a new beginning. This solstice marks a new beginning. Very, very powerful. Planets come and go as far as retrograde is concerned, but they're very, very rare. In fact, I can't remember the last time I saw a planet go back to 0 in its second phase. So it's like a restart, and we've all been given this opportunity. So what does Jupiter in Aries actually signify? Well, it's time to be leading and not just following, not just there following what other people say, being one of the herd. No, it's time to take responsibility for yourself. Leadership will be out there, there's no doubt about it, and it's already happening. And the leaders will be inspiring and working with other people. But friction on the international scene is also a part of this whole thing with borders, and that is something else we have to look at. And the interesting thing was, I don't normally watch TV in the morning, but I flicked it on this morning while I was having breakfast. And there, on the solstice, at Jupiter, going into Aries, was a press conference with Zelensky, President Zelensky of the Ukraine, and Biden in the White House. The leadership there. Now, this is the kind of thing that can happen, and this is going to influence what is happening, not only with them and the Ukraine, but all of us. So we can expect to see quite a bit more of things like this. And because, as I said, Aries, and that was related to the god Mars, and Mars is the god of war, the god of energy, the god of action, all of those things. So where Mars affects us individually is our energy, everything like this. But on the global scene, it can reflect war. So, of course, the war right now is in the Ukraine. So we can expect to see a lot more happening there, because Jupiter will stay in the constellation of Aries through until about the end of May next year. So in that time, who knows what's going to happen. But personally, it's time to become the leader. Make your own decisions. Don't be held back by other people. Okay, so I mentioned retrograde planets. Now, planets all go in a retrograde motion. Now, they don't go backwards in the sky. I mean, that would be ridiculous. But what happens is, because of the various orbits, they appear to be going backwards in the sky as far as our perspective here on Earth. So I heard a wonderful analogy on this years ago. It's like two trains going along opposite directions, going in the same direction, I'm sorry, and one starts to go faster than the other. So what do you see? You see one train slipping behind the other. You've probably seen that if you do as much train travel as I like to do. But that is a basic sort of a look at what happens retrograde. It's just the orbits of the planets make it appear, from our perspective, that they are going backwards. Now, we call that retrograde. So what happens? In this time, it's good to do research, rethinking, reimagining, and repairing your life, repairing your mind, researching where you want to go, particularly right now, as we have this whole association with Jupiter in the sign of Aries, new beginning. And this is just the start of it, because I haven't even got on to 2023 yet, very much anyway. So we have Mars retrograde at the moment in the sign of Gemini. So the energy, you might want to rethink some of your energies. Now, I don't know about you, but I've had real energy problems in the last few months. Yeah, sure, I had pretty heavy surgery, but my energy's been up and down, up and down, up and down, but it's starting to come back again. Now, that Mars will move on the 13th of January, so we can expect a lot more there. So if you've had your energy or your directions or your work, things like that, that can be there being affected. Also, just to end the year off and get us into 2023, we have the planet Mercury going retrograde on the 29th. Now, many of you probably have heard of Mercury retrograde. This is when communications can go out the window. All sorts of problems, everything from contracts through to computers, all sorts of things. So it's time for us to do a rethink, because Mercury, well, he was the old god of communication. You know, the guy with the wings on his helmet, the wings on his heel. Okay, he was a messenger of the gods. So when Mercury becomes retrograde, we have to stop and rethink. And this is a wonderful time at the end of this year, in time for our New Year's resolutions, if you do make them, and then into the first 19 days of January. Time for a rethink. Where do you want to go? What do you want to do? It's a good time to do it. And because it's in the sign of the constellation, I should say, of Capricorn, it's going to affect the community in the way that Capricorn does. Now, Capricorn represents structure, governments, authorities, large companies, banks, everything like this. So when Mercury is going retrograde there, we can expect some reaction. Now, because Christmas is happening and the New Year, it may not affect a lot of commercial enterprises, but think about it. This time of the year, what do people do? They travel. So who knows what is going to happen as far as airlines, shipping, all sorts of things like that. There could be delays. There could be all sorts of problems. I'm not saying there will be, but it's happened in the past many, many, many times. So if you are doing a lot of traveling or you're moving around or whatever, just give yourself that extra time. Rethink your schedule and give yourself time so that you don't get out there and to find the plane's gone because the queue is too big or whatever. So there we are. That's Mercury, but it's time for us to rethink what we want to do in our hearts, in our head, in our minds, in our spirit. And that is the most important thing right now. Now, Uranus, Steve mentioned Uranus. Uranus is we associate that with sudden change. It's an amazing planet. Wherever it comes, it's a wake-up call. And it's in the sign of Taurus. And it's retrograde right now. And it has been retrograde for quite a few months. In fact, in late, about the middle of the year it was. I haven't got the exact date here. But in that time, because it's in the sign of Taurus, which represents the Earth, and all the huge changes, sudden activities, we've seen an avalanche, literally, so landslides, volcanic eruptions, earthquakes. In fact, Mauna Loa in Hawaii just erupted for the first time since 1984. Now, this has happened a lot. And Uranus will go direct next year in May, but it's going to go retrograde again later in the year. So we could expect maybe a lot more of that. That's just to show you the impact on the Earth itself. Now, of course, we react to this as human beings. So Uranus is an amazing planet. More about that because it features very, very strongly on the major thing that's going to happen next year. And it's not Uranus. Next year, the curtain is going to come up and show us what Pluto is going to do to the world very, very soon. But before we do that, also moving into a new sign is Saturn. And Saturn represents authority, large businesses, governments, all things like that. Now, the planet Saturn in March goes into the sign of Pisces. Pisces is a water sign, and it can be confusion. It can be very spiritual. In fact, where we have Saturn, we have structure, everything like that. And there could be lots of things happening around the structure of religion. So who knows what's going to happen there? It's also a very spiritual sign. So we can see perhaps a lot more coming out about spirituality, a lot more attention, a lot more acceptance perhaps of spirituality. This happens every 28, 29 years. Saturn takes that long to go around the sun. So it comes into Pisces quite a few times. In fact, the last time it was in Pisces was in 1994. Very interesting because all sorts of things happened then in 1994, 95 that are still happening today. For instance, Russia invaded Chechen. And, okay, they resolved that. But what are they doing now? They've invaded another adjoining country. So all of this stuff continues because it's all part of history. And I know Steve, as a former history master, will understand when I talk about everything moving in cycles, but we must learn from history and not just confine it to a dusty book in a library somewhere. So what is going to happen here? Well, Pisces also represents water. So we can see a lot more activity in 2023 about water. For instance, governments, corporations, and so on will focus on the oceans, marine life, and everything like that. So let us keep our fingers crossed that we start to do something about plastics, because they are really destroying our oceans. Dreadful. Far more important than trying to buy an electric vehicle. Let's get the plastics out of the ocean. I'm quite happy to drive a bicycle if I have to, but I'd rather see the plastic out of the oceans. Also, governments in areas of the world related to the oceans. For instance, I think we might see a lot more activity in the South China Sea. Some of those issues will come up again during the next couple of years, because Saturn will be in the constellation of Pisces for about 2.5 years. So over that time, and starting next year, these issues will keep on coming up. And of course, then the South Pacific, where we have the Australia and US focus on South Pacific. So we can see those sort of issues coming up once again. Very interesting. I don't know how many people from the US are with us on the program today, on our wonderful conference. But the planet Saturn, which brings up structure, restructure, all sorts of things like that, and can bring repression as well, moved into a very significant part in the US astrology chart. And it's about political instability when we go into Pisces there. So I would say that there could be a lot of unstable politics in the United States, particularly over the next couple of years. And it's interesting because we have confusion around leadership as another issue here. And what do we do next year? They're deciding over there who is going to stand to be president. And my first thought is, with Saturn in Pisces, I don't see either of the incumbents, the incumbent president anyway, I don't see him standing again. And I think Trump will disappear as well. So we could have a lot of confusion about who's going to appear on the hustings and who is not going to appear on the hustings, and who actually gets the final ye. Well, only time will tell. So there we are. That tells us a little bit about Saturn moving into the sign of Pisces. But what is the big one? And this really is big because it affects so many people. It affects humanity. And this, of course, is integral to what we're talking about in our conference. Now, the planet Pluto, we associate, as I said, with the various planets with various gods and activities. Pluto was the god of the underworld. So now, transformation basically is what we associate Pluto with. Total, utter transformation. The death of the old for the birth of the new. And that is where we start to head next year. I think 2023 is going to be a year of transition. It's going to be a big year, but it's only the first step into where we're going to change tremendously as people, as individuals, as countries, as a planet, as a civilization. I believe this is the beginning next year. We are opening the door, and Pluto is changing signs for the first time since 2008. Now, Pluto takes 248 years to go all the way around the sun and come back to where it was beforehand. So it stays in each constellation for quite some time, and usually anywhere from 13 to 33 years. So when it goes into a constellation, there's always something that it really impacts. It brings a message and it kills off something so that something new can begin. That's transformation. So what happened when Pluto last went into Capricorn, which is about, as I said before, big business, banking, governments, etc., what did we have? We had the financial crisis, the GFC in 2008. Since then, the economy has done a few rough and ready things there, and all sorts of changes have begun. We see all sorts of things. The banks want to eliminate cash. They want to do all sorts of things. And there's even a bunch of clowns over there, the World Economic Forum, who want to take everything away from everybody. Now, that is very much control. Pluto is associated with Scorpio. We associate those two together. And Scorpio can be very much the controller. So we've had this control over people. And people are getting sick of this now. They're sick of being told what to do. They're sick of being told, get in your house, shut the door, stay there, and don't breathe on anybody, and stay a little bit away from everybody as far as you can. We've already seen now how I'm not going to go into all of this stuff on COVID and that, because there's so much written about that. But there has been a lot of control and fear. Now, this is the sort of thing we are starting now to see the end of. And as we move through 2023 and into 2024, this is going to change. This is one of the big, big things that is affecting all of us. Now, Pluto is at the end of its journey through the constellation of Capricorn. So what happens when an outer planet, planets like Saturn, mainly Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, when those three planets reach the end, because they take quite a long time to go around, everything builds up. So that last period in there, oh, we've got this unfinished business. We have to get on with it. Pardon me. So we can expect a lot more activity, but it's sort of a flurry of activity. It's like a government department. Oh, we've got to get everything done because we get a new budget on the 1st of July. So here we are in May, heading into June. Wow, we better rush around, get everything done, spend all the money and do everything that we were supposed to do. That kind of thing. And that's what Pluto will be doing in Capricorn. But, and here's the wonderful thing, Pluto is going into Aquarius after this. Now, the last time that Pluto moved through Aquarius was from 1777 to 1797. Now, as I said before, I look at history because history tells us everything, because we move in cycles. And we ignore history, but we ignore it at our peril. So what happened the last time Pluto was there? Well, because it's in the sign of Aquarius, which we relate to community, to humanity, we relate to groups, we relate it also to science and development and technology. And you might think, oh, okay, 1777 to 1797? What kind of science and technology then? Well, let me tell you, in that time, we had the biggest revolution of them all, and that was the French Revolution. Changed the face of Europe, changed the face of the world. And that is what Uranus does. Uranus is revolutionary, huge change. It really does start revolutions. And that was what happened. Now, as Pluto was coming to the end of its time in Capricorn, the US revolution took place in 75, 76. So that's what Pluto was setting everything up. And then when we moved into 1777 to 1797, what do we have? We have the Industrial Revolution really taking off. We have the French Revolution, where everybody was getting together and taking down the tyrants, the monarchy, all of those people who were oppressing them. The people were rising up. Now, I'm not saying we're going to have another French Revolution or whatever, but I think people are going to start to wake up and get away from all the control measures. That's why I said Pluto, death of the old, birth of the new. So all this control and fear, people are now saying they're sick of it. They're sick of being pushed down, controlled, and terrified about what life may hold for them if they don't obey what everybody tells them who are supposed to know. But you can't have another opinion. No, sorry about that. No. You either listen to the narrative, obey the narrative, or you are a conspiracy theorist or spreading misinformation. And there are now doctors coming out and saying things like this, that they have been told that they were not allowed to spread information, but they're coming out. This is the first sign that we are in a big change. Yeah.
Barry, can we please not talk about the medical situation, because the YouTube will strike us and kill our channel?
Yep. Okay. No, I'm not talking about it at all. I'm just saying that this has happened. I'm not going any further than that one. All right. But the main thing with Pluto in that particular time was the cooperative things that happened. For instance, humanity getting together. The first cooperative workshop was set up by tailors in Birmingham, England in 1777, at the beginning of Pluto in Aquarius. Cooperative. That is what I'm talking about. People getting together. Also, Lavoisier, the father of chemistry, discovered the composition of air in 1778. There's your scientific one. And the first hot air balloon flight by the Montgolfier brothers happened in 1782. So there's another development, which of course now led on many years later to flight in air, space flight, and so on. And in that time, Uranus was actually discovered in 1781. There's a lot more. I could keep on going on with that one. Also, just beforehand, science was starting to take off, and it led into the whole area of scientific development. For instance, in when Pluto was in Aquarius from 1553, the pencil was invented in 1565. And in 1577, a Swiss inventor created the first clock with a minute hand. Now, these are scientific developments all happening when Pluto was in Aquarius all those years ago. So we can see the correlation. So where are we going? And that's what we have to ask. Looking forward? Well, we can look forward to a surge of new ideas, because that's what Aquarius is. Now, Pluto is only going to pop into Aquarius for a few months, but it's like a trailer for a movie. You go on for movies, you see, oh, there's a trailer coming up. Do I want to see this? Wow, do I ever? I must mark that one down in the diary. So what Pluto is doing is raising the curtain and saying, this is what we can look forward to as of 2024, because that's when Pluto finally goes into Aquarius and stays there until 2044. A lot of changes, a lot of opportunities, not only for scientific and technical, but also for humanity, because that's what's happened in the past. Humanity have got together, the collective, and people will start becoming more and more community-oriented. Well, they certainly have the opportunity. Nobody's going to force them, but it's there. And humanity, community, group activities, all of these things that were also mentioned by a previous speaker. Phoebe was talking about that, the whole area of humanity. And this is so important. And this is what we're going to find. Now, Pluto will be there from March through until June next year. So that is the forerunner. So we'll have a look and see exactly what happens during that time. Then it's going to pop back into Capricorn in June. So the last 6 months of the year, we could have a build-up of all of that other stuff I was talking about before. But then at the beginning of 2024, whip, in goes Pluto into Aquarius, and it stays there for 20 years. And boy, is that going to be a time of new beginnings, a whole new era. But as I said before, this is a time of transition. We're looking ahead. It's important. A magic switch doesn't happen when planets like this change. We're given a little taste, and we can't expect that everything is going to fix itself up in 5 minutes. It doesn't work like that. Life doesn't work like that. So what we are going to see next year is, if we give ourselves the opportunity and start to move in this direction and open our hearts, open our minds, open our spirits, then we can begin to move on as a collective, as a human collective, because that's what we are. We're here not only for ourselves, we're here for everybody, because we have chosen to be here at this particular time. People who are alive now agreed to come back into this particular time. I've written several books on the afterlife and also on past lives. And yeah, we have a contract to come back and do things, whether it's to actively do things or whether or not we just come back to learn, to grow, to be part of, to experience. So it's a very, very big time in history right now. And we need to open ourselves up for that, because the opportunities are there and it's up to the individual. But it's not the time to collapse in fear. It's not the time to say, oh, well, there's nothing I can do. They're much more powerful than me. What can I do? I'm just a person. No, you've got to know what you want, because you, when you connect, and everybody connects, and then we can move into that situation where our collective consciousness will be able to help this planet and the people move on into new eras. So that is the way I see 2023, a year of transition. And there's so many opportunities there for us all. So just, we have to keep our eyes open. We have to keep our minds and our hearts open. And that is my message for 2023. I hope you all have a wonderful Christmas and a very successful, happy, safe, secure 2023.
Thank you, Barry. And we'll see you again soon.
Yep.
I think we've got Carrie is coming up next. So thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Barry. Really appreciate that amazing information that you just gave. And I just want to say I appreciate you, and healthy healings. And our thoughts are with you, and we're going to just direct our energy towards you and everyone in the world that needs healing. And I just totally appreciate your wisdom, sir. So thank you very much for your contribution to dream seeding.
My pleasure. Okay, bye now.
Bye. Merry Christmas.
All right. Hello, Carrie. So,
hey, brother. It's been too long. How are you?
It has been too long, and
we need to catch up in person too.
We do, and we at the original Solstice at Uluru, we were both there in person, which was wonderful. And
it was the best ever.
Yeah, that's where we kind of got to really bond and meet each other. Hey.
Yes.
And
yes.
And you were here with us co-streaming for the solstice, the last solstice as well. So it's been great. We've been together in one way or another each solstice.
We have done lots of shows together. You and Steve are just magical, and so blessed to be part of this. And thank you for all you're doing, and to Omar as well, and everyone else. It's what an epic event.
Well, I'll let you do your thing, and I'm looking forward to it.
So let's just see. I just want to get these slides up if possible, Evan. Can you see my slides? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there they go. Yep.
That technology is incredible, isn't it?
When it works, because I've already gone through it not working this morning.
So I wasn't sure what I was going to talk about today, but being solstice, I feel like it's important that we talk about the solar flares. we have had 30 solar flares in the last 3 days. So I know people, some people listening will know a lot about the flares and other people may not have heard of them at all. But essentially, we are the embodiment of these solar flares. We are the microcosm of anything that's being displayed macrocosmically for us. And in this sense, we're really wanting to attune ourselves to the energy of our divine Ra portal. Ra, of course, the ancient Egyptians would always pay their reverence to beautiful Ra. And it's the way I've been shown psychically, Ra is a portal that streams through pure source code energy, or the Sophia Christos energy. And it comes down in a way through the Ra portal that's digestible for us to be able to take that frequency in as earthlings. Otherwise, it would certainly fry our circuits if we were to just get a blast direct from source code. So Ra kind of tempers that energy coming through. But what's happening is unprecedented amounts of solar flares. This brings in the pure gamma rays into our collective energy field. We have a sense that the sun is making love to the earth. We are the earth energy. We are, as I said, that microcosmic force. It can't be separate from us. And so we are really being engulfed at the moment in the pure pulsation of the source code energy. And it sounds on the surface level like it's a lot of fun, and in the sense of it bringing us closer to the ascension gateway that's available en masse for everyone as we come to the end of this particular galactic cycle, this particular epoch of time. We need that assistance from the Ra portal, from the source code, pulsing us with that energy, really helping us to upgrade our DNA. But it gets wobbly and unstable for us as that pure pulsation comes through. So we see the source code as the pure fusion of feminine masculine, the atomic fusion. We can break that down into atom or Adam. That breaks down further into the tum-tum, which is our drum, our heartbeat. Again, the pulsation, bliss waves coming through from that pure creative source. The creative energy is blasting through us in unprecedented amounts at this time. So what we're finding, and I really love listening to Barry because it really synced up with where I see us going in 2023, and in particular that we are all needing to step into our leadership positions right now. We cannot afford to play the small I. We cannot afford to not claim our soul at this time, because if we do not claim our soul, if we do not get in sync and in touch with that pure atomic fusion, the true source code, the at-om, the at-home, that is our home. That is where we're all moving back to. We've come out of the galactic dark night of the soul. Earth is lined up with the galactic center. So we are streaming in source light in a way that we never have before. It's very important that we claim that that is who we are. We cannot ever be separate from God, Goddess, all that is. And so as we claim who we are, we may feel that we're being a little bit grandiose at times to do that. But that is how we unplug from the false matrix, from the rules out there, from the force field that says that we need a savior out here in this 3D hologram. Absolutely untrue. We are here to save ourselves. And Evan, if you're still listening, you teach us that all the time. You often bring in through the Hopi teachings and that reminder that we are the ones we have been waiting for. And so as we connect through to the source code, we come home, we come at om, we come home at home to ourselves. We've always been there. It resides deep in the heart center. It's nowhere else to be found. And in that instant, we wonder how we ever forgot who we were. We wonder how we ever came into this dimension with such extreme soul amnesia. But of course, that was part of the script that we collectively created. We created this script to fall from grace, so to speak, to become the opposite of our loving, joyous, peaceful self, so we could experience contrast, so we could know the horror and the depravity and the shame and all of these lower density vibrations that are experienced here in the 3D and the 4D. They're polarity realms. We experience the good and the evil. Now, when I say evil, that too is not wrong. And that's something that the 3D mind finds very difficult to wrap around because, well, of course, there's so much treachery here. Of course, to the 3D mind, it's wrong. But to the higher self, the higher mind, the collective universal frequency that we're all a part of, there's nothing going wrong here. It's all part of the soul continuum, all part of having a precise point of attention on this continuum of consciousness. And at this particular time, we have just come out of experiencing the opposite of our true love nature, and we're moving back home again. So assisted by the solar flares. For some of you, if you don't know, the solar flares come in via the sun. They come in through different ways: solar storms, solar winds, geomagnetic storms. There's different class flares, if you like. We know when we're being hit by the big M or X class flares. These are the days where you really have no choice but to lay down. You must sleep at this time. Trance naps are really important. Siestas, sleeping at any time is important. Doesn't matter what time zone you're in, wherever you find yourself. If these flares are coming in, it generally will cause you to need to shut down your operating system, knowing that as the sentient human, you have the highest technology in all of the galaxy. You're at the top tier of the galactic game as the sentient human being, and you have a very advanced operating system. Now, for that operating system to get an upgrade supported by the solar flares, you must shut down in order for that upgrade to happen. Same as what you'd switch off your computer or do a reboot or a reinstallment. It's really the same process. So what happens, of course, is that the technology always mirrors the innate divine intelligence or the innate divine technology that we carry within ourselves. So a lot of what we see in technology when we talk about going from offline to online, it's the same thing within our operating system. So our DNA was offline. We were down to 2 strands of DNA. The solar flares come in. They help us to come online to the 12 strands of DNA. So we're really upgrading the operating system within ourselves at this time. So as those flares come in, just know that you're probably going to need to sleep more. You may feel that you are sick. You're not sick, you're just upgrading. And you may feel emotionally very off. And so go with those emotions, go with the anger, go with the sorrow, go with the need to cry and to sob. Don't chastise yourself, because the 3D false matrix will try to keep you soldiering along like a happy little being that they've fed this illusion that you're meant to be. Not true. You're here to experience the ocean of emotion. You're here to dive deep into self and experience just what is. There can be no wrong to your inner scapes. Absolutely. You are perfection plus. And so just being with self, being authentic, is your key, your golden ankh, your way through into that Ra portal and back to the source code, back to our atom, our at home. That is where we're going. So fascinating, because it really syncs up with what's going on at the moment with the solstice, of course, is we often perceive that Earth is a moving galactic spaceship with shields that open every solstice and equinox. So this is the Earth's magnetosphere. It's very, very powerful. And again, we're looking microcosm, macrocosm. So of course, we too have personal shields that we can put up. And this is what we're finding as we claim our God, Goddess self here, having this human experience, that we too can thwart any dark side attacks that are going on, because that's what's happening in the 3D and the 4D. This is the realm of polarity. We're going to attract the ultimate opponent, and we need to, because that is how we activate our supernatural powers. Without that ultimate opponent, we are not going to rise in consciousness. We are not going to recode our DNA back to those 12 strands of DNA. And then ultimately, and this would be another talk, we will come online into the 144 infinite helix of DNA. That's back when you're in the source code again. We can't bring that energy in too quickly. Again, it would fry our circuitry, our spiritual circuitry. So it's steady as she goes. But just remember, you have shields as well, just like Earth, and that you can put them up whenever you feel this frequency coming in. If you're in a city area and you're in that bad soup of electromagnetic frequency coming off those, and I'll be careful, Omar, of the words that I use in this broadcast, but we'll talk about the fake frequency towers that they're pinging into humans, in different ways that the dark side will want to thwart your personal mission. So you have the power to stand up to those forces. You put your shields up. Remember, there's big portals are open right now with our solstice. That means lots of heightened energy is coming in for us. But of course, the dark metaphysicians will use the portal as well to attempt, anyway, I'm not saying they're going to succeed, attempt to shut down that heightened energy that's coming in. So you add to that frequency, you get up into the astral planes at this time, you go in there via your imagination. The astral plane is the energetic representation of what's happening here in the 3D. So you get up into the imaginary realms and you start playing with the energy and you start announcing who you are, claiming your soul power, saying, I do not consent to anything that is not in alignment with the source code, that is not in alignment with love, joy, and peace. And you shield up to any of these dark side attacks. We know these dark side attacks have been coming, well, a long time, but hey, if you're not awakened to it in the last couple of years, you possibly were living under a rock. You know, we have to get on board with this oppositional force that's coming at us, not to make it that we're a victim. We're certainly not a victim. We are here to use that as a platform into our supernatural self. So yeah, absolutely perfect. Someone's put in here, Anders, put on the full armor of God. I won't read the rest of it, but that's absolutely perfect. I love that so much. That's exactly what it is. So good. So the end of days prophecy, this is very, very interesting. Many of you would have heard about this, and it coincides with what these flares are about. So, you know, many years ago, you could track the solar flares that only come up every few years. It would go in an 11-year cycle. So what is actually going on right now where we've had 30 flares in the last 3 days? How are we as human beings meant to embody this energy? How can we utilize it for our highest good? And how can we marry this up with the end of days prophecy that we've seen in different traditions and know that we are being supported? This is not here to wipe us out, but it is here to expose any darkness. What does light do? It exposes darkness. You go into a dark room, you light a candle, turn on the light, the darkness no longer exists. So we need this heightened frequency, pulsation of light coming through us at this time. And what will be found is that there's the transmutation. So transmutation meaning moving from that darkness into light. We do it at the microcosmic level to affect the hologram out there. So our shadow comes to the fore. We are aware that we may be clearing some karmic patterns. I've had Lady Justice coming through me psychically for a little while now, and she's showing me the balance of the scales. She's showing me how karma, which is not a negative thing, by the way, it's just pure balance. It's pure bringing the two contrasted or polarity sides together into oneness. When they come together into oneness, that creates the ascension portal through the middle. We can never ascend being at the end of the spectrums of the polarity. We can only ascend when the polarities collapse and come together as one. So this is what's happening for us. You will have to be I want to say paying karma, but that again makes it negative. You will be balancing karma. And you will be, therefore, in its positive polarity, you will be reaping all of the divine rewards of all the seeds that you have sown. That's the other side of karma. We often think it's just the negative side, the negative balancing, but it's the positive balancing as well. It's reaping the divine rewards. It's bringing in to the 3D now all of the seeds, and the name of this whole show is Seed Dreaming. All of the seeds that you have planted because you are a divine human being. You work for love. All of those seeds that you have planted are now being manifested. They're anchoring for you, and they will be harvested for you, meaning you will enjoy the fruits of your labor. And it's so powerful. It's so beautiful. And please pat yourself on the back right now, because you wouldn't be here listening to this broadcast if you were not one of those divine beings who works for love. And that's your highest title. That's who you are. And you are so seen and celebrated by the entire galaxy and your own personal galactic posse, who are a group of angels and mystics and ascended masters, and also the Devic realm, the Elvens, and the whole gambit of who is streaming through you as you, but in different archetypal forms, as we do this multidimensional shift in consciousness. It's absolutely powerful. So with the end of days prophecy, just know that you are not being punished here at all. You will see the relinquishing of energies that no longer serve our highest good. You will also see many souls that are choosing to exit the earth at this time, and it is supported by the flares. It's not a negative thing, even though there will be grief en masse for many as souls start to exit. We do need to make peace with that, and we just know it's a rebalancing. Energy cannot be destroyed. There is no death. It simply just changes form. So we have to make peace with what's going on for many souls at the moment as they make their way, into possibly another third dimensional cycle, another galactic round in the 3D, because that is what their soul needs. It requires it. It's a perfect experience for their Earth school lessons or for their 3D school lessons. So we don't make that wrong. But I've already moved on to the next slide here, which again, I've spoken about. Ascension is coupled with heightened bliss. We love those spaces. Of course, the grief over the loss of our 3D reality. So people who are moving on, but also the way things are changing. The way we hear that term a lot. Oh, when things get back to normal. Well, of course, we all know, anyone listening here, there's no such thing. We're not going back to normal, and nor do we want to. But that doesn't mean we don't grieve over the way things were, over the way that we were even hoodwinked into following the masters out there, meaning the governments or whoever it might be, the elites. I say elites in inverted commas, of course. We could probably call them parasites, right? But sometimes we have to have a little grieving process, like, oh, I thought that's the way life was, and the government was looking after me. And it's like, no, really, actually, I'm here to save self, but I grieve over what has been, and I step up anew into the new way. The mastery lies within me. I am the master. I am the healer. I am the one I've been waiting for. So this process of letting go of the old and then stepping into that really heightened grandiosity in its most perfected way, that you are source code. It's so, so powerful. So we're letting go of attachments, old habits. If you've got some addictions still going on, please make peace with it. Don't chastise yourself. Know that it just supported you. You needed something to get through this 3D realm that felt like a friend. If you still smoke, if you still maybe have too many glasses of wine, or whatever it is that you do, but you know it's not really serving you, but it's been a friend for you. You have grief as you let all of that go. Food intolerances, vertigo, emotional swings, craving change, lucid dreams, soul weariness, all part of the ascension symptoms with this heightened solar activity. So as much as we love it and we welcome it, and of course, for many of us in our language, we really do say, I just want to go home, bring in the mothership. I'm done with this realm. When these things are going on, we want to get out of here. If possible at those times, to say, I'm okay. I can do this. I can get my bare feet on the ground. I can ground this energy through my holy vessel, through my conduit. I can be of service to my brothers and sisters as this process goes on. And I can withstand the destabilizing effects as it all starts to stream through me, and I can actually choose to stay here on Earth, because I don't want to miss out on the galactic party that's going to actually happen on Earth. I want to be here for that, kind of like what Evan was referring to before with our Uluru ceremony a couple of years ago. Well, I would never have wanted to miss out on that, so kind of got to hang around, haven't we? And just know that as prophecy has told us, and the fairy tales tell us, we're no doubt going to have about 1,000 years embodied in the fifth dimension. It's going to look exactly like the third dimension, but well upgraded, and it's an unconditional love realm. And 1,000 years in that space, being able to still being embodied is such a gift, because when you're embodied, you get to make love. When you're embodied, you get to taste the fruits of Gaia. You get to have those mangoes that are dripping down your chin. If you're in Australia, they're out at the moment. If you're in the Northern Hemisphere, you would have your own version of what it is that gives you that experience of being embodied, and that lushness and that deep sensuality that we can only have when we're embodied. We don't want to throw out the 3 lower chakras either. We often think, I've got to rise up to the heart and get into the higher chakras, but the 3 lower chakras serve such a powerful purpose for us as well, because it's the embodiment. We want to feel deeply. We want to have a flesh experience, but we are done with the depravity now. We're moving into that heightened unconditional love frequency, and it's just so joyous. It's so powerful. It'll give you goosebumps just even considering it, and we're meant to be visualizing it. We're meant to be imagining it, because that's how we're anchoring it. Again, we go up into that 4D realm through the imaginative portal, and we anchor it down because we're that powerful. We've claimed who we are. We are the commander of reality. We are the manifester. We are the master. We are the healer. We are doing this individually, but we are doing it as one united, beautiful team love across the planet. And it's just so divine. So I have mentioned this as well already, of course, and about the 12-strand DNA and the galactic 12 chakra upgrade. So there are chakras that go above that 7th crown or Saraswara chakra that we often talk about. Once we start switching on those divine portals, it's easier to stream through the higher conscious codes that are coming in. Everyone's psychic abilities have gone next level. You're finding there's a lot of synchronicities happening between you and your friends, or even strangers that you don't know, but you may be friends with on a social media portal, and they say something and you're like, I just got that high code that came through me as well in meditation, or there was a synchronicity that happened that married up with a high code. So that's the God Goddess realms reminding you that you do live within magic. Like our original people here in Australia always teach us, we live within magic. Do not shut yourself down at that time. Do not go into the 3D false matrix that says, oh, that's all woo-woo. It's absolutely real. The syncs are coming in to remind you it is real. Trust yourself. Trust that imaginative self. Trust the mystical realms. Even when you think you're making it up and your inner dialogue will say, I'm making this up, just remember, no, you're not. No, you're not. This is coming from a high source code, and you are part of that. You cannot be separate. You are meant to trust the codes that are coming in. You don't need to research. You don't need to analyze it. You just trust it and keep moving forward, because as we gather speed here in the hologram, where we're not wasting time going around all these loops that we used to do, having to, go prove that with science, or this expert said that, or, oh, well, I don't know, someone else knows more than me. No, we're done with those days. We are now trusting self. We're accelerating through the hologram so that we are speeding up the manifestation of the golden age of Gaia. We must support Gaia at this time. She cannot not ascend. So who's going with her? Who are the earthling inhabitants that are going with her? I know it's you. So let's just trust self and keep moving forward through these powerful days ahead. So what's happening for us? Of course, we're moving from lead to gold, carbon to crystalline or Christ align. Even our blood plasma is turning into light plasma. I've noticed for many people, you're seeing their eyes becoming crystalline, meaning their eyes are starting to glow and sparkle at a whole new level. This is an indication of that crystalline or crystalline energy that's coming through. So just be aware of that in yourself, in your friends that are also, really doing the deep inner transmutation at the moment. You'll see that change in their inner coding system. Yeah, it's really powerful. So glowing auras and all of those sorts of things. is all part of it. So for all of us here, we are the grid workers. We are the ones, we talk about the crystalline energy within, but of course, the crystalline energy is the dragon lines, song lines, ley lines of Mother Earth. And we act as cosmic node points as humans. We are transducing these solar codes through our own conduit. They come in via those high galactic chakras. They come in and they're felt within us. They can destabilize us as they shake through and remove the blockages. But ultimately, they come out through the soles of our feet. So it's really, really important that we have bare feet on the ground every single day. If you're in a cold climate and it's just simply too cold to get the bare feet on the ground, what you can do is when you go out for your walks, even if you're not out for long, just wrap your arms around a tree. So tree hugging, you know, as funny as it sounds, because that's what the hippies do. But hey, we're the hippies. We're the modern day hippies. Hug trees so you can anchor that energy down. It will go down through the crystalline grid of Mother Earth and it gets uploaded by the collective. So this is one of your highest service points to your brothers and sisters, is just to always be getting that sun energy, source energy every day, coming down through your crown chakra, traveling down through your meridian map, your chakra map, all the energy systems within you, out through the souls, S-O-L-E-S, but also S-O-U-L-S, soles of the feet. And it's uploaded by your brothers and sisters. So you're sourcing highest codes, and that is helping the collective upgrade. As well, too, as sometimes, and for me yesterday, I felt really off. The solar flares were coming in. It was really destabilizing me. I went out for a walk and I knew I needed help from my brothers and sisters. And I'm like, I'm not downloading today. Today I'm uploading. So sometimes you're just there receiving. You're out there on the earth and you're uploading the codes, because you know there's some good things that will come up, not just from the heavens, down from the heavens, but up from the earth as well. We've got to get in connection with nature. We've been sold a dummy that the answers are somewhere else other than through the source code in nature. They're not. And they will come through and they will be transcoded into a language or a feeling or a sign or a synchronicity that makes sense for you. And that's what's powerful. That's why you have to trust your own inner codes and knowing above and beyond anything. So the great solar flash event, what I personally learned in the astral from doing hours of astral missions, is that there will indeed be a bifurcation of timelines, meaning, and I referenced it before, many souls, and we're seeing them exit the planet. Steve Strong has spoken about this for a long time, and he's just such a wealth of pure source information, how many will have to go onto another third dimensional planet. It'll be a copycat, no doubt, of how Earth looks. They may not even realize it's anything completely different, because really there's no anywhere in the galaxy. There's only spheres of consciousness. It seems like we're in a solid realm when we're really not. It's just consciousness vibrating. That's all that it is. So for others who are doing the inner transmutation, you know, who are serving their brothers and sisters with love, they will move into that fifth dimensional planetary system, and that will be the 1,000-year golden age of Gaia. But what I was shown in the astral was that the remaining body of Earth, once that bifurcation, that split of planetary systems takes place, that the solar flash, and this is what we refer to the end of days prophecy, the solar flash will come in and it will clear away the dross, the negativity, the depravity, all of the torture, all of the pain, all of the very evil that has been operating, that solar flash. But we will have already migrated by that point in consciousness. So we won't be here to experience any fallout per se, but there will be that final solar flash event that will transmute in its highest sense the dross, the pure evilness that has been operating here in the Earthscape. And I was shown that the reason that's important is because everything is data. So there's data available in the galaxy. The dark siders want to tap into that particular data. They could reinvent those same depravity cycles. So that solar flash is very, very important, just to clear away all of that data. So it's just not available anymore, because boy, did we fall from grace. all perfect, all meant to be, but certainly not easy while you're having a 3D human experience. So this picture is not everyone, but many people are showing these kind of images on their social media, how our sun is now appearing to many. We're being welcomed home. Again, see it as a portal. Go through the rainbow portal, through the Ra portal, and welcome home, Rainbow Tribe. You've done so well. Pat yourself on the back. You're absolutely divine. You're absolutely just so beautiful in all of your just magnificent ways. You know, if you're not giving yourself love at the moment, remember you are the highest technology in the galaxy. You have the gift of feeling. It doesn't feel like a gift sometimes, you know, when we're in the emotions that have us gnashing our teeth and pulling out our hair. But the gift is there, because without that gift of feeling, you won't feel the heightened cosmic bliss. And that's where we're headed right now. So only good times ahead. I believe I'm at time. So we'll wrap it up there. But for anyone who wants to, I've just started a group called the Lightworkers Lounge. We'll be doing group astral journeys together, as well as a weekly show with a beautiful friend of mine, Ryan Parks. But we'll also be doing, you know, how to meet your galactic tribe. If you need some refinement at the moment to get up into those higher echelons of dimensions, come and join the Lightworkers Lounge for free on Facebook. For anyone who may be wanting to train with me, whether it be in the healing arts or the yoga arts, you can have a look at myhealthyoga.com. Thank you so much, everyone. Love you all. I'm kind of seeing the comments here and there. Just so powerful, so beautiful, so amazing. You guys absolutely get it. So
awesome stuff, Carrie. Yeah, I was on the edge of my seat. And
hey, Steve.
Hi. And nice reference to the Hopi prophecy as well.
You've both taught us so much. We just steal what you teach us and go and pretend we know what we're talking about somewhere else.
Well, you know, then that's how we do it. We all work off each other and then spread the word, and then everyone can hear what's going on. Yeah.
Love it.
So thank you so much.
Much love to you both.
So yeah, I like that we steal it from you and go and spread it around. I resonate with that.
We're one beautiful mind in the highest sense, aren't we, Omar? Hey.
Definitely.
Okay.
Indeed, that we are. What's going on with my cam here? My camera is not turning on.
Oh, you're now the voice of God. We can hear you, but we can't see you.
I still believe he exists. Okay, that won't change anything. Okay, we're going to talk about Leah now.
There I am.
There he is.
Yeah.
Next up, we've got Leah with us, and I just want to share something with you before we start. Leah's like a lot of people. A lot of people are finding talking about gratitude a bit tricky at the moment, because the whole world's falling apart and crumbling in every particular area. But in Leah's case, she's going to talk about the mob from up there, the ones who came here so long ago with a purpose and a reason, and explain a little bit more about them. Some of the stuff she's done in the book we've just put out, which we've managed, and we'll talk about this later on, not now. We do have the book now, finally, and we'll talk about how that came about. But something happened last night. Recently, when I go to bed, I hear lots of noises taking place. It's a constant thing, and they're different. I don't understand what the noises are. They don't make a lot of sense to me, but nearly every night now, I get different things going on. It's become constant. I think this is part of the change. But something different happened last night. For the first time ever, I heard a voice. It was like a low baritone sort of voice, and it was a word. And it's an interesting word, because the word was coming. And I have no idea. Well, I've got a bit of an idea what it means. I think it's about the fact there's a change coming. And this is the first time. And I asked Leah, and she asked me to describe the voice, and I did. And she wrote back and explained that was Mesref. And I'm not surprised it was, because everything I've heard until now, I've not made any sense of. And the one word was so clear. It was interesting, Bill didn't hear it. She didn't hear it, but it was loud. and it was so bass and baritone and really quite it's something I've never heard before. And the reason I checked with Leah first is because I happen to know as an absolute fact that she is a reluctant inhabitant of this planet. She's here because she made an agreement with Mesref and said she'd come back, but Mesref said he would be with her this time, and he has been. And what you're doing indirectly is Leah's presentation, when Leah talks to you, when she talks about the mob from up there, cast away the doubt, the rational mind, and the training you've been given to say what you see is what you get, and work on the assumption that it is real. Now, if you don't believe it's real, buy one of the book we've just put up called Interview with an Alien, and look at what Mesref said, and you convince yourself, try and convince yourself anyone on this planet could think like that, and the answer is they couldn't. No one on this planet has that much wisdom nor knowledge. And Leah is an interlocutor, a person who's mediating between this being and us. So you're getting this nearly not from the horse's mouth, more from the jockey that rides the horse, but the horse is actually taking her somewhere. And she's more like a jockey without any reins, but she's got a saddle so she can sit on the horse, but the horse has its own agenda, its own race, and Leah's joining in for the race. And what you're going to hear is a commentary from the jockey of a horse that's probably the most advanced one on this planet or near this planet. So, yes, where Leah comes from sounds quite challenging, but I can guarantee you one thing. It is the truth. So over to Leah, and good luck, Leah, with your half-hour talk about gratitude. But I think you'll be talking about the aliens and how they can assist in our gratitude and how they're an essential part of what comes next. So over to you.
I had myself muted this entire time. Hello, kia ora, everybody. Thanks for that, Steve. And yeah, that interesting kind of comparison you make me as a jockey, like riding a horse, a crazy horse at that. But yeah, I feel very much so like that horse being my life in many a way. So right now, I'm currently away from Australia in New Zealand, and I betrayed my home country by coming to New Zealand. It's just a healthy little feud between Kiwis and Australians, so that's okay. Don't worry, we don't actually hate each other. But for those of you who know, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So basically, I have not really had an idea of what to talk about today. I had like 1,000 ideas, and none of them seemed to sit quite right until I heard little bits and pieces of the previous, some of the previous presentations for the day, and just the general summary of like ET stuff. And you know, I have to say right, thanks Evan. I have to say that the discussion about ETs, what they want from us, and the general vibe of this early budding communication between our peoples, it's kind of in a way an old conversation in so many ways, because it's something that has been discussed and dissected many times. ETs, well, you can't just say ETs, like you can't just say all humans want this goal or want that goal, because like humans, we all have different goals, different agendas that we actually want to fulfill. Different values. Remember that values are more important. So when I talk about ETs, or particularly my contacts, I'm speaking strictly from one perspective of ETs, not the totality of ETs, certainly not. The amount of ET species out there are insurmountable, are almost irrelevant for us as humans to even care to know, honestly. But the mob that I speak to and I have some regular communication with is folks like Mesreth. And who is Mesreth? And those of you who aren't fully aware of who this fellow is, well, he is essentially the closest thing I have to a guide. He's my teacher. He's my mentor. He is my shoulder to cry on, and as well as a shoulder to punch whenever I get very frustrated with the cards that I have been given in life, in this life anyway. So he is, I hesitate to say he is like one of the, he's definitely a director of social, socio-political plans when it comes to interacting with his mob or the Ashtar Council and on Earth, I should say the more shadowy parts of the political spectrum on Earth, not the overt one. And his job is to ensure that our leaders, human leaders, are somewhat ready and prepared and are willing to compromise enough for this sort of bridging to actually happen. But to assume that Mezrith only talks to humans about introducing Earth or humans into the interstellar family is a completely arrogant, is very, very arrogant and ignorant, because we are not the only species that lives on Earth that has a degree of awareness or sentience or sapience. In fact, there are many beings on Earth. We just happen to be the one that we tend to see and interact with the most. However, there are many, many shades of that rainbow. We have such as the Yowies or Sasquatch or Yetis or abominable snowmen or whatever you want to call them, that he also, Mezrith, also communicates with to actually bring about a dialogue. So to say that, once humans are ready to step that beyond that threshold and actually pull their socks up and actually, be part of something a little bit bigger than themselves is not quite true. It takes all sorts. It'll take all of us to actually get to this point. And that is exactly what Mezrith is doing. He goes in and he wants to ensure that everybody on Earth, whether it be in the physical or our relative physical experience, is ready and is ready to be comfortable to get to the point where they want us to be. Because as I said, as has been discussed many, many a times, humans unfortunately have had the greatest negative impact on Earth. Not solely. I don't want to start placing blame on all of us, but a lot of we have done a lot of damage, whether it be physical or energetic. There has been some negative consequences leading from it. I find it hard to is it reconciliate or conciliate with the fact that we are also doing damage to homes of billions of species on this planet. And what I don't want, nor what does Mezrith want, or his mob want, ETs, I should say, want to see this place be absolutely destroyed beyond the brink of hope because of one species. Can't do that. They won't let it happen. Don't worry. If not ETs, then certainly Earth itself will have a thing or two to do about it, or to do about us. Now, I can't tell you exactly what you should and shouldn't do for the future. I don't have that authority, nor do I care to preach how someone should conduct their lives in order to see this dream into fruition. I am simply one person who happens to have a two-way communication with a couple of non-human entities. That's all I am. I do believe that I have some awareness of a little bit that is beyond the physical. But even with that slightly increased awareness does not mean I have I am a teacher or I am an instructor of any kind. But I can tell you from my own experiences, I have had I have experienced a lot of negativity and also have done a lot of negativity. I am in a position, I believe, where I can tell those people who have treaded on the darker side, on the shadowy pathways, that there is we choose. There is a choice for us. Now, those of you who have been nothing but kind and good and giving and generous, that's wonderful. And we all need to be more like you. But those of us who have not been so wonderful and generous and kind. Don't give up on us, because we do need that. We do need patience. We do need empathy. We do need time. And I can appreciate, again, time is of the essence to a degree. But I believe it takes a world to change one. People like myself who are trying, who are making the choices to do better. That is exactly, well, for people like Marbeth, for beings like Marbeth, that is why he talks to me. That is why he interacts with me. It's been on a few occasions. For those of you who have not heard some of our alien ancestry shows and live streams, the question regularly comes up of why do they want to talk to you? What's so special about you? What's so, considering your darker shades, why would some being as illustrious and as dare I say divine as Marbeth would even care to talk to you? Well, I can tell you with certainty, I even asked Marbeth this myself, and he said, because if you were perfect, you wouldn't need me. And I believe after some years of dissecting this information and trying to assimilate it into my awareness, I believe that he has, I think I've derived more of an answer from those few words that he has given me. I believe that we need to, instead of exorcising a lot of the demons that live within ourselves and our souls, the embracement, or the embracement is what is required for us to actually get to this next point. The banishment of those demons is not a possibility. It is simply what you end up doing is rejecting that awareness. And once you reject that awareness, that's where those darker parts start to fester in those dark corners. If you invite them out, if you bring them out, if you tease them out, then you have a better chance of managing them, better chance of, I don't want to say controlling, because controlling is its own darker force to it, but I am simply saying on how to master yourself, not control yourself. And that's, again, something that Marbeth is constantly trying to drill into me. And I strongly believe in that. We can't tell the world what to do. I can't tell you what to do. I can't tell you how to conduct yourself, how to think, how to feel, none of that. But what I can offer from somebody who has walked these darker shades to tell you, okay, I've been there, I've done that, I know exactly what you're doing and exactly what you're about. But what I do require from you is to acknowledge those darker parts of yourself, is to acknowledge that we do need to work on ourselves before we can work out anywhere else outside of us. Because how can you possibly change the world or be part of a change if you don't change, if you don't try to change you? Again, this is what Marbeth says. The external world is merely a reflection of the internal universe. The only reality is the one that lives within you. Again, okay, I can appreciate that there's talking about the meanings of reality and all that. The finer details of each term is more or less irrelevant. I'm talking in the sense of the bigger picture here, and the bigger picture is you. You're the bigger picture here. We could all. It is nothing more devastating, I feel, when you come across somebody who feels like they know it all, they understand it all, they get it all, they answer sentences before you get to finish them. And I do feel like you can have that bond with them, that strong bond, like they are on the same level as you, but at the same time, you can't. What can you exchange there? What can you possibly share there? Their cup is already full. And then here they go, they're trying to pour their full cup, their spilling cup into you. You're like, well, hang on a second. We're we're just having a conversation here. I'm not entirely taking everything what you say your experience and calling it as my reality. And again, Marbeth, he's been trying to give me that direction, even though it's incredibly difficult to follow. As I appreciate that this conversation may be a little bit difficult to follow because I feel like I'm all over the place at the moment, but it's important. It's a discussion that I think that needs to be shared more, because I feel like if you cannot or will not open up those darker parts, then it becomes harder for you to actually see that light. If you have if you walk in under that strobe of light to the point it burns you, to the point where you feel like you can't be touched, then it blinds you completely. You become blinded to it. And once that happens, what future is there? What future of learning, of experience, of understanding and growth is there? I find myself in a place where I feel like I'm getting somewhere. Every single day that I wake up, I feel like I've stepped closer to this being that I want to be. I'm certainly not there. And I don't even know when that will ever happen. Maybe on the day of my deathbed. We'll see. But I find that my experiences have been a blessing, though most of the time they feel like a curse. And that is something, again, that Marbeth always, he doesn't shield me from that, not at all. He, in fact, tries to push me in these sadder, angrier states to a wrong way of saying it, but it's he doesn't shield me from the pain, because it is the test of character, it is a test of wills. If you can be fronted with something truly awful, you are tested on how you respond to it. And I feel like my existence here is definitely a response to the negativity. Not to say that my experiences have always been all negative, don't get me wrong here. But I do feel like when I have those blissful experiences, they are the closest thing I've ever experienced to magic. When we're talking about the future, what does the future hold for humanity? And, what is the future that ETs want from us? There's this vision, this beautiful vision of us, going onto different worlds and migrating to different planets and living as, free peoples all over the joint. Humans moving over here and, ETs moving over here and humans moving across the stars. All a wonderful, beautiful vision. And I've seen some of these snippets, these worlds, I should say. I've actually traveled to these places. I've spoken to these people, to these beings, and felt moved to a degree that it stains your mind. But I always wondered, how do we get there? How can we get there? Will I ever see it with my own 3D eyes one day? And I can't honestly say when that will happen or if, but I do believe that that these changes, it's not just a single change. It requires 8 billion changes, all of us, to actually get to this point. And Marbeth has been inexhaustibly trying to tell me this for years. And his work is, I no longer feel jealous anymore whenever he flies off and does, has chats with other people and, other contactees, as well as, hanging out with Yowies and what have you. But because there was a point where whenever I would feel like I'm really struggling and I'm having a hard time, I can't just contact him. I can't just reach out to him, because sometimes I can, but those other times whenever I do try to reach out, he says, you already have been given the skills to overcome this situation. I've already taught you how to overcome this strife that you are currently experiencing. And I am left on my own, to my own devices, to try and remember the exact teachings that he gives me, because you remember, guys, this is a lot of there's a lot of things he's taught me. So I have to go like, all right, how do I go back and remember? But it goes back down to the self-mastery I was talking about. It's that self-mastery, not self-control. It's self-mastery. To live above the desperate gripping of strings and the tethers of your hem. Live above that, because because what happens to somebody who is so obsessed with self-control, what happens when they lose that for even an instant? It's bedlam, right? It's chaos. But somebody who self-masters, like what Marbeth has been saying for ages, what he wants us as individuals and as a race, as a species to do is to actually, it's okay. You're allowed to feel grief. You're allowed to feel hate. You're allowed to feel all these emotions. But remember, if you want to express any of those things, don't react. Just respond. Respond with thought. Respond with reason. Respond with knowing. There's a difference. And unfortunately, we are not taught this. This is something that is not in our active sea of consciousness, in our social consciousness, where we are taught how to think before we do. And also not necessarily just think. I'm not exercising the important part of feeling, because feeling is part of this too. Remember, guys, there's this discussion about logic. What's right, feelings or is it logic? They're both needed. They're both needed. You have these feelings for a reason. They are our primitive, more innate parts of our beings. They do. When we feel something, there is a bloody good reason behind as to why we feel it. But our more quote unquote evolved parts, the thinking parts, the cognitive parts, we need to marry those two things together. We have to marry those things together in order to strike that perfect balance, to reach that balanced future that we all want. I'm not going to sugarcoat it here, everyone. Like, this is going to be hard, and this is going to be multi-generational. I'm talking, I'd be floored if we managed to reach a somewhat stable civilization in the next 100 years. The amount of time and the amount of effort that needs to be poured into us, that ETs are also trying to do. But remember that, guys, I'll let you know the secret. They are willing to help, but they ain't going to clean up the mess that we've made. They're exactly like parents. If you mess your room up, they'll be like, all right, well, I can help you pick up the chest of drawers that you knocked over. But if you want to, you got to pick up your own undies and your socks on your own. That's your problem. You did that. You know what I mean? So we got to clean up this mess. And I think with these inward reflections are a perfect start to actually recognizing what we need for ourselves, what we need to do for our own health and vitality. That was actually something else I was going to say. What was? Sorry, forgive me, everyone. Again, I'm a little bit all over, but I can tell you, yeah, I feel like we'll be okay. I always get asked this question. Like, oh, what do you think what do you think we're going to be like in the future? What do you think what's going to happen? I said, I don't know, but we'll be okay. I mean, look, I'll go back to those last 2 years when a certain special type of microbe was running around last 2 years that made everybody stay shut in their homes. A lot of people considered those times a great curse, as a hindrance to our civilization. I still feel that way to a degree. However, Marbeth on many occasions has said that those times were in fact a blessing, because it was almost a reset. It was a reset of our how we view ourselves, a reset of our values, a reset of what is or isn't important, and what time we are willing to spend, those very precious years that we have. What are we willing to dedicate that to? And I think those times have been, a blessing, because those were the times where I learned the most. I really absorbed what he was saying, what Marbeth was saying, and what all of my contacts have been saying, and the vision for this future. But, again, if you want this dream to happen, you gotta wake up. You have to wake up, and I'm not even saying this as, as if I'm coming from a place of being above. I'm not, already said. But I had to wake up to my own vulnerabilities and my weaknesses in order to even come close to materializing this dream into sharing this vision with my contacts. I learned to laugh. I learned to accept, to go with the flow. Those of you who are watching would probably remember, who've known me for quite a while, know that I'm quite linear in many ways. I'm quite stubborn. And when certain things don't go according to plan, I spit the dummy. But now I've learned to let that go. I've learned to self-master in that respect. I still have a long way to go, but hey, we all do. So I'm in good company, I guess. And again, even with Marbeth, I mean, the amount of patience he has given me and to all of us, all as this entire world. I think we're in good hands. I'm convinced of it. And, it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to fall on your path, to trip up and fall. It's okay. Don't worry. Because remember, guys, if it doesn't work out this time, you always got a next time. Referring to reincarnation. Don't worry. Chill out. Don't take it too seriously. Have a laugh for once, smoke a joint. I don't know. Chill out. Have a beer. Have a Kit Kat. So anyway, that's basically what I wanted to share with everyone today. As I said, I do apologize for the circular discussion as opposed to the incredibly well thought out presentations of my predecessors today. I again apologize for that. As I said, this fat guy with the flow, it's self-mastery, isn't it? Hey Sarah, hey. So I'm just gonna start having a chat with the chat. Isn't that brilliant? But take care everyone. Steve, Evan, come back.
I'm down with the joint. That's for sure.
Oh, you are? Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I'm down with the Kit Kat.
Thank you, everyone.
Awesome stuff. So you've got double Leah today, because me and Leah
Hell yeah. Oh yeah, we're talking now, aren't we?
Yeah, we're talking now.
Oh
we're
my
talking
God.
about one
We
of
are,
our
yeah.
field experiences. So you're all pretty lucky today, because there's only about 10 people that have heard about what we're about to show, because it got deleted out of our archives. Anyway.
Hang on. Stop right there, guys. All right. If you don't know, we did a stellar Q&A about a month ago, was it? It was about a month. It was a few weeks ago. Yeah, it was a month ago. We did one of the best Q&As. Evan and I were talking about experiences with the Yowie, where we treaded into Yowie territory. we were back and forth talking. Everything was going swimmingly. The moment we finished that broadcast, the servers of that website crashed and wiped all of that out. So I'm telling you, we have been cursed to the nth degree. We are cursed, guys. We are no.
See, I don't know if you could hear maybe some light swearing in the winds, maybe over in Canada and America. Yeah. If you did, it would have been me after that happened, because
you know what? I went for a drive. I sped down that highway. I was like, I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore. I got so pissed. I just got in the car and I just drove, and I'm just like huffing and screaming over the Metallica in the radio. That was my experience.
So I will get. Let's
get cracking.
You're all very lucky today, because you are going to get to see what only probably about 8 people saw before. I'll just get it into the.
Oh my God, Evan, you're so unprepared.
There it is.
Oh my God. It's just very unprofessional, Evan.
Oh, well, So to give you a bit of context, before we start,
we still love him.
Yeah, I know. You still put up with this. If anything, it's for the hair, I think. But
it's really warm here.
Yeah, so I've actually been to this site twice. Once with Leah, which is what we're about to talk about, but I'll tell you a little bit about the first time I went there to give you a bit of context on how things have changed in the matter of only a few months, which for me, I guess I have gratitude, because I've been able to see something change from, oh yeah, there's probably something going on, to, dear God, we may not get out of here.
Oh, yeah.
In a good way, yeah, but we will get to that. So because of our experiences here on our farm with the Yowies, a friend of mine reached out to me and actually said, I've started watching some of your stuff. I was going for a wander to this little reserve, which was about 15 minutes drive away from where we are, and said, I think I found some evidence of there being Yowie. So Sasquatch, if you're over in North America, Yeti, every culture has a different name for them. But being Australian, I'll say Yowie. I went there with him. We saw some stab sticks, some branches on the ground in shapes. Kind of went, they've definitely been here, but at no point did we go, we're being watched. I feel uncomfortable. I feel fear. There was no infrasound stuff going on, which I'll talk a little bit more about with Sarah after this talk, because we both experienced that. That was wonderful, using sarcasm. But yeah, so we had a good day out. We took some photos, a couple of videos, all good. That was it. We weren't going to stay there in the night, because a few people said you should camp overnight. And I'm like, no, never.
Not
That's a hard no. But anyway,
if you haven't been there, then don't tell people what to do who have. I'm telling you right now.
There's some really good advice, actually.
Yeah.
This particular area is called Uralba. Now, I was skeptical going back here with Leo, because when I was there with my friend previously, the National Parks and Wildlife were redoing the track, which you can see in the background there. It's NS track, so north-south track. And all the sticks that were stabbed into the ground and all the kind of glyphs had been mowed over. They weren't deliberately destroying Yowie evidence. They wouldn't even know. They just think sticks.
It's just sticks, yeah.
Yeah, but there were none left as we walked out. So I'm like, and it had been probably about a month to a month and a half, and I'm like, it'll be interesting whether there's anything. So I might quickly hand it over to Leah, because you had a warning before we even got there.
Oh, man. I did. And did I listen? No, I did not.
No.
So I got a message from my caseworker, Mesrith, my therapist, my alien therapist. Okay, so we drove, well, on our way to one park. We were going to Victoria Park first. That was the old growth forest. For those of you who are not aware of what Victoria Park is, it's one of the very last few old growth forests in the region. And beautiful place, absolutely gorgeous. You can feel the ancientness in that location. While we were driving, Mesrith said something completely unprompted. He said that I'm just trying to remember, I'm paraphrasing now, but just so you know, be careful of what happens because things didn't go according to plan. So whatever happens, you're on your own. And I'm thinking, like, what are you talking? Like, hold, hang on, wait a minute. All right, stop, rewind it back, please. What are you talking about? Who you referring to? He said, so if you guys remember, like the conversation I was having before about Mez was talking not just with humans, but also with Yowies, trying to bridge that gap between both. He was referring to this sudden setback. That's what it was, a sudden setback. Of this dialogue he was having with them. They got mad at him, or something did not go, like one of the talks failed, something went wrong. And so because I have that ET connection, Mesrith was like, Leah, just so you know, if you go to within Yowie territory, they're mad at me. They're probably going to get mad at you because of your affiliation. So if anything happens, don't call me to come and help you. And I said, what? Why? Why?
And we've already had a few experiences where, you know, I think we were sitting in the car chatting one night and you got a message like, we have a choice, lock the doors or get inside the house. And we just looked at each other and went, let's walk well, it wasn't walking.
Oh, yeah, in the car. That's it. Yes. So we were in the car. And
so we've been there before. We know that they probably don't like your...
They do not. Well, no, hang on. Like, at the time, they didn't. But, I mean, things have softened up since then. Yeah. So that's as far as I know on that front. I don't know, like, the full logistics of what's going on. I only know vague pieces of information. But, like, that was the warning we were given before we entered Uralba. When we did enter, that's when things started to get funny. And when I ignored even more warnings, didn't I, Evan?
You did, yeah. So
I ignored all of them.
You know, as you can see from my pictures here, we haven't even gotten to the forest yet, and things are starting to feel a bit differently, aren't they?
Oh yeah.
So he can't help us. He said that.
No. He said he's not about. No. He can. He just didn't want to. Remember that.
Yeah.
He can teleport. He can teleport anybody and anything. Yeah. But he knew he'd be like, "You're on your, it's your choice."
Yeah, you know, we don't need a interplanetary diplomatic crisis. So we decided to, as Dad lovingly calls us.
I want to be Harry.
Well, I'm assuming he meant I was Harry and you Hermione, but yeah, maybe we can swap. But anyway, he calls us Hogwarts students because, you know, sometimes we get ourselves into a little bit of trouble. You know, a bit, yeah. So, you know, that's become our nickname now. So, yes, we went to the entry of the forest. Now, funny enough, if you look at those photos, you can actually see that track when you walk in. There's like this kind of weird shimmering. Now, that honestly was kind of in the photos the first time, but I definitely felt it a lot more this time. Like, I knew we see that kind of band of sun. When you walk through that, that's when things start to change a little bit. And just above that is this kind of where you enter into that area. Now, so, you know, best of intentions, probably not the most prepared, where we didn't even have water with us. Did we have an umbrella? Maybe we had an umbrella, but anyway.
No,
No.
you didn't.
Okay, so we're walking along, and they're the two kind of areas, and that's what we ended up realizing there. You've got to start looking with the non-analytical mind almost, and then you start seeing these little signs. They're very subtle, but once you see them, you can't unsee them. So yeah, I'm grateful for that, because sometimes I miss things and everyone's like, Evan, did you see that? I'm like, what? Huh? What's going on? I missed it all. But we definitely felt when we walked into that band of light and then further along. So yeah, we're going in a bit further. Now, around this time, I remember you were saying, I feel something in the tips of my fingers. You felt
yes. Oh yes. Okay, so we start walking in. I get I feel funny. I feel like there's like a electromagnetic field, like a very strong one coming. Well, there's electromagnetic fields everywhere, but this one in particular felt the most intense in that region that we were passing. I had my hands up to show I was not here for anything, no funny business. And I kept repeating, like, and repeating out loud as well as in my head. We're not here for any problems. We're just having a look. We come in peace, all that fun stuff, right? But as I had my hands up, I use, so my hands are my kind of like my antenna in many ways. They give me an indicate. I feel certain energies, and I could feel electricity running down these two fingers here and passing all the way into my right hand, and then also around into my left hand. So there was obviously something spiking up, like my hands were heating up very, very quickly and very intensely. And it got to a point where I was like, okay, there's definitely some sort of disturbance here, or something irregular happening in the space here. So I was getting a bit more wary. I didn't immediately get the sense of we were being watched, but I felt like we were passing through different. I didn't get the feeling of a different plane. Believe me, if we passed into a different plane of existence, I would have felt it. This wasn't so much as that, but I felt like the area we were passing through was definitely thinned. Let's just say the fabrics between planes were definitely thinner, and whatever energies I was picking up, these energies, these radiations were coming from beyond the relative present. So that was kind of what I felt. It was weird. Very weird. Anyway, on to you.
Yeah. So we're marching along a bit further after that, and I think as we were going, we were asking, give me a sign. If you don't want us here, give me a sign. Yeah. And we were listening, and we had our ears open, but we then started passing some of the sticks. So going back to what I said before, I was actually like, oh wow, okay, there are some sticks that have been replanted. Yes, replanted. So there's one on the side. We've got another one there. Now, people might think, oh, yeah, whatever, like that's just a stick in the ground. It's falling out of the tree. But with that, we've got weird symbols. I don't know what they mean.
Wait, you're passing it very quickly. These sticks, by the way, are not. They have not fallen. The ones that you see that have been planted into the soil, they have been pressed into it. It wasn't as if a tree branch had fallen off and just somehow perfectly angularly fell directly into the soil. Even look, guys, this is not humid, but like, it's a forest, right? Even the soil, even the muddiest of days, even when it's like there's water drenching every piece of that soil, it is not wet enough or gooey enough for that branch to fall in there. It is thick and tough soil. Something pressed it into that, and these are not small branches either. Some of these branches range from about that thick, maybe even thicker. or like that thick. Okay.
And they go in
Being-
far too. Like
Yes, very far. Very far.
I've pulled the first time I went there, I did pull one out. I couldn't help it. And I tried one hand, it didn't work. Tried my preferred hand, didn't work. I needed both hands and significant force. And it didn't come out instantly either. Like I had to brace myself to pull the stick out. And of course, I then put it back exactly what it was for it to then just get mowed over 20 minutes later. But anyway, at least try to go there with some respect if I was going to pull them out. But I do have some photos here of you trying to position yourself and pull one out coming up. But yeah, we did notice a few weird symbols on the ground. So that was new from the time before. Yeah, so there's another one there. There's your feet for scale.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. So okay. So the sticks. Okay. The stick symbols were on the. All right. So I like to think of myself as a pretty logical, reasonable, rational person. When you're walking in the bush, you see a lot of things everywhere. You see sticks, you see leaves, you see grass, all sorts of stuff on the ground, right? All in relative forms of chaos. Okay. Now, I point to these bizarre formations on the ground because they stuck out to me because they were the most orderly out of all that chaos on the track. These sticks. Now, humans, we can agree that we like to see patterns into things, but this was not a pattern. This was definitely something significant in terms of the way these sticks were positioned on the ground, whether someone put them there or had fallen, were in perfect formations with each other. Now, that picture is not one of the better ones. There was another one where it looked like a big W and an arrow. These are two separate runes, runes or symbols. Sorry. Pardon me. Some of the runes or the symbols had sticks that were the exact same length and thickness to actually create a shape. So you can't tell me that the wind blew these sticks into position. You can't tell me that the trees themselves dropped their branches in such a specific way, and mind you, in the middle of a wide track to form these symbols. Like, if you rely on that as to dismiss it was beyond the ability, if it was anything other than an intelligent hand that put those sticks together, then I'm sorry, mate, we don't have a lot to talk about.
And you'll notice that picture there too. The older, deader stick is on top of the fresher, more recent stick. So that just came to me this time looking at it. I'm like, that looks like a pretty decayed stick on top of one that's probably not that old.
Yeah.
Deliberately has put it that way and put the older one on top of the newer one. So this is the one that you had to go at looking at.
I did. So. Yeah. Okay. So that one was particularly fun. All right. So that's me, guys. That's I was so what I was doing, I wasn't actually trying to pull anything out. I wasn't trying to pull the stick out. What I was trying to do was I was trying to figure out the position of whoever was standing there to press that stick in by the angle of it and by the position. So when I was having a look around the area, I found two footprints. Well, they weren't really, they weren't discernible footprints, but they were two clearings in the grass, implying that something stood on those things, stood on that grass. And the space between each assumed foot stance was very wide apart. I am a tall woman. I'm a tall woman, and I even had trouble actually getting myself in a position, in a good position, in a gravity central position to stand perfectly balanced to get to even begin to manipulate the stick at that angle it was at. So what my hands were doing, you can see up there, my hands were try to figure out where exactly the hands were of this being to press the stick into the ground. I'm having a look up, and there were some disturbances in the bark, implying that whoever was that's where they were gripping it. And you could, and what it told me, the way the equation was building up in my head as I was picking up all this information, was whoever put this here was very, very tall to begin with, and very strong to actually pierce this thick branch. I'm talking like this branch was not like, it was about that thick. It was not small at all to get in there. So they had to be very, very tall. Like, as I said, I'm a tall person and I even struggled with it. So yeah.
What do we got next? Yeah, we did see this one too.
Oh yeah, the X. Yeah, and that's also another one we found a lot of like upright runes or symbols, which was really, really weird. And I kind of got the impression that some of them were actually either signage in direction where whoever was walking past these places or through these places was like, a signage of like, go here, turn left here, or even just don't go past this point. You know, I couldn't really quite make sense of everything, of all the symbols, but it was very, very interesting to say the least, because whoever was walking here, you could tell they were not using the allocated pathways.
Oh, and that reminds me, going back to this one, this area here, I remember Uncle Donnie said, "What's going on with that? What was in there?" We didn't even notice that there's a hole in the bank right next to us.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, there was a hole there. Yeah, there was, somebody mentioned that it might have been a nest of some sort, Yowie nest. I mean, I don't know how they look like, but, it was, look, there was a lot of weird things in those woods, let me tell you. It didn't feel like woods. It was,
So and we noticed actually when that second picture, it was like all the vines, and there was like almost like a tunnel through them. And then I think because at that point we were kind of just standing around doing different things, and we noticed, I remember you pointing out, why is just 2 leaves on a bush?
Oh my god!
Doing this, but then nothing around it was. So it was like,
oh my god, yeah, that was so weird.
Like that.
Okay, so as I said, nothing here made sense. I don't know enough about wind physics all that much, but I can tell you when we were passing a particular part of the track, we got a vortex of wind blowing from one direction between the trees, but it was just one vortex, one funnel of wind, and there was bushes that were like some ferns who were in amongst that wind beam, and they were just fluttering, and just like 2 leaves, leaves, and that was it. Nothing else moved. And I'm thinking, like, what is this? What the hell is it? And like, nothing about this makes sense. Like it was like as if like we were walking through, I don't know, like it was like broken, like nothing was orderly.
So, before we leave, we, at that point in time, I didn't want to say anything because, I was going to be like the, guide. I didn't want to mention to Leah that I was feeling a bit weird in the head. Not unpleasantly weird, just kind of, I would say it was borderline euphoric. Yeah, it was just like this light, euphoric feeling, and it started, the more time we stayed there, the more intense it got. And it got to the point, and I think you said to me, "Oh, Evan, I feel weird in the head. I feel high," basically.
Wait a minute. No. Those of you who hang on a minute. The kind of weird feelings that we had in the head at a certain point on the track, it were identical to the chemicals one would have that would affect one's consciousness.
Yes, that.
So those, we like we're not saying anything, but
No,
that's
we're
kind
not.
of what we're saying. All right,
Yeah.
It were very, very familiar feelings. Okay.
So yeah, and I think you were pointing out this log on the ground and said, "Oh, that's where they live. They live in the log. That's a house. Someone lives there." And
It
I'm like,
wasn't. No, it wasn't that. That was.
yeah, but something past that in that area that you're pointing out to me, and I'm like, okay, so it's not just me feeling a bit strange.
No, there was a log though. That's not a log.
Yeah.
That's not the log I was pointing at. That was another
You're-
one. That was the one on the ground.
Yeah, that's
it
what
was
I meant. The one on the ground. Yeah,
Yeah,
that had fallen on the ground.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I think you said something like, I think we might have to go because if we don't go, we'll just get more weird feelings in the head. I was probably going to have to carry you out, or we'd have to lie down and spend the night there, which now that this place was all activated, I'm like, I don't want this to be part of this project.
And because I was having such a great time, I was like, you know what? I was having a great time, but I was also getting very tired. And I knew if I hung out there any longer, I would have just fallen asleep right on that mud. Let me tell you, I ruined my nice t-shirt too. In the dirt.
So yeah, I think at that point we started to leave, but this is where it also got strange because we passed two of the stick markers.
Oh my god! Yeah.
And then probably a minute after continuing walking, we went back to normal. We felt completely normal, right? And then we went, well, let's push it a little bit further and go back, see if it comes back on. And we did. We turned around, went back in, went past those two sticks, and within a couple of seconds, it washed back over us again. And we're like, oh, wow, there it is. And then I think we, spent about a minute and then went, okay, we'll go now. And then walked back through those two stick markers. And then it took a little bit longer that second time to wear off, but then we kind of faded back into normality again. Next time, well, because we had a long discussion about why we felt the way we did in the car ride home. We got really tired, and you had a great little chat about why that might be, why we felt the way we did.
Hang on, Evan. Wait, hang on, Evan. Do you remember what I told you? I'm not going to explain it. You have to remember it.
Okay.
All right. So what's phasing, Evan?
Phasing. Okay, so phasing is, oh dear God, is basically jumping from one spot to another pretty instantly, right? Now, Yowies, cryptids, things like that have a natural ability to do that. Now, when one phases from one spot to another, it creates an after effect, right?
Kind of, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Because...
But yeah, go on. Yep. Keep going. Yep.
Oh, the perfect one. We had this conversation about 2 months ago. But anyway, you were talking about how the area that they would phase into, that particular area, I think I get this wrong. The atoms are firing at a faster rate, that there would possibly be a residual electromagnetic and radiation effect from that. Is that right?
Yeah. Oh, Matt, you got 90%. You got 90% of that. No, that's a sub. No, that's everyone could give a clap for Evan. Now that was awesome, Evan. No, congratulations. Yeah, you got it. You got it in one. All right. So that's the roundabout way. So whatever so basically that's what phasing is. The beings that have the ability to phase, what ends up happening is the alteration of the molecules oscillation. So it starts moving at a different pace and orbital form as well. So all these things are changed in order for it to slip into, shall we say, slip into another fabric of tangible or relatively tangible existence. Now, what happens is when you have these atoms who are moving at an incredibly fast pace, you have a side effect, if you will, a nuclear side effect where it starts to damage or hit and interact with other atoms that are moving at a quote unquote slower pace or a relatively slower pace. And by doing that, when you start moving and you start changing the frequency of the atom or the particle, more precisely the particle, it starts creating kind of like rifts, in a lack of a better word, or for a simpler explanation, where you have these leaks falling down and contaminating, like other exoplanar radiations falling in and affecting the area. Now, don't stress out too much, guys. Like, even though this area has actually experienced a tremendous amount of phasing, which is what I felt through my hands, remember? The universe always reaches a sense of energetic equilibrium after a while. Those areas do eventually, quote unquote, close up or heal up after a while. But depending on the intensity or however many times this phasing ability and contamination is present has been done. So I think, yeah, that's what we are hoping to do in the near future, is to go there with some more equipment and actually figure out what's going on, assuming that area hasn't healed itself over a while, because yeah, that does tend to, as I said, that equilibrium does exist.
So yeah, I mean, obviously I'll try to go back there with some equipment. I do have an EMF reader. I don't have a Geiger counter as yet, but I'll try to get one. I have had a friend that's been there recently, and her horse got very spooked, and she got thrown off a horse, and she immediately said to me, there was a yowie there, the horse got scared. And I have asked Uncle Johnny about that. Horses and horses get spooked, so they're not best friends. So I'd say they're still there, but whether that phasing effect is still there or dissipated, I don't know, but we'll definitely get back and try.
You gotta remember as well with this, like, because what happened when we went there? Okay, so it was probably significantly more raw than when your friend went there with a horse. But remember, horses are very sensitive creatures, so they might have been also disturbed by the area, in combination with the yowie being there, in combination with just a horse being easily scared. So yeah, you've got a lot of factors involved with that one, and look, it's and I can appreciate how a lot of this can be like the idea. Look, we are trying to constantly search for the truth and trying to collect as much. Not just I don't even necessarily care about the evidence or the existence of Yahwehs. I already know that they are a thing. That they're active. They're aware. They're alive. They exist. They share this space with us. I don't need to be convinced of that. Short of, I even saw one a few years ago, but I'm more interested in trying to understand where they come from, understand what they can do, what the effects are, what are the long-term meanings of this. That is my fascination with them. The question of do Yahwehs or Sasquatch exist is already been answered years ago. Don't need to know about that one. But yeah, this is kind of like what we're doing now, to a point where we have to get involved with them. Because remember, guys, we share the same world with them. They share this world with us. We have to kind of bridge that gap that has been between, a huge rift between us for eons. So like, we have to involve them in the conversation, because I can tell you right now, they involve us in their conversations. They are like, oh, what do you do when you encounter a human? What are they going to do to us? How do we get them to stop destroying our homes? How do we get them to do X, Y, Z? So
exactly.
Yeah, we got to do the same here as well. Don't worry. we got to involve them in our conversations.
Yeah, because this planet belongs to them probably more than it does to us.
I don't, you know,
we're all going to live here together.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like look, yeah, this whole idea of who owns more what that's such a silly. It's, you know, like, and I can appreciate where you're coming from in that respect. Like the Earth, nobody owns the Earth. No race or species owns the Earth. The Earth owns us, all of us, all together. We are in fact at the behest of Earth, always, every day. It's just, how we conduct ourselves is the true test on how long we get to still be alive on Earth. That's the question.
Exactly. And, you know, we've been able to see a site that, you know, was never dead, but a more neutral site completely activated in the space of a month or so. So for me, I'm grateful that I've been able to see that difference, that things are turning on. The veil is a lot thinner than it used to be. These other beings that live on this planet with us are here too, and it's getting harder and harder to ignore them. And for me, that's great, because our future belongs to everyone here. So I'm glad that I've been able to experience that in itself. So.
Fascinating, yes. But yeah, that's it. That's it's basically that's just like the tiny snippets of our experience.
Nice little field trip.
And again, it was a fun field trip. Honestly, like at this stage, I would really like to have a glass of wine with a Yowie, because I deserve it. That would be a lot of fun. Oh man, they probably can't consume alcohol. And hey, this is a PC area, PG area, child-friendly zone. No, I'm kidding. So far from it. But no, we good. But thank you guys so much. Had a great time talking, and thank you for that, Evan and Omar, for the experience for today, and I hope I didn't bore anybody to tears. That's the main thing.
All right. Well, thank you, and we'll bring you on our next speaker now, and people have to put up with me for another half an hour as well.
Oh no, Evan, I'm so.
I know.
Oh my God, Evan. Oh my God. You got poor viewers. Oh no, you're gonna have to deal with him. I'm free.
All right.
We love it.
Thank you guys.
We love it.
We do. Don't worry.
I just love his hair too. His hair is absolutely incredible to me.
Yeah. No, he's awesome. I'm the only one who's allowed to talk bad about Evan.
True. It's true. All right.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye, Leah. Thank you.
All right. And I'll just get up our slides. Share the screen.
Hi, Sarah. Nice to see you again.
Hey, guys. How are we? It's been a great show. I've been up since 4:30 WA time in Australia, so it's been good.
All right, almost there. There we go. All right, enter stream. There we go. We got our slides. Okay. So I guess I'll start, because we start with Uluru, because that's where we kind of met and came together. Isn't that right, Sarah? All right.
Yes.
So good old Uluru, what was that, like 2 years? Yeah, a couple solstices ago.
2 years
to
the day, really?
Yeah, 2 years to the day almost. And to be honest, we went in, as you've heard Steve say a few times, not knowing what was going to happen or what was going to work or anything. But it was definitely, was definitely an experience that I'll never forget. I know at the time, you know, those moments that you have and you go, oh yeah, it's kind of changed my life or whatever, whether it be a near-death experience or something. I knew it was one of those seminal moments where just being there changed everything. So, yeah, and I love this shot because this is how Uluru looks from space. So I was always told that humanity actually started from Uluru, that it was actually a spear tip that was sent here through the cosmos and crash landed into Australia. And you're just looking at the kind of end of it. There's a whole section submerged going into the planet. To my mind, that sounds like terraforming. So even before I got there, I knew that we're in for something special. And I think at the time, I don't know, I think we actually connected more afterwards, didn't we? Like, we saw each other there. But it's when you popped up with these photos that I kind of went, oh my God. So I'll get you to tell your little background story to what happened to you and how these photos came about.
Okay, so these photos came about from my husband. So when we were at the ceremony, he somehow just got this intuition, got this vibe, and said, I need to get the kids in the car and go get some photos. Now, he didn't know what he was doing. He kind of just went, oh, this is what Sarah's always said, like, if you ever feel like you've got to do something and it feels right, you just do it. So he followed that intuition. So that was the biggest highlight, really. So at 7:32, without knowing any information, not knowing anything, because it was kept very hush-hush, he took his first shot. And from there, he captured the show that was performing in the sky, which was coinciding with the activation that happened beneath the rock. So he got, I think it was over 130 something photos. So it wasn't until I came back to WA and we're going through the photos a month or so later, I actually noticed that there was a craft going through the portal, and I was just like, what the hell is going on? And yeah, so for me, that wasn't, at the time, it didn't mean as much as what it meant to Evan and Steve, I guess, and that's where the connection first formed. So I went to Uluru for my own personal spiritual journey. I just had a calling to go. I didn't know what it was about, but here we are today, knowing more about what it was really about. So yeah, and as you can see in these photos, you can see, you know, spirit is, we've got a lot of stuff happening in those photos, actually. I don't even know where to begin. So what's the next one, Ev? Have you got the video there?
Yeah, the next one is the video.
And mind you, my husband, yeah, my husband's actually blind in his right eye as well. So he's got severe glaucoma. So he's only got less than 2%. So he didn't know what he was looking at, and he's got terrible photography anyway. So yeah, but he happened to capture the craft. So I think Ev's going to play the video now.
Well, I'm going to try. It's not letting me, which is weird.
Oh.
Why
Okay.
would it not do that? That's weird. It played the other day.
Maybe we can just put in the link.
Yes, I will.
Video or something.
I'll get the link in and I'll put it in for everyone to share it around, because yeah, we've got that up. Bugger. Sorry about that, people. It's weird because it worked last night. I played it.
Yeah.
No. Anyway, well, there's some close-ups. of the actual craft that was flying in there. And, because you know what people are like, you actually went and did a little bit of this research, because people are like, it's like a plane, a helicopter. And no, it was not, because the only plane that was in the skies at that time is over here, right? And we are...
Yeah, that was about 400 or 500 k's away. So
we're there, so we can't see that. That ain't happening. And no helicopter, because I think Austin and your kids were on the last helicopter that day. They went for the last ride, and they flying anymore after.
But the whole site was shut down. Yeah, the whole site was so the rock was closed down, all tours were closed down, and somehow he got on a flight to go and do a tour with the kids, and he captured all of Uluru that day, and how the sky was forming prior to the ceremony happening. But there's probably a really important part that needs to be shared about this as well, is the night before solstice, I had a experience where I was walking back to our room. And on the way there, I could just feel the presence of like beings around, and I was just like, oh my God, they're here. So I kind of frantically ran back to my room a little bit, because at that time I was not quite familiar with the, bit of fear in there. But so on the way there was this, mind you, this is like between 12 and 1 a.m. in the morning. There's this guy that he's just got no shirt on, and he's just wearing a pair of shorts, and I was like, this is just too weird. But anyway, he was coming towards me. We kind of locked eyes anyway. It was very odd and strange. By the time I got back to the room, I was just like, okay, something's going on in here. So I've opened up the door, and I've just walked in, and then just followed I was kind of just like, and just sat down at the table. And from there, I have no recollection of what happened. But coming out of that, I heard my husband going, babe, come here. And I was a bit groggy and stuff, and groggy in the sense of like from the metaphysical form of their energy and stuff. So then he's gone, I was just up in a ship. And I'm like, yeah, righto, And he explained how he was up and he could see everything on the ground. And they were taking him through bits and pieces around, Uluru. And he didn't know what that meant at the time. And so come the next day at solstice, all these things just coincided with each other. So therefore, we didn't find out till much later down the track that was part of his calling. And he was actually taken up in the ship, and he was given opportunity to follow his intuition and capture everything on video for us. So, but at the time, didn't know anything about that. So that insight didn't come till much later on.
So, that's just a little bit of a summary of some of the stuff that happened after the first solstice there. Steve mentioned earlier the Shumann resonance rising. You've got pictures there of a light that's not the sun. Sorry, I'll use my mouse. That's in Croatia. That was someone else taking a picture of the portal from another angle. We had bird sign. Tukalas flew around us several times when we were arranging the rocks. You've got shafts of light appearing down in Newcastle, which is the other side of Australia, near Carry On Hieroglyphs, actually. Over here is Scotland. Here you've got, at the same time, the same blue that you see in the portal here is around the moon in Georgia, near Atlanta in America. So, that's just a little sample of what happened afterwards. And then, we come to the next one. We've got all sorts of things happening here. a lot of stuff in the sky, which I'll get to in a second, why the sky is so important. More Shumann resonance up and down things, more shafts of light. Then the birds have gone bonkers in all sorts of places, which we were told are one of the signs. So we come along here we're talking about the prophecy, right? So, and I was just thinking then, in a way, it's an amalgamation of all different sorts of prophecies. You've got a little bit of the 144,000 were needed to activate Uluru, so that's got a little biblical flavor to it. Then you've got the Hopi, which I'll get to in a second, talking about it. So yeah, I mean, it's a choice within all of us, which direction we want to go in. And I mean, that's what we've been doing the last couple of years, right? Telling people about this. Yeah, so the Hopi being the prophecy keepers talk about the blue kachina and looking to the sky, the grand plaza for the signs. And I think we've spent the last 2 years just swapping photos all the time to each other. Check this out, check that out. So for me, I mean, I'm grateful in that sense that I can see it happening. I can see the signs happening. I can see it all unfolding.
We can't make things up. Like when we went to Uluru, excuse my language, but it was just like, as soon as that activation, like as soon as the ceremony finished and everyone just effortlessly got up and started the, what's the chanting and everything was just flowing. It was like, I couldn't even get up. I was just sitting on the grass going, you cannot make this up. Like that is just beyond. Like it was everything we've always known without knowing, and that deeper wisdom was just to be there and to witness that with the rest. It was like, that's it. That's all you needed. That was the proof, and that was just the beginning. And
exactly.
From there, I guess, being great for both of us as well, and including Leah, we've had many conversations and, grown from this, just from sharing the wisdom and experiences and stuff. It's, and that's what's important too, because everyone's experience is so much different, but who's to say they don't exist? They do exist.
Exactly. So that brings us to another shared experience we had. By this point in time, we're pretty good friends now. You have to put up with me phoning you all the time. Woe is me, whatever. Right. So I think we must have been talking on car speakers, so hands-free kind of thing. And when you get to my place, what ends up happening is you go down this massive valley and it cuts out. So I then thought, oh, crap, well, I'll have to phone it back, because it always sounds like I've hung up on someone, but I never have. But, yeah, I get out of the car and I'm like, no, before I even got out of the car, I think I could hear this weird noise, so I turned off the engine thinking it was the fan belt. No, it wasn't the fan belt. And I thought stereo. No, it wasn't the stereo. I thought, okay, well, I'll get out of the car and I can hear this weird wailing noise that I've tried to replicate. I can't do it. I've tried. But I'm like, oh, after a little while, I don't like this. This has made me feel anxious, when you get the hairs in the back of your neck up, and I actually felt fear, anxiety, the whole shebang. So I ran inside with as much gear as I could and then phoned you back straight away, because I'm like, oh, hopefully she hasn't thought I've hung up on her. No, hadn't. And I think you said after about 2 seconds, you're like, Evan, what's that noise? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't like it. And I think you said something like, Evan, I think you should shut all the windows and lock the doors. And I'm like, you know what? Yes, I should do that.
That's not a bad idea.
And not that probably they could, smash through a window or wall if they wanted to do that, which they don't anyway. But at that point in time, I'm full of like. So I did all of that, and then we had this weird rambling conversation that went for about 2 hours, and it got to the point where we were just exhausted. It was like we were disorientated and didn't know what the point of it was, and then it got to the point
where
where
we just around in circles. It was very like this. It was just, and I was taking notes at the time. I had my notebook out, and I was just doing spirals, and I was just going. I was writing down like around and around, and it was bizarre. But mind you, good point to add in there is your dad was actually having the same experience, just not even a couple of 100 meters away, and none of us knew what was going on.
No, we didn't. And then the next morning, I woke up and I'm like, I feel like, well, I usually feel like crap in the mornings anyway, but I felt extra special crap because I had like earache and sore throat and all this stuff, and I'm like, oh, I don't feel good. And then I remember you speaking to me.
Actually, I rang you and I said,
you rang me.
I was just like, Evan, what are you doing? Why didn't you call me like rah? And he was like, oh, so I'm just on the phone to my friend, my Yowie friend, and I'm just putting in about the Yowie last night. I was like, that's what that was. And I'm like, no. And then we just exchanged like how we felt, what happened, and we were just like, so that's when the Yowie experience started.
Yeah. So if people have heard me say this before, I'm sorry, but in case someone hasn't, I'll qualify infrasound. There are actual I think tigers and crocodiles. There are several animals that can produce that frequency of sound. Usually, it kind of stun and daze their prey, but I think in the case of a Yowie, it's more of a defensive, side effect. I don't think they're doing it deliberately to make you sick. It's just more like, just stay at arm's length for whatever. But then, so this gives you a bit of perspective how close it was, right? That's my little balcony, and that third there. So the sound was coming from there, which I'm in the trees. That's where I live. So that's how close it was to us. And it's amazing that not only did the effect affect me, which, okay, fair enough, I'm a couple of meters away, but it affected Sarah on the other side of Australia just through my microphone. That was enough. Now it's funny because I, of course, went down for a few wanders. That's just down from my house in the rainforest, and you circled me a few little pictures because you're much better at seeing these things than I am. So I'm also grateful for your good eye.
I can actually see a lot more. I can see a lot more now in this photo as well. It's like just doesn't end. It's just everywhere.
So that was definitely something. And I've been down there with a friend and missed the Yowie by about 300 meters that close, because I came back up. Dad's like, where were you? And I was here. And he's like, I walked halfway down the hill. It was literally 300 meters down the creek from that spot. So that's how close they were. This brings us to another in sync experience. So I'll do mine and Leah's version, and then I'll get you to tell everyone what happened to you at the same time. So keeping in mind we're on opposite sides of Australia, and Australia's a pretty big country, right?
Oh, hang on, Ev. Sorry, I had to interrupt, but just before this happened, I remember I contacted you when we were on a discussion. We were just like chatting, and I was like, well, Leah, I need to bring it up with you because it doesn't feel right for me. Like I was just like, I feel like I need to say, but anyway, I was like, I think Mesris has contacted me, and I was like, but I'm not saying he had, but I just like need to say, and it was just a bit like, So none of us really knew what it was, but then that was the first test and the first the first bit of insight that for what was coming further down for the three of us to go through.
Yeah. So I think that night I was with Leah. We just went into town might have been after a workshop or something, and she saw someone kind of walking along the road. So I went back to double over a few times and couldn't see them. But then as we're turning down from the main road down to one of the side roads, she's just like, oh my God, look, there's someone over there, there's someone over there. And then I think we spoke, and they were tall, because a few times I've seen Mesrith, he is pretty tall. Then I think we spoke to you, and then you had your, you saw someone, didn't you, in the car?
I was trying to get hold of you guys. I was had that experience, and I knew it was Mesrith. I was just like, so I was trying to get hold of you guys, but I had no phone reception. So then I couldn't charge it. There was nothing. And then by the time, we got on there, Leah was like, oh my God, Sarah, oh my God. And I'm like, no, you wait. And we're like, no, you wait. And I'm like, it was Mesrith. So he was presented to us in two locations at the same time. So
yes. That's basically it.
So yes, Mesrith does exist, and he likes to, like Leah says, he likes to put us to the test.
Oh yes, definitely. And then we spontaneously decided to put ourselves through another little test, which I think was on my birthday, actually. So
it was.
Yeah, I think you went first, and then I'm like, oh well, I better go now. But
you didn't have a choice.
No, I really didn't. But a necessary experience, because it's one of those things where I think in previous times I'd done something like that. I had skirted around the edges and kind of went, oh wow, I'd never gone in that deep. But for me, I mean, it was an intense experience, but I'm grateful for it, because I could see everything in a different way. The trees were shimmering with light and shaking like a rattlesnake, and I could see rhythm and pattern and atoms in all objects, and I could see all this energy everywhere, and I'm like, oh wow, we're just frequency. We're just a form of frequency. We're just made up of that. So yeah, you have all of that bombard you in about 7.5 minutes. And that's another one of those moments where I kind of went, I'll never see life the same now. I always knew there's more depth to it, but when you're put in that situation, you're just like, holy crap, like, wow, like how amazing that was. But yeah, and time does cease to exist when you're in that dimension or whatever, because I remember going, does anyone need a drink? And they were all looking at me like, I just started drinking this. You've only been gone for 5 minutes. Oh, okay. But you, I think, sat down and ended up looking into the sky or something, didn't you?
So I went first, and so during my experience, I just so it was at Avon's house, and so obviously there's a lot of the botanical realm and everything out there. So with nature, it was when I look back now, it was absolutely beautiful. But at the time, it was just like my eyes seeing things beyond the field that is the greatest potential for all of us. So, and I guess this is where it comes into, we can expand beyond our own reality and go into the field and morph with the field. So I just remember seeing everyone, just see everything in a vibration. Like Evan said, it was a rhythm, it was color, it was geometric, it was everything. at the time, I was just like, whoa, it's too much, all the rest of it. And then it all finished. And then from there, it was just, it was full on. But it wasn't until I got home and a couple of days later, I think I flew home, and Ev and I were recapturing about again, because we were just like, what was that? That was different. Because normally you hear stories about these experiences are about a healing, and it's about, so for us, it was nothing like that. There was no healing. It was more of an enlightenment.
Yeah.
So this experience, because we understood that our bodies have been doing a lot of healing during this journey as well. So our frequency had been resonating with the field, and we were then able to step into the realm of the potential of where we're from. So from there, what we understood was that frequency and vibration is where we are created, and then that comes into the matter from the holographic field. So it's very interesting to see how our bodies now are responding and viewing things at a much different level now. So yeah, it's it was one thing, definitely. What you see in them pictures is just like, well, and more.
Yeah, and so much more.
Yeah.
So
which side, really? Which do you want to see in that? It's like we can either, there's three faces in one. It's I guess, what does this explain for you, Ev?
yeah, well, I guess on several levels that it could represent our future. We can pick one of those paths, but also, I guess it's also, and that's my last couple of months, it was actually, I guess, another thing I'm grateful for, but a lot of my internal pain and darkness and stuff that I'd shelved has come out. Not that I'm out there doing anything crazy. It's internal stuff, right? So yeah, I can see all of those three faces in me, but you have to work with that. You have to work with each side and kind of give it room to do what it needs to do, but then in a controlled way as well. So for me, it was recognizing that I'd shelved too much, that it needed to be heard and processed and worked with and all of that. So that's what that picture represents to me, because I think it was Joseph Campbell talked about the gods, goddesses, everything is within us, all the mythology and the religion and pantheons of gods are actually all in here, all in us. So we're all of those different things, and I think it's very easy to ignore whole aspects of that and not to deal with it, but we need to. And as painful as some of the experiences have been, especially this year, I'm grateful for it too, because it's taught me things, and hopefully I'll end up a better person on the other side. So there you go. What about you? What do you think that this picture represents to you?
I think this represents, like the three sides. It's a trilogy of our shadows. So, but in sharing this experience that we've gone through in these slides, and that it's a good reminder to say right now as well that all of this has been coinciding with the astrological transitions in the sky and that as well, and part of this timeline and that. So a lot of things that we've been working through and going through have been the synchronicity and the co-creations of what this is about from a human level as well. So it's actually been very, very deep path, hasn't it, Ev? It's but understanding who we are in the field of today and going forward, it's and it, as everyone's been mentioning today, it all comes back down to it's the space of the heart. It's living from the heart, and from there we can create the life that we want to live. And it's just all about the stories and that attached to it. The faces of ourselves, I guess we've just got to realize that that was a face of time, and now it's we're above that. We're above that. So don't get rid of them, just rise above it. And yeah, it's been a huge couple of years, that's for sure.
That's for sure.
So I guess Evan and I just wanted to go through those slides just to share a bit of the personal journey that's been going on. But today I just wanted to capture on through what I want to share. So through this wisdom, we embrace who we are and why we came to Earth, not only on a personal level, but also in the greatest context of all creation. So my work for founder of Innate Healing. So it's all about the innate intelligence that exists in all of us. And it's our natural ability of the functioning and the intelligence of everything. So from that, the healing work that I do is about living from your heart so you can create the life you want to live. So these slides are a representation and understanding of what all that means. So yeah, I just think it's wisdom. The more wisdom we embrace and the more we understand it from a very practical level, this is where we can really expand into the field of understanding what it's really about and coming back to the presence of I am. So if you want to go to the next one. Okay, so through the creation story, it's the language of the universe, it's the infinite expansion, and it's based on oneness, the unity, and it's a holographic field. So pretty straightforward. We can see some sacred geometry here and all the way up to the Metatron's cube. So you want to go to the next one, Ev? We'll go through these ones pretty quickly, these slides. Okay, so what is the holographic field? It's quite a few presenters today that have spoken about this, and it's been great. So what it is a pattern that is complete and whole unto itself, which is part of an even greater pattern whole unto itself, which is part of an even greater pattern whole unto itself. It's expanding infinitely. So the pattern can be physically, which is in matter, or non-physical, which is energy. Take any part of the hologram and it represents the whole, and make any change within the hologram, it is mirrored through the entire hologram. Next. Okay, so let's just go back to the creation story. So source of intelligence, or the God said, or the creator. So we've got from nothing, which is the void. Go to the next one. There was infinite intelligence, which is the source of light. So next one. So from this creation, God said, I'm just going to speak from God's text. That's what most people say. It's not religion. It's just, so the 6 directions of consciousness. So from that one creation story, it expanded in 6 directions of consciousness. So from that was the creation of space in the void, and then it created the diamond space. If you go next one. So from this light, we can see it expanded into the 6 directions. So next one. And the creation of the movement within that space became the creator, which is, go to the next one. So the matter in the holographic field, so every chemical element made of atoms are 99.999999% space, and each component atom vibrates a unique frequency. So we all know energy equals light. So from here, this is how it's created in those directions, and then we've got the atoms. So that's the matter starting to form in that that source of creation. So okay, so we'll go through these pretty quick, Ev. So from that, we then went into the pattern. So I'll just show you these slides. And this is where it's expanding in the 6 directions. So from day 1, we expanded again, keep going, and then keep going. So as you can see, it's starting to form the pattern of life and those sacred geometries in the flower of life. So then we talk about Genesis. So then from there, it kept expanding through its vibration and frequency and motion. It became the egg of life. So this egg of life continued to expand through its infinite intelligence. And if we go again, Ed. So now we have the flower of life. And the reason I'm explaining these patterns is you all coincide inside us as well. So next one. Okay, so we see these patterns everywhere. It's self-explanatory. We all know where they are. We see them for so long, and it's the flower of life. It's the beginning of time. So if we go to the next one, we won't go into the stories behind all of their teachings because we don't need to. But as you can see, the flower of life, we've got it in the tree of life. We've got it in the runes. We can see this pattern now existing in all forms. So the next one. Again, we can see that pattern in the flower of life. Again, we can see all of this forming in those directions. Again. Okay. So in saying all those patterns are there, right? So through that creation story exist in the source. Okay, so we've got these globular clusters here. So through the pattern and all that was created through the source, so when that came into motion through that source of energy, it expanded in 13 different. One of those, which is the one we are in now, there's another 13. So there's another one of these existing the exact same formation, which would be which was 13.8 billion years ago. So from there, we go to the next one. So through that globular cluster, remembering we're just one of those, the Milky Way galaxy. So within a few years of its rotation, the galaxy of the Milky Way was formed. So I hope this is just going to help us. This is to help us understand how it relates scientifically, practical, and then further down we'll get into the different densities and the dimensions. So next one. So then from the Milky Way galaxy, we then formed the nebula cloud, which then was the dust, the gas, and the plasma. So keep going. So from that, it collapsed 4.6 billion years ago, and then that created our early solar system. Next one. Okay, so from that early solar system, it formed the disk. So from that created dust, gas, plasma, earth, air, fire, and water. So from that created the very early earth, and then turned into the crystal form, and then this is the earth of today. Okay, so from that, this is the first density, the first dimension. So crystals and crystalline frequency within our earth. So as wind and fire brought from earth, formed to earth and water, the earth's crystals were formed, trapping within them the earth's light coatings. So as you can see from all those patterns we're explaining, that created everything into our earth, and that's most of these hold all of this information inside of our crystals. So that's why we love crystals and we all like to download from them. So from here, just to explain that a crystal or crystalline solid is a solid material whose atoms, molecules, or are arranged in an order pattern extending in all 3 spectral dimensions. So from there, we can see the atoms and the molecules all forming in them. So keep going. And how they're arranged. So in them, so through crystalline, we've got crystals, minerals, snowflakes, and salt. From the other ones, we can see all the minerals starting to form and what they're all about. If you keep going, Ev. Okay, so the crystal consciousness. So that is our inner core, and it's the iron mixed with nickel. Our outer core is the liquid iron mixed with nickel and a trace of elements. The crust is our rocks and minerals. And then the mantle is like where we get all of our magnesium and stuff from. So if you go next. So through this crystal consciousness and Earth's crystalline grid, through all of this crystalline grid, we have the DNA of Earth, we have the higher dimensions, we have the ancient civilizations, and we have the Akashic memory in the creation story. So this is in our toric field. Keep going, Deb. Okay, and a couple of extended on this further on today. So this is just a representation of the 13 levels of DNA consciousness. So this is what we can tap into that expand and that also matches in our DNA. So as you can see, through these many different layers of consciousness and through the double helix spiral of our DNA, there's 11 energetic bodies of DNA, and this is all coded into our blood, well, in our DNA. So it's in everything. Next one. Okay, so from that as well, so the equate of the 5 platonic solid structures, everything in creation made of 1 or more elements. So as you can see, the earth element, the fire element, the air element, the water element, and the spirit all exist in the geometry and fits inside the 13 sides of the Metatron's cube. So this is just a bit of sacred geometry. And again, if we go back to where the globular clusters existed, so that will help you understand how Metatron's cube fits on that as well, and how all of these patterns of life exist in everything. Okay, so Metatron's cube are the elements of creation. Again, just explains it a bit more. Next one. Okay, so from there, we have the creation of the first density. So in the second density dimensions, we have animals and plants. So from here, plants and animals, they embody the first density, which is the frequency and embrace intuition. So they have the rhythm through our Milky Way. So they just go with the frequency of the creation. It's all coded in them as well. And that's how they live, they survive, and how they that's their innate intelligence of who they are as a species. So from there we go into the third density, which is the third dimension, and that's where the humans exist. So here we experience a perceived separation from the collective consciousness while still being a part of the whole. So I guess from here, where we come into form is where we're all living a life, but through all of the creation, there's so many stories and there's so much of history that is outside of ourselves. We tap into those frequencies, and that is where sometimes we get lost in who we are and we stay separated because we don't actually understand that everything does exist with us. So the next one. So as you can see from this, we have 3 layers of creation. So for so long we've been having, you can see the toric field here that's above the body in the fear zone. So through those higher fields, we have been vibrating through our thought form, and it's created fear. Whereas our toric field, so these 3 hearts of creation of just what we've explained, all from the infinite source, is our natural intelligence. So from there, we carry the same coding as our Earth, as our galactic core within the Milky Way. And as a human, we have access to all of those and expanding beyond the field. So again, that's when we talk about the other 13 globular clusters that exist parallel to us, which fits inside the Metatron's cube. Okay, so again, sacred geometry of creation. We see all these patterns in everything. We see this through the way of life and how life is created. Just give you a quick breakdown. Again, Ev. Next one. Okay, and now these patterns here, so we can see the sacred geometry of human development. So on day 7, we've got all these cells, and here you can see how it all exists in formation through the creation, and how all of the flower of life in a 3D perspective exist in the, I guess you can say, the 64 tetrahedrons. So we won't go into that too much because we could be here forever, but that's just to help you understand. Now, to help understand the 13 energy centers of our galaxy and how the human body exists in the same coding. So here we have the human body in the middle, and through Metatron's cube, we have the spirit, water, air, fire, and earth elements and where they exist. So our 13th gate is the Earth gateway. So the first one is our Earth star. It's where we need to anchor in. And from those, we have the chakra locations of the base, the sacral, the solar plexus, the heart, the third eye, the crown, the soul star, the stellar gateway, the universal gateway, and our cosmic gateway. So from there, we have access to all of those fields within our energy centers of the body, which all exist in everything. So if you go again, Ed. This is just to give you another, it's just another diagram of the 7 levels of the crystalline matrix. As you can see, it's we've got the color now into that. We can see the Merkaba grid outside the body, and we can see how all those energy centers exist and how we have access to them through our double helix. So next one. Okay, so just to help us understand as well how this fits in with the astrological transitions. So here we are, this is our local universe. We've got 125 billion galaxies just inside one of our local universes. So therefore, it's infinite. So to even grasp that and to put that into perspective is just, this is just a glimpse of what it looks like. So next one. So as you can see, through the universe, we have the Milky Way galaxy. So from there, we can see Earth, how it exists in the Milky Way galaxy. So again, next one. Okay, and just to give a, takes 365 days for a solar cycle. So for our Earth to go around the sun. So that's how we get 365 days a year. Next. Okay, so where we're at the moment, so our solar system, and to go around our neighbours, which is the Pleiadians, and their sun Alcini, it's taken us 26,000 year cycle for our solar system to rotate around Alcini. And the next one. So for a whole year cycle, Alcini rotates around Sirius. So Sirius is part of our 8th gateway. I'll get into that more. So it's taken 225,000 year cycle to be at this position of the alignment of where we're at today. And the next one. So 225 million year cycle for our solar system and Alcini to rotation around the galactic core. Again, the galactic core exists in all of us through that creation, and therefore through the whole of creation, through all the eras of life, we have been existing through this time and space. So that's why we have access to so many fields here. So through this galactic alignment, we have the gateway ready now, and this is what it represents right now. So the gateway and stellar gateways and everything's open, so we can roll through the alignment. So now this is where we see revolution in time coming back to the beginning. So this is, the grand galactic alignment of the Aquarian age. And from here, it might help you understand this is where they talk about history repeating itself based on an astrological transit. So from here, so many of us have past lives, etc. And through time and space, there's so much access to all fields of information that we all have access to. Next one. So as you can see, the Metatron's cube exists in the holographic field. So our local universe fits inside all of those galaxies. It fits inside the Milky Way galaxy, and it also fits inside humanity, which is the diamond pillar grid, which is where we are today. Next one. So I guess just to add furthermore onto this, so humanity has been shape-shifting into many societal forms from generation to generation. What was it about it? What was it that caused many people in society to break out and become so aggressive to each other this time around? The problem is we have been given our power away for as long as we can remember. Generation after generation, we've been living our lives, struggle to survive, conditioned to the systems, complying to the rules that majority of the people on this planet have never asked a single question: who made them and why do these exist? The past 2 years has been a demonstration of a masculine paradigm of how we perceive problems in all of our systems. Another philosophical trap that has continued stopping us from our own capacity to be vessels of flow. A play to such limitation, a story that has continued to mold the field of our planet since the fall of Atlantis. How do we move beyond all power and conflict of coercing and societal form structures in our lives? I believe the only way to move forward is to identify the relationships we have within ourselves and the relationships we have outside of ourselves. True inner strength will rise from the unlearning, domesticating of ourselves, and ultimately understanding the true nature of this planet, knowing the ground you walk on every day, knowing the relationship the sky has with ourselves and the relationship it has with within our earth. Moving beyond the field of separation, knowing we are the center to as above, so below, connected to the breath of love and spirit of the cosmic universal flow. Letting go of the story enables the journey to transform into the ancient wisdom that resides in all of us. We all have capacity to rise and harness the greatest expansion of ourselves by igniting our human spirit, moving into the vessel of flow, and embracing the principles of what this life on earth is truly about. I can't see the rest of what I've written.
To recognize we are the free hearts of creation beating as one, knowing that there is no destination and no limits to what we can create in your life. Living from the heart is all about the present moment, harnessing self-agency to change the entire trajectory of your life, creating the life that you want to live. Can you see again now?
So the core fundamental truth must rebirth the correct concept and value. I think it's time to surrender into all the hyped up that's been intimidating our insecurities, a concept of a better life. With the very short amount of time we have left, it's time to change our entire relationship with the nature of this planet. There is no one to blame at the end of the highway when you continue selling your soul in exchange for a commercial gain to those who are trapped in their own ego conditioning of spiritual materialism. We all have a choice. We chose to be here. Soul was given permission. It was part of our birthright to be here. Letting go of the story enables the journey to transform into the ancient wisdom that resides in all of us. So from what I explained, there was no story. It was just the infinite intelligence of the creation. And through birthing ourselves in humanity, we have access to our own potential to be the co-creators with the universe in infinite flow, And that starts through the galactic core of our Earth star, of our beating heart, and through the Milky Way, which is the source of all intelligence. So all of what exists is all of the infinite, and we can flow through that. It's the story that we have attached to ourselves that molds us into a philosophical trap that keeps us separated from who we are. And that's the path forward. I believe we need to really look at those relationships inside ourselves and outside us, inside and outside, because we are a mirror reflection. And we're back on transitional stage again. So we're on a new grid. It's time to recreate the story and, you know, leave this in the field for our future generation to have access to the wiser wisdom, and allow the field to mold into that universal flow, because we all owe it, not to ourselves, but to the future ahead. I know, you know, I don't want to see everyone turning to the transhuman field that it's going to, but look, we all have a choice. But yeah, I hope this was just, it's just a snippet of information, but from here we can briefly understand that we are the infinite intelligence of all creation, and it starts through the galactic core of all of us. So yeah, and from there, yeah, we can create our own story. Yeah, so
Well,
I think
that sums it up really well, actually.
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, that's our path forward. So look, I think you summed it up really well there, and we may have to. Yeah, I think we're a little bit behind time, so we may have to.
Yeah.
Get Vicky on now. So thank you patiently waiting, Vicky. But yeah,
I just want to say one thing, Evan, and this is a lot of what we've been working on at Full Spectrum Universes, figuring out these energy grids and how our physical and spiritual consciousness interact with those grids, and how we kind of work towards this limitless possibility through energy and invoking the understanding of how the ebbs and flows of the universe truly work. So, Sarah, it was just incredible.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well, we might get.
I better hop off.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Thank you, and I'll see you all later. See ya.
All right. There you are. I'll do a quick little introduction, Vicky. While we were at Uluru, you were at Carrion at the hieroglyph site. Now, you were brave, because I know several people that were going there that day and then just went, the rain, no. And it was raining torrentially, right? But you stuck it out. You did. And many others, I know people got 3/4 of the way there and went, I'm not doing this. I'm going home. But and that's, I think, when we connected over that, because, you went there and held space there and did what you needed to do there. And which reminds me, I better get your slides up. But yeah, we've got there's 2 really amazing photos that you sent to me the other day. So let me get that up. All right. Slideshow.
There were 6 of us that went to Carrion, and we merged with the energy at Carrion, but we didn't have permission to do ceremony there, so we left. We went to Umina Beach opposite Lion Island, and connected on the 33-degree grid line. Yeah.
All right. So I will get rid of my camera, and hopefully I can still play your slides. So let me. You just tell me when you want me to move to the next slide.
Okay. All right. Firstly, I'd like to start by saying hi to everybody and thanks for all the wonderful speakers so far. We all seem to be on that path, and we all seem to be doing our work in different ways, but for the same reason. And I'm extremely grateful, firstly, for this opportunity, but also for the opportunity to be in the human form and learning what I need to learn and going through what I need to go through to help this particular time in our lives and this planet to go to the next level. There's many different variations on what that might look like, but to come home, really. So thank you. I have maybe about 10 or more years ago, but right from when I was young, I knew that I was different. But maybe 10 or so years ago, I was with a group of people speaking star language, and I started to speak star language as well. And I really started to do research on what was going on for me. It was pretty new. I just finished my career as a school teacher. And so I had the time and the space to actually look into what was going on for me and the people around me and where I was moving towards. And I realised that I was part of a group that realised that they were Earth star beings, and of which we all are, but we are all at different stages of realising that and working towards that. So my journey went on, and I've been reading and looking where I can to get more information, like everybody else seems to be doing, to try and find what we're supposed to be doing at this time. And am I doing this right? Am I doing that right? Do I go to yoga? Do I go to meditation? Do I do this? Do I do that? And we seem to be split between the personal and the spiritual. And what we really need to do is to merge those as best we can. I had the opportunity to go to Peru this year, and a group of Earth Star beings, people, decided that they would come together under Solara that lives in Peru. And we came together. There were 17 of us from 10 countries, and we came together for ceremony over a week because we knew that we had to do the work on the planet right now. And Solara has been doing ceremonies since at least 1992. So this time I went. And the first two slides that Evan's got, he's going to show you, I was on the plane in between Auckland and Santiago to Chile on my journey there. It was 12:05 a.m. It was in the middle of the night, and I was asleep. And I was sitting on the right-hand side of the plane on the aisle seat, and I was woken with this light on my face, and it was so strong that it woke me up. And I've gone, what on earth is that? And I've looked out the window, and there was this massive, massive white glow. It was a ball. And I'm thinking, you know, in my sleepy state, oh, no, it's not the sun. It can't be the sun because it's dark outside. What on earth could it be? Oh, it must be the moon. And I wasn't aware of what the phases of the moon were at that point. And I tried to take a photo, and everyone around me was asleep. I did see a flight attendant walk past, and she kind of had a look outside the window and then just kept walking. But this is what I took from my seat. You can see the seats, the windows of the seats along there as well. And it was so brilliant that I couldn't actually get the ball of what it was. And it was huge, it was massive. So I took that photo, and then I took another photo, trying to see if I could get a different way of just getting the ball, and I couldn't. So they were the two photos I took. And then I got to Peru, and I had a look up at the moon and I realized it was a new moon. So I don't know what I saw. I've been told that it was a Pleiadian ship. I've been offered that it could be a portal. It could be another planet. But I know that it was massive and it was on the horizon and it was in the middle of the night at 12:05 a.m. So I feel that we certainly have help coming in, and it would have been in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, in the middle of nowhere. So if something was going to come into our planet, it certainly would have come in around there. So thanks, Evan. So I get to Peru and I meet these wonderful people, and I actually cried because finally I was with my soul family, my star family, and the 17 of us. Each day we went out and we just came together. Here is me merging with the energies in Marai. We went up there 3,500 meters. It was very, very high, an amazing place. And if you look at the next one, I actually was merging with the energies of there. I was really feeling the beautiful energy in Peru and readying for our ceremony there. And the next one shows the next slide that I've got there. We were actually in the fourth circle, and that was us in ceremony and anchoring the light and love into our planet. So, and that's the only slide that I have of Peru. But throughout the week, the energy was pure. It was beautiful. And those 17 people that are there, we came together as one in love for the whole week. And to actually live as one in love for the whole week was something that I'm truly, truly grateful for, because I still feel I'm integrating the energies. I only got back, I think, on the 11th of November. So it's just a little over 6 weeks that since I got back, and I go back to that feeling of oneness and love that we had that week. And that's where we need to take our planet, into this place of oneness and love. Very, very grateful for that opportunity and grateful for meeting those people. And I've come home and some of the things that I've done leading up to going to Peru and to this solstice throughout the year, I took part in the 21/12/2020 solstice, which took place. We were standing in the water in the absolute teeming rain opposite Lion Island, connecting with Uluru. And from there, I've suddenly bought an RV, and my journey is pretty much of service now. And you know, I have children, I have grandchildren, and I'm ever so thankful for that. But I just go on my journey, and I get in my RV and I go to where I need to go. And at 22/2/22 this year, I went up to Rockhampton up in Queensland. And what I realised later, I didn't realise at the time, but it's actually on the Tropic of Capricorn. And I got there and I've gone, oh, I'll go to the beach and I'll stay at the beach for a while. So I went east, and then I came back, and then I thought, no, I'll go north now. And I stayed there for a couple of days, and then I came back. And then I came south and then west. And what I realised is that I'd actually travelled 4 points of the compass while I was there. And I was there for 3 days at Lake Victoria on my own, just anchoring the love and the light as best that I could at that time. And so I did that, and then I've been up to Ildie Beach and then home through different ways. And then since then I've been I've been to Uluru this year, and I walked around Uluru. I have been to the Glasshouse Mountains. I've been up to the Strong's Place twice. I sat with the rocks the first time. And then when I came back from Peru, the boss rock came to me and said, "You've got to come and sit with me again." And it actually said to me as well, "And you've got to hold me without a glove." And I've gone, I better let Stephen make that call. So I rang Evan and Stephen, and they said, yes, if you've been told to come up, the boss rock has called you. I'm not the first one that's happened to. Come up. So it was an 8-hour drive north, an 8-hour drive home. And I held that boss rock in my right hand. And throughout that time, I was given 10 minutes. And Stephen certainly watched me for the first minute to see that I didn't end up with a bleeding nose or feeling sick or anything else, and I was fine. And then Stephen left and went in the house. The next thing, I'm speaking star language to the rock, and I just kept going with it for maybe 8 minutes. And my other hand was going around and making code. And then I sat down and I listened to what the rock was wanting to give me. And he said to me, "You will know what to do." And I've gone, okay, it's not the first time I've been told that either. So I handed the rock back, and then Stephen tells me that he went in the house and he was actually tripped over when he went inside. So sorry about that, Stephen.
Yeah, he definitely tripped over his own feet. But yeah, it's like, yeah.
So anyway, I came back home, and I was also urged to go before the solstice. So, and I certainly felt a connection with the rock, and we did communicate. So thank you very much for that. I'd like to just move on to, where to from here, because we're living in this world where we have had division. We have had, people making this choice or that choice, or making this decision or that decision, or people believing this or believing that. And the division is getting greater and greater, I feel. But our job as light workers, star seeds, earth star beings, all of us, is to just try and bring this back into oneness as best we can through love. And we live in a world where there's duality, where we have ego-driven people and we have people that are trying to live in the oneness. And even in ourselves, we live with polarities. We live in duality. We have the ego. We have the dark side, if you want to call it that, and we have the light side. And my analogy is that it's like sitting in a boat and you're trying to row, and you've got one side wanting to do one thing and the other side wanting to do something else. And we have to work on those polarities within ourselves to then come together in oneness. And when we're in oneness and coming from a place of love, then we are as powerful as we can to try and transmute all the other duality-based things that are activities, that are people that are going on this planet. We are what we call timeless true beings. All of us are timeless true beings. And when we live on this planet, we have to merge with that timeless true being that we came onto this planet to be. Like when we were in Peru, we all stood there and said, here I am. And we claimed who we are. We needed to be our true, timeless, true being and bring that into who you are. Each day do that and really claim who you are. And here I am, and I'm a timeless, true being, and I'm living in this planet. And anything that doesn't serve me is to leave now, is to go. And that's a really powerful thing to do each day. And if you know, you could all practice doing that each day and claiming it and owning it, and eventually you'll realize that you are your timeless, true being. And we're living in a timeless, true world, a world within worlds. I've heard the worlds within worlds. I think Leah said that today, that there are worlds within worlds, but this is our world right now, and we need to live in this world. And if we could live in this world as a timeless, true being, as the being that we are when we came to this planet, without the distortions of duality, just as a being of light and love, pure light and love, then we can make a real difference to the work that we're trying to do every day. You know, now is the time that we really need to step forward. We really need to claim that we are this being, and we need to, like, everything around us is us. All that's going on out there is a part of us. So the more that we can help transmute that, the greater we will be. And I think that the only way we transmute that is by loving, by feeling that love in our core. And even the dark entities that are out there, they want to be loved. So we need to be able to provide that to them. The star language is interesting. I've read a lot of Solara's books, and she speaks of star language, and she talks about how it's not something we need to understand in our physical head, but every cell in our body understands it. We understand on that cellular level. And recently I tried it on chooks, although I'm yet to hear whether Evan's chooks have started laying. But
I've still got to check today. I'll check after the conference.
But I was at a property and they had chooks, and I started to speak starry language to the chooks, and I was shocked. They all stopped what they were doing, and they all looked at me like they were in a stunned state. But I knew that every cell in their being was actually listening to what I was saying. And that was on the Thursday, and I was at this property until the Tuesday. And on the Tuesday, I said to the owner, look, you might find that your chooks will start laying a few more eggs, because I spoke some starry language to them on Thursday, and they said, really? Because after Thursday, they started laying more eggs. So there's hope for your chooks yet, Evan. And I've spoken starry language in situations to people, and they've just looked at me and they can feel in their bodies changes that are going on in their bodies. It's whatever that person is meant to feel, that's what they are feeling. So, and I know the starry language works, that if you speak starry language and you're listening, please say it every day somewhere, because that's helping to anchor that light and love into our planet. That is what will bring us home. And I know a lot of people out there do speak starry language. Please speak it every day. You can speak it to your partner. I have spoken it to my grandchildren, and they've spoken it back to me. The young children in particular are the ones coming through that we really need to work with. You know, a lot of those are more advanced and awake than their parents in a lot of cases. And they speak it naturally, and that's the generation that's coming through. So I have learnt to read the cards of Avon, which is like you could say it's a tarot deck, but it's not a tarot deck. And this is the cards of Avon, and they've all been written by Solara. And I've trained to read the cards of Avon, and there's 337 cards in 4 different decks. That it's an interactive living tool where the cards will either tell you where we are now, what the next 1, 3, 6 months could bring with possible things that you need to work through, outcomes, and where you are on your journey from duality to oneness. And I've been reading those cards for maybe 12 months now. And I've got to say that each person that I've read those cards for have said that it's exactly what they needed to hear in their life. And they're amazing. They're interactive. You can read the cards at the start of the year to see what the year holds. You can read the cards each month. You can read the cards if you have a problem that you want an answer for. You can read the cards for whatever situation you have in your life. And the cards are interactive and they're just amazing. But it's teaching, like for me, it was a wonderful personal development in my journey to be able to see the world in an expanded way, to see it in a vast way, instead of some issue occurring, that you could actually see it in a much vaster, larger perspective. And that little thing that upsets you down at the shops, it's in the big picture of things, it's really not important. Like perhaps it's teaching you a lesson, or is it there to test you, or is it there for you to share your love at that time? And we are at a time now where we are being tested more and more and more, and there will be a final test that we need to be aware of and know that we have to pass this test as a collective. We need to come together as a collective, and really going out and doing the work and helping others right now is really helping yourself and helping us to go to the next level in our stage, a stage of evolution, going back home, but being as big as you can, being as large as you can in that timeless true being position, in that being and being vast, you've actually got more capacity to make a difference on the planet. Yes, coming back home, I have my RV, I get in it and I'm of service, and I just go and do the work that I need to do. I don't have any plans yet to travel anywhere in the next year, but I know that I will be given directions on where to go and what to do. My physical being right now, I know that there are changes happening with the energies. I've noticed I'm becoming way more sensitive in my being. My eyesight is changing. I've seen in 3D a couple of times, which has shocked me. I was even able to put my hand in between what I was looking at and still see top and bottom. I'm seeing lights moving. I'm having episodes where I can see lights, triangular diamond-shaped lights that are rainbow colours that are happening, and they're expanding and expanding. And I know these are all the changes that are happening that are helping towards our crystalline body. And yeah, I I think right now we need to be, really thankful for the freedoms that we have after lockdown and everything else. I think that, really make the most of our freedoms to get out there and do the work that we can do. We live in a timeless true world where there is an ultra greater reality, and the reality is expanded. And I think that we're all wanting to live in this ultra greater reality consciously as a timeless being. We don't know for certain what's going to happen, and we're all trying to be as prepared as we possibly can for what's going to happen. So, I think that the kids are going to be the ones that will show us the way. And I've actually been given the information that I need to come up with some kind of business. And I'm still in the process of teasing out what I need to do for that. But there are a lot of people, particularly for me, family members,